their imagination on what they can do in life. That's crazy, man.
Hey, CT, when you were watching Star Trek as a youngster, did that influence you to want to be an astronaut? And what happened to where your mind left from sailing the stars to being to having a sociology degree? What changed what changed?
And then what changed from that to being a YouTuber?
Just a question. Not trying to bust your balls here. Just a question. somewhere between that, you watching Captain Kirk and Spock and all that, and sooner or later you got to a point like, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and get a degree so I could be a welfare technologist.
If Captain Kirk said take the helm, would you take the helm and fly the Enterprise? Would you fly it?
If I had a good pilot who could chart the stars. To answer your question, Black Moses, I was smart. Hold on, Mike. I was smart, but not that smart, right? Yes, watching Star Trek, it did. I was already smart. My dad introduced me to astronomy, and as a kid, I remember the first book that he gave me and my brother, and we read up on the solar system. We learned about the planets in the solar system. We learned about asteroids. We learned about just so many different awesome things about astronomy. And on top of that, I was a big Star Trek fan and big Cosmos fan. And I did good at math. I did absolutely good. I did when it came to taking the state proficiency test at the time, it's called the OGT now. I was one of the only kids in my junior high school to pass the mathematics portion because I took math seriously. At least I thought I took it seriously until I got to college. My college did not have an engineering program, which was one of the first mistakes, right? Now I didn't want to be an engineer when I got into college. Actually, I was really undecided as to what I wanted to do. So I decided to take mathematics. I said, "Oh hell no," because that was a different type of math. It was too rigorous, and I didn't have the discipline. It wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me. I had started partying, and I got a little bit kind of, popular, which is not important at all. And I just didn't study. And what it really boils down to is I hadn't really studied ever compared to the type of load that it actually takes. So this is just a state college. I couldn't imagine doing mathematical assignments at a real college, like at MIT, which I wanted to go when I was a kid, but an MIT, something of that magnitude. And that's what. And
how challenging was it to obtain a degree in Afro-American studies?
It wasn't challenging at all. It wasn't challenging at all, man. But the realistic. The realistically, if you want to get into a field that requires mathematics, right, you have to have actually had grown up in, hour upon hour of studying as even a child. That's why a lot of people don't make it in mathematics or fields that deal with mathematics. Yeah, you think you may know math, but when you actually are in a classroom and I'm talking about at a collegiate level, and the amount of work, the amount of detail, the amount of formulas the amount of time, the workload is too much. TOO. And a lot of people won't admit this. Yeah, Dante's a good guy, man. He's a great guy.
He's optimistic.
He's optimistic.
At best.
But
Yeah,
I'm just
he's
being
optimistic.
realistic here. This is why a lot of people who they go for nursing, they may be great when it comes to certain things, right? As an LPN.
Lived here and they cannot assimilate. So now they want to feel important by trying to come at us, the Africans. Sir, we are not of the same class. We are here for the new America that the white man built. The white man opened the door. They say, sir, Mr. Damus, all we want you to do is, be a good American, assimilate in this society. That's all we want you to do. Follow the rules and regulations of the country. Do not destroy the country. Contribute, work, and add to the economy. Make sure, you bring the skills and talents that you have and contribute to this country. And that's what I'm doing. God bless George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and all the founding fathers.
Check it out. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got them on my side. Must be the money. Must be the money. I'm never going wrong. Must be the money. Must be the money that keeps me looking fly. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got me cruising in style. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got me rolling so smooth. Must be the money. Must be 'cause I've got folks wanting to be my friend. Check it out. Must be the money. I've got so much bling. Must be the money. Must be the money. 26 with all this wealth. Must be the money. Must be the money that funds my lifestyle. Must be the money. Must be the money. The party's at my place.
After all, AIDS is a deadly, incurable disease. But no matter how you come to judge Charles Wheeler and his partners in ethical, moral, and inhuman terms, the fact of the matter is, when they fired Andrew Beckett because he had AIDS, they broke the law.
What's up? What's up? Salute to everybody, guys. Positivity is definitely coming your way, guys. Happy Friday. Salute to you, Leander, man. Leander says he's in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way, guy, at the speed of light. Salute to you, man. I appreciate all your support, buddy. Guys, get the likes up. Share the video, guys. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I have a great show for today, man. It's about yesterday's show. It's about last night. It's about Lena. It's about Ivan. It's about Dante. And this astronaut topic, which is an incredible topic. It's an incredible topic because it is asking a great fundamental question here. If a child comes to you and is asking you or tells you, Leander, they are going to be an astronaut, what should you tell them? this is a great conversation. It's a great conversation because it can break a child if you give them the wrong advice. You give them the wrong advice, that child's butterfly effect is based on that answer. And last night, Ivan and me gave an answer, and Dante and Lena gave their answer. And it was an incredible conversation last night, Leander. Salute to you, buddy. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light. And I'm going to go over the video. I'm going to actually go over the video. And it is an incredible video. And it is very, very funny. Well, it's funny to me. It's funny to me. And it's absolutely phenomenal, man. Here we go, guys. Hater Cell is in the building, man. Salute to you, buddy. Positivity, man, is definitely coming your way, man. FBA kids should aspire to be grifting YouTubers like CT. Maybe they should. Maybe they should. They are more likely to be a grifting YouTuber than an astronaut. They are more likely to be a grifting YouTuber than an astronaut. The likelihood of becoming an astronaut is absolutely astronomical. And me and Moses, or AKA Ivan, already gave our opinion on this. And you as a parent, Hater Cell, you'd do your child a disservice by telling them and encouraging them to be an astronaut. And I have to side with John Galt on this, Hater Cell. Many of these communities around here, trash all over the ground, broken windows, crime everywhere. You can't even solve the problems in your own community, but you're going to tell some kids to be some astronauts. Y'all need to stop. Come on, man, with the dumb shit. Get the likes up, guys. Seven Still, what's up, buddy? Positivity is definitely coming your way. Thank you so much, Seven Still, man, for all of your support, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, buddy, at the speed of light. Says good Friday, CT. Good Friday to you, man. I really appreciate you, Seven Still. Positivity is coming your way. Seven Still, I don't know if you were here when Lena was asking, how come the kids on career day at some school in the hood weren't talking about being astronauts? I'm like, Lena, those little girls, man, they know they ain't about to be no goddamn astronauts. Some goddamn astronauts. Get the likes up, man. Here we go, guys. Norman says this is the story of most college graduates. Yes, majoring in utter bullshit, because when you get to college, you have to do real studying, real research. At least back in the day. I don't know how it is now. It's probably soft core now. Salute to you, Norman. Positivity is definitely coming your way, buddy. Moxie says, how is CT grifting? He's entertaining us. What's the problem? Thank you so much, Moxie. These people, man, they don't have any real or intrinsic power in their lives. So they don't talk to their bosses this way. They don't talk to the loan officer this way. So they take their anger out on me. And it's quite comical. It's quite comical listening to men who are powerless. And it's really men. It's not women. Women don't troll and hate. That's not a woman thing. But you have a lot of men who are weak and they are powerless and they are not influential. And they see a man as great as I, a man whose name reaches on almost every goddamn continent other than Antarctica. And they can't handle that. They want to manage and control me. They want to manage and control me, and they can't do it. So salute to you, Moxie. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Cliff, what's up, man? CT, I'm watching the last 2 hours of your yesterday's show. So glad you are streaming now because this is going to be my weekend show. Salute to you, Cliff, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Trump is in the building, man. Salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Morning, my fellow Americans. Morning to you, Mr. Trump. Salute to you, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Chukwu is in the building. Salute to you, Chukwu. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Mike is in the building. Salute to you, Mike, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, buddy. At the speed of light, man. I really appreciate all of your support. You know, when I was I need to start back running again, but when I was running, I used to tell myself, you know, motivational things, right? So for all of you who have never ran before, when you're running 8, 9, 10 miles, you do get a runner's high, but you eventually will hit the wall. You will hit the wall eventually. And prior to you hitting the wall, there is this overwhelming feeling. This overwhelming feeling that it's an overwhelming feeling of pain, but you have to be in it, right? You have to be in it. It's this sense of you can't go another step. And there was a young lady, and I don't know if she's still listening, Nina, who used to call into the channel a lot, and I hope she's doing fine. Salute to you, Nina, if you're still out there. We miss you. Happy New Year. Nina's a runner, and at the time I was still running, and we used to say 1,000,000 miles, and that was something that I used to do with fellow runners. Like when I used to run with other people, you know, we would be on mile 7 or 8. Not a lot of miles, right? But if we had you know, let's say we were going to go to 10 or 11 miles, you'd hit that wall about mile 7. And then we'd say 1,000,000 miles. And it's motivation. It's motivation, you know, 1,000,000 miles. You know, you're never going to run 1,000,000 miles in a lifetime. But it's motivation. And if you ask me, this is what telling a kid to be an astronaut is. You know, let them, hey, you could be an astronaut, but you just know it's a bunch of bullshit. You know, you ain't about to be no astronaut. But it's motivation. Let a kid know it's motivation. Hey, Dad, I want to be an astronaut. Okay, well, you could be an astronaut now. You know, this is just a motivational thing. And in these communities, in most communities, you got to be responsible. Now, I'm not a parent at all. I'm not a parent. The worst thing you could do, guys, give me 1 second real quick, guys. Hang tight. Which it's not even that complicated to be an RN. I mean, there's a lot of RNs. It's the math, it's the chemistry, it's the actual science. And when you are not really dedicated to it, it's not going to work out. So that's why,
Well, ain't Lena's a nurse?
I don't know what Lena is. I know she's in the medical field. I don't is she? I don't want to speak for her.
She's a CNA. She's a CNA. Let's not sugarcoat it. You tried to say the medical. You said the medical field. Okay. She's a CNA. come back, Lena. And just
so last night, Ivan gets on the panel. Well, last night, Lena says that she would have loved to hear the little girl say, we want to be astronauts. Now, Lena, she's a sweetheart. She's a beautiful person, and I love Lena. But sometimes Lena can be a knucklehead, like most people. Yeah, I get it. We have lofty goals. We have lofty dreams. But the reality of the situation is, let's be honest about it. A lot of those kids are not, first of all, a lot of those kids probably won't even get into college. And a lot of them don't even need to be in college. For the most part, a lot of those girls probably, you know, and I'm not, YouTube, please, it's not harassment. For the most part, a lot of those girls probably have IEPs, and I'm not knocking IEPs, but yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of these kids in America already have setbacks. A lot of them have high hyperactivity disorder. You know, a lot of these kids are on medicine, so they're not gonna. You're not even gonna, you know, even if you applied just randomly, you're not gonna get into the pool. And this should go for a lot of different things in life. You know, you can't, you know, a kid, he's not good at math, right? About a 6th, 7th grade. Hey, Dad, I want to be a mathematician. Yeah, you know, yeah, I don't think a mathematician is in your career field. Well, why is that? Well, you ain't got it. You ain't got it. You don't have it. A lot of this stuff is genetic. A lot of this stuff is biology. And then a lot of it is dedication. And last night, I didn't want to, I know Ivan, you know, he comes off sometimes a little bit. One thing I can say about Ivan is funny, you know. And I hope I didn't offend anybody last night. You know, a lot of times when the computer goes off, I don't really think about YouTube. And I love you guys, but last night I looked at Dante. He was hurt, man. He was hurt. He was hurt. He was hurt. He was hurt, man. Cliff says it's easier to be an astronaut. Haha. CT, the people that call in are paid actors. Let me see. Cliff says no more from CT in 2026. You are hitting the gym now. More so those guns are gonna get bigger. You know, I looked at Dante last night. Man, he was hurt, Cliff. He was hurt. You could see the pain in his eyes, man. You know, you don't have any kids, man, and you're just a YouTuber. Yeah, I am. I mean, this is what I chose to be. I'm not trying to be an astronaut. and most people shouldn't try to be astronauts, man. You know, it's not. Again, Cliff, there are a lot of careers, man. There are a lot of careers that are just not suited for people. And I saw it growing up. You know, I saw people, I told Ivan, I said, bro, I knew many girls, you know, I used to hang out with some of these chicks. College, a lot of them were dumb. They were dumb. And not dumb in the sense of, you know, they weren't able to survive. You know, they weren't able to hold a conversation, but they were dumb because, you know, some of them wanted to be lawyers, right? And then you talk to them, they use no logic, they use no reasoning, they have no reasoning skills. And you know, to be a lawyer, you need to have deductive and inductive skills. And then, you know, you used to hear these, oh, I want to be a lawyer. You know, they majored in political science, bunch of, you know, and that's the road to become, Cliff. And I don't know about the United Kingdom, Germany, where you were at, but in the United Kingdom, I'm sorry, in the United States, you need to pretty much major in like political science, right? To become a lawyer. And so I knew a lot of girls who were political science majors, man. And they were dumb. I mean, dumb. Dumb as shit, man. I'm talking about they were dumb. And I'm saying that out of love. And if they ever catch this video, I don't care. You're dumb. Something that, you know, when I sit back and think about it, maybe you should have been you should have worked on being a housewife, something, domestic work, something. Going into law is not your thing. And a lot of them didn't get accepted into law school. I'm going to take the LSAT. And nobody had the heart to tell them, you're dumb. You're not going to pass the LSAT. You're not going to pass the LSAT, let alone get into a reputable law school, because you're dumb. And these are there's a lot of people, Cliff, in America. And this woke stuff didn't just happen. This was going on 20, 30 years ago, man. Don't let these people in America fool you. A lot of these kids never heard those sweet words. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're not going to do it. And so a lot of these girls that I knew, they didn't get into law school, or the ones who did get into law school, they failed out year one. I knew one girl who made it to year 2 and failed out. And this was not, and they didn't even get into the best. They got into like tier 2 law schools. They just didn't have the skill set. But somebody, and they were, and a lot of them, and a lot of them were devastated. They were devastated, Cliff. Moxie says there are a lot of crappy lawyers out here. Yeah. And a lot of those crappy lawyers, they went to tier 3 law schools. I'm almost willing to believe you're not going to get a crappy lawyer from Duke. Sorry, it's not going to happen. You're not going to get a crappy lawyer from NYU. But you're going to get a crappy lawyer from, Arkansas Law School. I mean, I'm sorry. I meant to say Alaska. And so when I saw Dante last night, man, I'm like, God damn, man, he's a good dude, man. He's a great guy. But he was hurt when I said, Lena, maybe them little girls, man, should be encouraged to be, start a cleaning company or something. Well, why they gotta clean? What's wrong with cleaning? If anything, they would serve more of a purpose in their communities if they were cleaning stuff. Well, what's the point of education? Well, again, education does cultivate your personality. So again, but you can get that for $2 in late fees at the library. A lot of these kids, man, they end up being lied to all their lives, and then they end up going to college, and then they're burnouts. Moxie, it's true. It's so true. They are burnouts. I knew people who wanted to be engineers, never made it. And some of them who are engineers, they're not even they're not working in engineering. How come I can't get no job in engineering? It's because you're dumb. You're not qualified to really work in this field. And nobody, not even the company, has the heart to tell you. It's language skills, communication skills, nuance, angles. So when Dante said, you should encourage them. Encourage what? What are you encouraging? Encouraging a kid to lie to himself or herself? That's dumb. Now that's dumb. That's dumb. And that's not a good thing, Moxie. So I saw Dante, man. He's such a good guy, man. Golly. But the reality is, man, most people aren't qualified to be neurosurgeons, especially from these little hood schools, man. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Oh, I want to be a neurosurgeon. What was 4 plus 4? 12. Yeah, you're not about to be a neurosurgeon. You're not about to be a neurosurgeon. That's love, Moxie. That is love. Cliff says, what did Cliff say? Cliff says, Gimpy, you are number one. You are the number one Jays. We are fighting different fight, Gimpy. We can't afford to listen to Dante. We take CT's brutal truth. Thank you so much, man. Gimpy with the $5 super chat says, happy Friday. Tether still crushing children's dreams. I see, bud. Gimpy, even in your community, man, kids are told the truth. Now, how you tell a kid the truth depends on the vocabulary, the grammar, metaphors. But Gimpy, come on, man. An astronaut, Gimpy. An astronaut. An astronaut. Are you guys insane here? Lena can't be serious, man. I think Lena at this point is joking around. She has to be joking around at this point, Gimpy. An astronaut, man, y'all need to stop. Oh, I want to be an endocrinologist. Well, what's that? I don't know. Then you don't need to. Stop it. Well, she's 10. So what? So what? That's one of the problems in this country. People lying to each other all the time. Yeah, especially women. Oh, girl, you're not fat. This chick get on the scale, she 312 pounds. Man, come on, man. Y'all need to stop lying. And women are the worst with this one. That's one thing I can say about men, especially old school men. Man, we told the truth with each other. And that's what we need to get back to, telling the truth. Being honest with ourselves. Being honest, man. Why not be honest? Well, and especially to a 10-year-old. I mean, that's the perfect person to be honest to. Why lie to a kid? Oh, I want to be I want to work on brains. The kid can't even color inside the goddamn lines of the color book. He talking about working on some brains. Stop it. That doesn't even make sense. Questions to ponder. And I get it, man. Trust me, I get it, man. Goddamn. Oh, he's such a good guy, man. He's a good guy. He's heroic. But telling some kids they're gonna be astronauts, well, they might be mathematicians. Dante, stop it, bro. These kids, no black kids ain't about to be no mathematician. These kids can barely do basic arithmetic. Stop lying to these kids. One thing I can say about John Galt, and John Galt, he's pretty raw with it, but he's right, man. How you gonna tell these kids to be building computer programs and they live in dilapidated communities? Man, stop. Flower in her hair says, to be honest, she hurt us blacks with that comment. I wish nobody picked up on it, but CT is an active listener. Oh man, I'm about to play the video in a minute, because to me now, I think Lena is a comic. She's like a comedian, and she's like funny. Females aren't funny. There's only been a few females that I can tell you who have been funny in history. She's one of them. When she said that, how come them girls didn't say they want to be astronauts? Man, I damn near pissed my pants. I was like, what? Are you nuts? If you gave a basic multiplication test to them kids, they couldn't pass it. They'd be up here. What's 9 times 1? 91. No, it's not 91. It's not. Oh, you can't say that to a kid. And then we get this dumb shit going on. Trust me, I was in the education field for many years. Used to get in trouble for telling kids the truth. I said, I can't be around this dumb shit because women lie. I told this story before, Moxie. I walked in on a liberal, older white woman, savior complex white woman. She's with some 15-year-old black boy. He up there counting on his nose and shit. And she's like, oh yeah, Tyrone, you're doing an incredible job. I was like, look at this woman right here. Look at this woman. Lying to this boy. What's 3 times 4? 71. Man, get your dumb ass out of here, man. You dumb. You're dumb. And this is what I look, man. To a degree, man, a lot of kids, man, they need to be encouraged, man, to work in the trades, work in the fields. Do something, man. Do something like labor, man. Labor work. Instead of being lied to, man, and disappointed later in life. Man, that's a horrible life, man, to sit up here and lie to a kid. Oh yeah, you're gonna you're gonna get a Fields Medal one day, and the kid could barely add. That's horrifying. Draw a triangle. Hey, motherfucker, that's a circle. He drawing a circle. Come on, man. That kid don't even know basic geometry. Man, that's sad, man. That is sad. Moxie, that is I can't believe Lena did that yesterday, man. That's horrifying. Norman, I'm about to play the video. Norman, she sat up here and said, why can't these little girls, she said, oh, we were at career day and none of the little girls wanted to be astronauts. Oh my God. And to me, it's like, I know Lena's not doing it, but to me, that's like making fun of the kids. To me, that's making fun of those kids, man. Encouraging them to say some crazy shit like that. Hey, I want to be a firefighter. Okay. Hey, I want to be a teacher. Okay. Hey, I want to be a general practitioner, doctor. Okay. You might get 2 kids out these schools. But an astronaut, Norman, man, if y'all don't shut the fuck, man, if y'all don't shut the fuck, come on, man. Get the likes up, guys, man. Clip says, the bitter truth is better than the sweetest life. Welcome to CT's network. This channel is only for the strong. Man, it is, man. It is. Cliff, did you see? Oh man, damn, Dante. Golly, I don't want to talk about Dante. He's a good guy, man. He's a good guy, man. But he's gonna have some kid. He's gonna have some kid, and I'm not knocking Uber drivers. He's gonna have some kid driving Uber, 23, with a chemistry degree. Man, all my life I was told I was gonna be an astronaut. Hey man, drop me off right here. Shut the fuck up. Come on, man. Come on, man. Y'all need to come on, stop, man. Question to Potter says OCT is a tad bit pressed because Dante pulled the whole checkmate. And I saw this growing up, man. I saw this stuff, man. What happens to a dream deferred? This is how you get people like Afro Nerd, man. He up here sitting up here damn near 50 years old. And I don't know, somebody didn't tell him, hey man, you ain't about to save the black race, man. Quit reading these stupid ass books, man. He up here in the library charging his phone, waiting for the bus, reading these stupid ass books, mad at me. Man, when he could be learning how to build a deck, a patio. Can the Negro even put in a goddamn fan? And the answer is no. The answer is no. Lying to himself, people lying to him. Oh, yeah, brother. Keep reading Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, brother. Man, you don't get that crazy ass shit up out of here. What's up, Jay? Said the trades are a great place for a young mind. Many blossom into successful adults. A 19-year-old dropout, a 19-year-old pull out of a 19-year-old will pull out a King Ranch $100,000 truck bid to tear down a house on my property. Oh, really? Okay. Look at a guy like Crown Reese. His son is 15 years old, 16 if I'm not mistaken. He's about to be a barber. I think he could get his license in Ohio at 17. He's in Cincinnati. So already tons of Negroes there. So he already has a client base. His father owns a damn barbershop. So that's already a secured clientele. And let's be honest, I never met I've never ever met a broke barber. Never. Every barber, now barbers don't have cash on them now because everything is digitized. But every barber I've known, they could pull out 500, 1,000. Ask one of these smarty arties who were told that they were going to be a nuclear physicist while they're driving your Uber. Hey, so you have a degree in biology, right? Yeah, man. You know, I was told I was going to be a nuclear physicist, man. Oh, okay. How much money you got on you, man? Shit, man. Shoot. I'm not trying to knock anybody, but I'm telling you, man, a lot of things just aren't realistic, man. You thought you were going to be Oppenheimer. You're a little kid watching Oppenheimer. Oh, I'm going to be the next Oppenheimer. No, you're not. No, you're not going to be the next Oppenheimer. No. It ain't happening, man. It ain't happening. What's up, Sire? Salute to you, buddy. Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. Sire says, yo, good morning, brother. Cheers from Punta Cana. Sheena says, remember CT African nerd or Afro nerd said Lena is black. Oh, Lena Horne is black. Yes. Wowzer says blacks are the biggest crabs in the bucket. CT, just because you partied and didn't take college seriously doesn't mean you should discourage the few. Man, see, this is the dumb shit I'm talking. This right here is the dumb shit I'm talking about. Wowzers. I'm not being a crab in the barrel, brother. I'm being realistic. How about this? I will, for today, I'll let people call in. You don't have to get on. Well, I'll do it one at a time. You don't have to get on camera. I'll do it one at a time. You don't have to get on camera. I'm not being a crab in the bucket. Wowzers. Wowzers, I'm being realistic. Wowzers, let's use Lena's example. Telling a group of little black kids at Bethune-Cookman Elementary School that they could be astronauts. Don't you see how stupid that is? Not just the fact that there's only been a few hundred astronauts in the history of mankind, but the fact is that they're not even in a position to become astronauts. Most of these schools have horrible state report cards. Some of these kids can barely read in the 4th, 5th grade. I remember, I'm going to use your comment. When I was in junior high school, one of the baddest kids in the school, and I'm not going to say his name, ended up running into him later in life, man. He was a good kid, good guy, but man, he could barely. First of all, he was held back. So in junior high school, we're like in 6th, 7th grade. He should have been like in the 9th or 10th grade. And he used to like pick on everybody because he was bigger. And we used to wrestle with him, and big Negro tosses all around. He tosses all around because he was bigger than this. So we try to wrestle him and beat him up. We try to jump him, and he was real strong. Man, one day he was in class reading, man, and I felt so bad for him, man. He was reading like this: "Blood are the," and he started looking around and shit. Man, we started laughing at him. Man, he started crying and left out the classroom, man. I felt so bad for him, man. I felt so bad for this dumb Negro. He was stupid, man. He was dumb. He was dumb, man. And the problem is, in a school like that, a person like Lena would have came in, she creating some stupid nonprofit. Shout out to Lena, creating some dumb nonprofit, Make-A-Wish profit, or your Dream Big profit organization. Come in there lying to the kids because she getting money from the district, and then telling these kids some lies. Oh, she would have told that kid, "I know you can't read at 16 years old, but you could be the next." You could be the next Shakespeare. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop. Stop it. It's delusional, man. It really is, man. Lena should be ashamed of herself for what she did. And this is what I'm saying, man. There's nothing wrong. Like, man, Dante looks so hurt, man. He, that hurt you get when, like you were promised something as a kid and you didn't get it. And you just had that look in your eye. That's how Dante was looking, man, when I said, hey, man, maybe maybe those little girls should clean something. Oh, man, like that's so bad. Man, that Negro couldn't read for shit. He couldn't read for shit. We started laughing at him. All that bullying, it was different type of bullying. It's not like it was sort of like respectable because we used to wrestle with him back, man. But when he couldn't read and we laughed at him, I felt so bad. I said, God damn. I said, God damn, he can't read for shit. And that's how it is in a lot of these schools, man. Itsy bitsy spider dummy. It's the truth, man. Come on, man. Come on. LA with the $10 super chat. CT, happy new year to you. I have watched numerous teacher videos on beyond the Greek tragedy state of kids in schools. Besides taxes, the public education system has stolen so much from the public. You ain't lied about that. If it were up to me, hey man, I'll make it where, hey, after 3rd grade, some kids can stay, some kids. Shout out to you, LA. Man, positivity is definitely coming your way, man. Happy New Year, buddy. I can't believe Lena did that. Damn, that's horrible. She said, how come they don't want to be astronauts? Oh, man, if you don't stop that silly shit, get the likes up, man. Black Bear says, CT, you are as cold as hell. You made Ivan dark skinned. Mike from Boston, salute, man. At 16, you better get on the corner if you can't read. Man, exactly. Or prepare yourself to work. Man, but all that lying, man, if you lie to a kid, it also makes them lazy. Oh, I could just be an astronaut and I do nothing. Man, that's horrible, man. Jesus Christ. Let me play the video, man. I'll let people call in today without getting on camera, man. But only one at a time today. I'm not doing the panel. I'll do the panel, but if you call in one at a time, I'll discontinue for today. I won't I'll give you an excuse for not having a camera on. Tarus with a $20 super chat. Good morning, CT. Destroyer of dreams, terror of children, Satan to hope. Stop, man. If you don't get the fuck, Tarus, boy, if you don't stop, if you don't stop this dumb shit, Tarus, stop, man. Stop it. Tarus, I'm not gonna let you woke liberals give me that title. I'm old school, man, in thinking, not age, but I'm old school. Some 12-year-old come in there, he could barely do math, talking about he want to be a I want to be just like that. I want to win the Fields Medal in mathematics. Boy, your dumbass ain't about to win no Fields Medal in mathematics. What are you talking about? There are people who genetically and biologically and study hard who are some of the best mathematicians, and they never even come close to being even on the Fields Medal committee's radar. Boy, if you don't stop, get your ass out in the field and get to work. That's how the community should be. Get your black ass or whatever ass you got, get your ass out there and get to work, boy. Mike from Boston says, you could be anything you put your mind to. All right, here we go with the video. Salute to you, man. Here we go. Listen, look at Lena. Oh my. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh man. Listen to Lena real quick, guys. Here we go. Look at Lena.
I did not hear anything like that. I was set. Oh, you gotta see. At my daughter's school, you should have seen Career Day. That was crazy. It was
What was the average career they was talking about, Lena?
We had a few dancers. We did have some people that came. Had some normal stuff like accountant, teachers. We had a lot of teachers.
Look at that. So they had teachers, accountants. There we have it. Nothing wrong with that for her daughter's career day.
Teachers. It was a lot of teachers. I'm not gonna. That was a good one, but the other stuff where you see a lot of doctors, lawyers, astronauts, scientists. Some.
You heard her. Oh shit. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Oh God. How Lena kept a straight face with that, I don't fucking know. She said doctors and lawyers, I don't know why they didn't come. You don't know why an astronaut didn't come to your daughter's school for career day. Jesus, holy God in heaven. Oh God. Oh shit. Man, it was at that moment. Moxie, I should have been wearing a diaper yesterday, man. Because I'm telling you, I almost pissed my pants when she said that crazy shit. What? Oh shit. Oh my God. Black Bear said, CT, you ain't shit. So Lena can say She was surprised that astronauts didn't come to the school, but I ain't shit because I'm laughing at it. Okay. All right. Right. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
It was a lot of teachers. I'm not gonna. That was a good one, but the other stuff where you see some a lot of doctors, lawyers, astronauts, scientists.
Astronauts. Oh my God. Oh God. Poor girl, man. What the fuck?
Something like that. A lot of doctors, lawyers, astronauts, scientists, something like that. Nurses, no, they were like dancers. People came up as artists, like I'm a paint, and I was like,
Lena, I think the reality is this. Most of these, let's be honest, an astronaut, stop it. That's damn near impossible to become. I wouldn't even encourage you. No, what I said when I made a critique of that, no, oh shit. Oh my God. Oh dear God. Oh. Oh. Now, I made a critique of that. Lena's acting like that's not a normal thing for somebody to say. She's like, what? Yeah, anybody can be an astronaut. Oh my God. What in the fuck? Oh shit. You going to hell, CT astronaut? She getting offended at me. I'm like, Lena, I almost had the nerve to ask her, Lena, why don't you call one of your astronaut friends? No, I'm pretty sure Lena could call a nurse friend. She can call a beautician friend. She probably can call an alderman or an alderwoman. She looking at me like I'm the crazy one, but she over here like, what? Anybody can be an astronaut, CT. Okay, Lena. Okay. Okay, here we go, sweetheart. The kid, I'd rather tell a kid, hey man, pursue being a TikTok star than an astronaut. An astronaut, Lena. An astronaut. Lena, an astronaut. Come on.
Maybe one or two. The school is made gymnasts, but I thought people would think it.
Lena, if a kid told me he wanted to be an astronaut, I'd say, boy, if you don't stop with that stupid shit, what are you talking about?
Destroyer of dreams, CT.
There goes Tarus. He said, I'm a destroyer. I'm telling you, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. Here goes Tarus. You're a destroyer of dreams. A destroyer of dreams? Lena in her head believes that an astronaut should have been at career day and that the little girl should aspire to be astronaut. And then Tarus says, you are a destroyer of dreams. None of them can show us any astronaut friends that they have. But I'm the destroyer of dreams. Now, I could see if I said they can't be doctors or lawyers. But an astronaut, Cliff. An astronaut. Only been 300 astronauts supposedly in the entire human history. Think about that. An astronaut. You might come on.
Like,
that's astronomically impossible to become.
No president. Not one of them wanted to be a president.
Man, you can't make this up. This is Man, this is funnier than the Chris Rock stand up in 95 or 96. Lena said, "Oh, they can't be a president." Lena, if you got Lena, Lena, you should take this on the road. This is funny. A president. Now the odds have even gotten the odds have even shrunken even more now. I'm telling you, this is particularly why the FBA community is behind, because instead of doing things that could actually build the community, they got, I'm going to be the next president. No, you're not, dummy. You're not going to be the next president. That's a stupid thing, man, to even aspire to be. Well, I could be anything I want to be. There's only been 46 presidents, dummy. Man, you a crab in the barrel. Yeah, okay. I'm a crab in the barrel. Okay, I'm a crab in the barrel. Okay, I'm a crab in the barrel. I'm a crab in the barrel. Here goes Sire. Okay, I'm the bad person, right? Here goes Sire. CT, I'm glad you don't work with children anymore. Sire, I can see if Lena said, man, you could be a garbage man, man. You could work for the city. You could be a lawyer. But Lena said a president. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Hey, man, let me play some more of this video, man. This is some funny shit. A president, there's only been 47. No, I'm sorry. Presidents have had multiple terms. So there's only been about 40 presidents? I don't know, 30.
47.
No. Remember, people serve multiple terms. So
you mean how many terms? I see what you're saying.
Lena, I got 17 and 15-year-old daughters, and like hearing them when their friends come over and chop it up and stuff, like it's crazy when they have like some of their little like serious conversations, because a lot of them really don't know what they want to be, simply because they're looking at these things like, can I even afford to live? And that these are teenagers, right? And they're looking at the unaffordability crisis, and a lot of them are looking at it like, well, I could probably make more money on YouTube and TikTok than I can some of these jobs where I don't even know it's going to be available by the time I graduate.
My daughter was, I used to fight my daughter, like, she used to say crazy stuff that she wanted to be. First, she was like, I want to be an artist. Then she wanted to be a beautician. I guess that ain't crazy, but I didn't like it. And now she's realistic. As she got older, I encouraged. She's like, I want to be a nurse.
See, that's good. Why would somebody encourage a kid to be a president?
I mean,
it's only been 46, 47.
They want to destroy their dreams. Somebody wants to be, don't destroy their dreams. I want to be president one day.
How many human beings have been born in the United States of America?
Yeah. Probably a good, what is it now? Probably 3, but not all of them were born here.
Let's say 1 billion.
Wait, hold on, guys, because now we have to ask ourselves, how many of our presidents wanted to be president when they were kids? Somebody had to have that dream, right?
Oh, right here. Okay,
we keep saying that. Remember,
I think right here, I got off the screen to laugh, and I love to be respectful as much as possible, but when there's like a dumb shit meter, and when the dumb shit meter hits the boiling point and explodes, I can't take it anymore. I mean, oh, Jesus Christ, dude, this is like Comedy Central. An astronaut. Now the president. What else are they going to say? What else are they going to say that is normal for a kid to say? And encourage. Norman says, yo, CT, you ain't shit. Oh my God. I'm not trying to knock imagine if a kid came to you and said, "Oh, I want to be the next Mozart." And you know, they're 11, they don't know how to play any instrument. It's like, man, you're really kind of behind, man. Mozart may have just been a prodigy, man. Now, if they want to learn violin lessons, so be it. But to lie and say you're gonna be the next Mozart, man, they might really believe that shit, man. And then you know, the next thing they know, they wake up one day, they're 30 years old, and they're just playing the violin on the street corner. And then I'm not knocking it. But these things happen, man. Hey, if you want to be a great violinist, just be a great violinist. But I don't know if you're gonna be Mozart. Yeah, come on, man. Y'all need to stop playing the piano. Stop, man.
Less than 1% of anybody that plays football makes it to the NFL. Somebody was dreaming about making it to the league. So now I ask you, CT, how many of the presidents that we have, how many of them at a young age said, "I want to be president one day"?
That's what, you know what? It was funny. I seen
You see me shaking my head. What in the fuck? Wait a minute.
I want to be president one day.
That's what, you know what? It was funny. I seen this clip of Chris Rock on YouTube. And then he said, only thing I wanted to be growing up was president. That's what he wanted to do. President. He's like, I told my mom, and she said, "You can't be president, they're gonna shoot you." And so he said, I stopped dreaming and I dropped out of school. That's what he said.
And that's the best thing, Lena. The best thing that his mom did a great job. Now she knew that boy wasn't going to be president of the United States. So instead of telling him that he couldn't do it, she put fear into him. And look what Chris Rock became. That's the whole purpose of the story. Poor child.
You gotta see that clip. Oh, even though it was a little opposite. Did you see those people cosplay at some type of Asian Comic-Con or whatever? They're dressed as police assaulting black people.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all.
Oh,
Lena,
that was crazy.
I truly believe that it's time for people to start telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
If a kid, you should correct a kid's behavior if they say they want to be a president or an astronaut. Oh my, I couldn't imagine sitting there saying, "Oh, okay, you could be." Now, here goes when Dante calls in. Here we go. There's one thing about having dreams, but there's another thing about telling. No. You know what?
I think that
let me go to the part where Ivan calls in. See, to me, this is where it gets really wild.
Well, I'm not telling anybody to be an astronaut. What I'm saying is if somebody has that aspiration, not to try to crush their dream as a child. That's all I'm saying.
But they may need that. They may need somebody.
They don't need that, because guess what? If they want to be an astronaut, what kind of classes are they going to be taking?
Oh, geez.
That's the question.
Hold on for
what kind of classes?
Lena, can you tell Moses what you told? Go ahead, Lena.
What about the kids being astronaut?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna stay on this astronaut.
Let Lena tell Moses. Go ahead.
So we were talking about. I said the saddest thing was, as a kids, what they're gonna be, at the bus stop, and they 6, 7, and they wanted to be, internet influencers, dancers, shit, like that type of stuff. And I was like, it's sad nobody want to be like doctors, lawyers, and astronauts. And he laughed at me. He said, "You just the teacher conference." Yeah, my son want to be.
Yeah, they should have laughed at you too.
Ivan said they should have laughed at you. Here we go. There we go.
Let me ask you a question. You
Hold
ever
on,
think?
let Ivan finish, please, man. Please.
Yeah, they should have laughed at you because they have been so far removed from that reality. They just can't fathom it in their mind. They just don't see past that. They can't. And these kids nowadays are not given what we were given, and that's a thirst or a capacity to learn things like that. They don't have that anymore. You know, that went away it's almost 2 generations now. We're dealing with the crack grandbabies now. And they don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity to want to learn astrophysics and rocket science. They don't see that in their reality. They just don't. Maybe
and they shouldn't see it.
Maybe a breakthrough or something like that. But these kids only see what's in front of them, and that's mainly on their phones and mainly on TV or streaming TV. That's all they see. They don't have that capacity. We're far removed from that. These kids don't even like reading anymore. They don't. You have to have a thirst for it. It's almost got to be in you to have a capacity to actually want to learn. And these kids don't want to learn because to them it takes too long. All of that you tell them it's just going to take at least 7 or 8 years of college, and then this all this after grad study just to be an astronaut. They can be like, please, I can make that much money on the block. Or chicks be like, shoot, I can go down to the local strip club. Or I can start an OnlyFans.
Exactly. And and I wasn't even going to come from that angle. But let's be honest about it, man. I see teachers, nurses, all types of women selling ass on Twitter, selling ass on Instagram. At the end of I'm not saying all women, not all, but I mean, an astronaut salary is only about 120, 130,000 a year. If you remain an astronaut for many years, which they don't. Imagine a chick saying, I ain't about to do all this shit to be an astronaut when I could just sell some ass in college. This is the truth of our reality that we live in. Ivan is correct, man. No female, right? Walk up to any female. Hey, female, what do you want to be? No female's going to say an astronaut. More than likely, a female is more likely to say an OnlyFans model or a model. It's the honest to God's truth. I'm glad Ivan came in and laid down the law last night. And Lena over there looking so sad. Dante, he looked like he's so hurt. But it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth, man. Some chick 20 years old with a banging body, she ain't about to be up in no goddamn life. Man, if y'all don't stop this silly shit, man. It's the truth. It's the reality that we live in. Unique, stop it. Stop, Unique. Stop. You're a good girl. I've seen it. I've seen it before social media even exists. Women want shortcuts. For female to super hot, banging body, young, man, she gonna be selling ass, man. And it's the truth, Unique. And I swear, I wish it wasn't like this. This is the world that I was born in. But it's the truth. A banging ass chick ain't about to be able to no goddamn library. Oh man, one day I'll be an astronaut. I'll be an astronaut. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the lie that we are telling ourselves. Oh man, one day I'm aspiring to be an astronaut. Oh, okay, stop. So that's what. Ivan. I didn't even come at it at that angle. That was Ivan's angle. I didn't even think about it at first. But that eliminates 80% of eligible young women to do it. You can call in unique. I'll let only one person at a time call in with their cameras off.
Strip clubs are closing now. Strip clubs are closing because OnlyFans done took over. So now these chicks are like, shoot, if they fine enough, they got little bodies, they'll jump on OnlyFans. You think these people want to be astronauts? Are you serious? I mean, these people want to be astronauts. Are you serious? I mean, come on now.
Only astronauts.
Multiple things, man.
There go Dante. He all pissed off. Dante sitting up there capping, looking serious, like he knows some astronauts. No, he don't. No, he don't. I'm about to have a damn heart attack today with this one. He's sitting over there like he's serious, like he knows some goddamn neurosurgeons. Dante is nothing more than Afro nerd, just cammed up, taking life seriously. And this fucking idiocracy that we live in this country is bullshit. He was sold the bullshit lie. If you just work hard and you'll get this, man. If you don't stop that silly ass shit, man. Most women in the heartbeat to jump on a goddamn yacht in a heartbeat. You want to go to the library and say to be an astronaut, or you want to jump on this yacht and put on a bikini? Most women put on, most young girls, they ain't about to leave that goddamn library. They ain't about to be no goddamn astronaut. Hey man, y'all stop goddamn lying. Sheena said, "This is why I love CT's channel. Laugh out loud. Oh my god, so wild yet real." Dante's hurt, man. He's hurt by this, man. Poor guy. He wants the world to be like the Cosby Show. It ain't like the Cosby Show, buddy. It ain't like it was never like the Cosby Show back in the day. Oh man, the world is like the Cosby Show. He over there envisioning old holy Negroes dancing with sweaters on. It ain't the Cosby Show, buddy. Most people don't have the intelligence. Most people don't have the discipline to even get into those types of fields. Poor guy, man. He doesn't understand the world, man. And it ain't just FBAs. It's most people. Here we go.
Number one, all that stuff is dead, bro. Hustling and gang banging and selling drugs. Nobody don't nobody do that no more.
Listen to the lie that Dante. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Listen to the lie Dante has to tell himself. He said, "Ain't nobody out here gang banging and selling drugs anymore." Man, are you out of your fucking mind? Even Lena's looking at him like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Are you kidding me, dude?" People are still doing the same thing right now, dude. There are literally cities across America of known gangs that people know across the country. What are you talking about? People go to jail left and right for gang banging, committing crimes. What is he talking about? This Cliff, what's up, man? Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, buddy. He got a lot of himself. Oh man, you know, we're all aspiring to be doctors and mathematicians and lawyers, and ain't nobody gang banging no more. Yeah, okay, Dante, keep believing that. Hey, Cliff, I'm gonna keep this on. Public today. This is safe to be on public, so we're fine. Thank you so much for the PayPal, buddy. Salute, man. He over here lying to himself, trying to convince himself that it's easy to be an astronaut. Well, it's easy to tell people to pursue these fields at a young age, and criminality and all these gangs don't exist anymore. Man, you don't stop lying, dude. Come on, man. Lie to yourself. Don't lie to people, man.
Tell
No,
them
they're
that.
not going to be.
Go
Go ahead,
tell
Doc.
them that. Go
They're
tell
not doing
them that.
they're not doing it, man. You only see that
Did I
in the
say I'm gonna take you to old block?
you
Even Lena was. Even Lena broke character. She said, "I'm gonna take you to old block." He's like, to show you that people still gang banging and committing crimes. What is he talking about? And you see Black Moses, man. He look at Black Moses.
only see that in the slums of the slums, man. Let's not take 1% of black people and try to apply it to everybody. That's probably half of 1%. That's the
Just the fact
slums
that
of
you
the
said
slums.
1% is crazy.
There's
Just
probably
like
less than
you
that.
got
There's probably
kids
less than
leaving,
that.
you got kids leaving suburban homes, good moms and dads, suburban homes, to go out and be gangster rappers and
No, they're not, man.
and dope boys. What do you mean? What
No, they're
reality
not.
are you in? What
I'm
reality
I'm back. I don't know what happened. Yeah, Spectrum is down. Spectrum is down on my end. And I had to use my phone. I had to use my phone, so I don't know if I'm back or not. All right. I think I'm at the right. I don't know. Yeah. What up? What up? You gotta unmute. You have to unmute whoever you are. You have to unmute. No, the weather condition is affecting Spectrum today. So, and I'm not a tech person, so I don't know what I don't know. I had to pick on an iPhone or something. I had to use my iPhone to do it. I don't know why. Taru said I got the software update from Xi Jinping. Oh, okay. All right, so whoever that person is, he dropped off. All right, anyway. I guess we are back. Here we go. There we go.
Small percentage of black people.
No, it's not.
It's so small. It's so small that they really should be ignored. This ain't the 80s.
If you ignore them, you ignore almost half the youth, black youth, 25 and under.
Half of the youth are trying to go be drug dealers. Under. So half
25
of the youth
and under.
25
if they're
and
not
under,
drug dealers, they want to be rappers. They want to be hood influencers. Something in the vein, but far removed from freaking astronauts. Are you serious, man? Come on, man. You're gonna try to inject that, and I'm not trying to bring them down.
Oh, see,
this is just what they like. First, you have to like something, and these kids like that stuff.
The issue is the old people like you, man.
No, it's not, dude. No, it's not old people like me. Chaotic is like what? You're like almost 20 years younger than me. You're almost 20 years younger than me, right? And you feel the same way, dude. What are you talking about?
This is the same exact thing that old people were saying when I was in high school and college, when I was in my early 20s.
Because it was a reality and it's even more a reality now.
It's not. None of the people.
Yes, it is,
none of the people that I know.
Go outside.
None of the people that I know.
Go outside. You sound like an internet dude.
I'm telling you,
go outside and see the reality around you.
Yes, I go outside.
And you're talking about it. And you just said it's the slums of the slums. That's an insult.
I have actual friends. I have actual black friends, man. And I'm telling you, all the people that I know, the gangsters and stuff like that, they died 20 years ago in the streets. They're dead.
See, that's who he knows. And those are old people. These new kids are, they will eventually follow the same path as the people he knew. They'll follow the same path. He doesn't understand the world. He doesn't. Hey, Ty, here
they're
we
gone,
go.
Or they're in prison.
Those gangsters did.
99% of the black men I know, they all are working jobs. They have children, and they're continuing to try to grow in their career. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, salute to your homeboys and salute to them.
Okay, so where are all of these gangsters and drug dealers and so where are they at?
Gangster, see, that's because you're trying to minimize it. No,
you gotta go to the projects.
You're trying to minimize it to gangsters and drug dealers. We're talking about people that just love being in the streets. You can't tag them as gangsters and drug dealers, but they love being in the streets.
Doing what?
They love hanging out. They love doing whatever kind of content they can make. Fighting content, shooting content. Drug dealers do. You just gonna say drug dealers and gangsters? You don't even. Those words are passe now. Those words are passe now. You're older. You got to be older than me saying gangsters and drug dealers.
People are making
these guys call themselves what do they call them? Drills, spinning a block.
You see how many hours a day?
Suburban kids.
Hold on. Moses, before you finish. Moses, I was explaining to Lena, I said, you would be doing a kid a disservice if you sold them to be an astronaut, because there's only been 300 astronauts. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but telling some little inner city, she was wondering why there's a school in Chicago, inner city black school, Macy Jamison High School. Macy Jamison is the first black astronaut. She was wondering why the little girls did not say they wanted to be astronauts. And I said, you shouldn't even worry about that because it's not even realistic any damn way. So if they said they wanted to be TikTok stars, hey man, shit, hey, you would direct them to that way, because more than likely that's the better option than going into some field and getting your heart crushed. I saw a lot of this in college, man. I saw a lot of kids. They were really good in high school because they were lied to about being like a neurosurgeon. They get to college, they go to some state college. They can't even pass the chemistry and math at a state college, let alone get into a medical program that will get you into a neurosurgeon program. So I saw a lot of people who got their hearts broken. You even told the story about your sister's friend that went into the medical field and just couldn't make it. Man, a lot of kids,
had a nervous breakdown, went crazy, ended up on the streets.
A lot of that too, man. So that's what I was saying earlier. Hey, Stanley, you got to get on camera, bro. So that's what I was saying earlier, man. I was saying that, man, there have been about 1 billion Americans born since 1776. Bro, there's only been 300 fucking astronauts. Bro, that's astronomically insane to even suggest that to a kid. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Chaotic. Let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this. Have the incarcerated populations increased or decreased for young blacks?
Yeah, I didn't know that one. So I let Dante do
decreased.
I don't know.
Where's the proof? You got to bring me proof. Don't just say it. Bring me proof.
No.
See, when you just start throwing stuff out, you got to show me proof. Because right now on all over Facebook, you go over any social media and you see all these prison videos, guys talking about do this when you go to prison, don't do this. They're telling kids, hey, don't go, stay free. And these kids are still going.
Go ahead and Google it, man.
Just give me proof
that the
incarcerated population for young blacks have decreased.
Okay.
Nationwide, across the board.
CT's looking it up. It's decreased.
Damn, Dante, minimizing black death and degeneracy.
And this is the problem, because you do it sometimes, CT. You do it yourself, and I'll be like, why does he do that? You'll say something like, why isn't there any black shipbuilders or black construction skyscraper builders? Black folks, it ain't a bunch of black folks that's interested in that. They're just not. It's not that they can't do it. They're not just in it. You might have a black person that want to open up a little grocery store or a garage or something like that, or auto mechanic. But everybody's not trying to be this construction person that builds these skyscrapers or wanting to be ship magnates and they're black. If that was the case, they would have did it in Africa years ago, centuries ago, and it never happened. Why? Because they just didn't have the thought and they didn't have the interest. That's what it is.
Dante doesn't believe that. He believes
don't believe what?
He believes.
Let's go back to the astronaut thing.
He believes that.
Let's go back to the population.
Moses. He believes that they had already been here in the Americas.
Okay.
CT, can you Google that? Can you Google that? Because the amount of blacks have decreased in prisons. Can you go ahead and Google that?
Do you believe?
I can't pull that up on my phone.
Dante
or Black Measy, why don't you just Google it? Just Google it. It's on there.
That's right. Do you think it's possible that they were apprehensive, to succeed. In other words, they felt like they couldn't do it, like they didn't have the confidence
Who?
to do it. Because you have to have confidence. You have to have.
Who are you talking about, Mike?
Talking about Black people to excel with battleships and spaceships. Do you think that they possibly, allegedly, lacked the confidence to actually go for it? Because somebody has to go for it. So
Hey, Mike. Nobody has no Black
so.
person has attempted that since Marcus Garvey with the Black Star Line. Nobody.
But
Nobody.
I guess the overall.
Let me ask,
thing
but
Bro, you don't know
Mike,
that.
Mike, I guess the overall thing.
You don't know
Show
who's
it to me.
attempted.
Show it to
I
me.
guess the overall.
Show it to me.
I guess the overall thing is that there is a level of realistic goals and just talking shit. Encouraging a whole bunch of kids in an inner city school or any school for that matter, bro, they're not gonna be astronauts, man. And it's when you get older, man, these are just things that you're gonna just have to come to terms with. Dante, those girls at that school with Lena, I'm glad that none of those girls said they wanted to be astronauts. Here goes Lena. I love her to death. She said, "Why come some of the girls didn't say they want to be astronauts?" There's only been about 4 Black female astronauts and maybe 50 altogether. It's impossible, Dante. Why lie to those little girls? Why, Dante? Why lie to them? Why not say? Why don't you start a cleaning service?
Well, CT aspirations are admirable. To have
if they start a cleaning service,
people,
what would be the purpose of going to school?
But CT, to give people false hope is wrong.
Educated for what?
False hope is wrong.
Clean.
Yeah.
You see how Dante looks here? Yeah, to clean, man, to be domestic. There's nothing wrong with that, Dante. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know why we look down upon that. If anything, we should clean. We should work with our hands. That school, they're not going to be astronauts, bro. They're not going to be neurosurgeons. I've told this story 1,000 times before. I was working for a charter school and playing basketball with the boys, going between my legs, crossing little dudes over, trying to dunk, then dunk. And the girls were on the sideline doing God knows what. And the assistant principal comes over. How come the girls are not participating? I said, participating? They don't want to play basketball. Well, how come they're not how come you're not giving them an activity? There's a kitchen in the back. Why don't you go back there and teach them how to use the utensils? Man, she looked at utensils. She looked at me like I was crazy. Dante, I don't know what kind of reality Dante wants to live in, but it ain't this one. What up, Pat? Salute to you, buddy. Hey, Dante's in the building. What's up, Dante? Cleaning utensils in the back. Why don't you teach them how to use these utensils? Oh, that's offensive. Okay, that's offensive, right? That's why these girls grow up and their homes are all nasty, disgusting. I've been in a lot of chicks' homes and because you didn't have home ec. You didn't have home ec. He's looking like, I'm telling you, man, you can't make this shit up. He's looking at me like I'm crazy. You want them to clean? It's better than being an astronaut. They ain't about to be no goddamn astronauts. Ain't about to be no astronauts, man. That's the reality, bro. You call in, Dante. You ain't gotta be in the chat. Just call in. You on the thumbnail? Call in, man. You the one sound crazy here, not me, bro. Everybody listening to this, man. Guys, you got to forgive me today. My the Wi-Fi, they're not gonna be able to fix it until 5 o'clock, and I'm trying to use my phone's data, and I don't even know how to use that, to be honest with you. I'm over here pushing buttons and shit. How much money have you raised for your political party so far? What does that have to do with the topic here that you guys believe that it's normal to tell 10-year-olds that they could be astronauts? They can't be no goddamn astronauts, bro. And you don't know any astronauts. You don't know any neurosurgeons. I know I'm oh mean CT today. I'm so mean today. But you guys are the mean ones, lying. Oh, CT, you're mean to the students. No, I'm not. Well, if you really believe it, get a student right now, have them call in, have them close their eyes, and let's do a multiplication test right now. Because they're gonna be astronauts, right? They're gonna be astronauts, right? It's not a bad idea, dude. A cleaning service is not a bad idea. Why not corner the market in cleaning? They're not going to corner the market in being astronauts. They're not going to corner the market in being neurosurgeons. Dante, why don't you just call in, man? Call in. Get a kid to call in because, you know, we are the world, right? You know, you guys believe in it. You should just, you guys believe that I'm the bad one here. What did you call me, Norman? You said that I'm a dream killer. Okay, well, have a 10-year-old or 11-year-old call in, have them close their eyes, and let's do a multiplication test. Let's see where it goes from there. Let's see where it goes from there. Ain't about to be no astronaut. Ain't about to be no astronaut, man. Y'all need to stop, man. Taru says CT gonna send your student to the coal mines. Ain't nothing wrong with the coal mines. That's where a lot of these students need to be. That's where a lot of these people need to be, man.
You get educated to clean, learn math to clean.
Yeah.
You get educated to clean, learn math to clean. Well, what would be the purpose of going to school then?
You know, and the killer part about a guy like Dante, he's looking down on what I'm saying, right? He's so you know, they're gonna learn math to clean, they're gonna do this to clean, they're gonna do this to clean. And I'm like, well, bro, like, you know, all right, so all that education that we've been getting for hundreds of years in this country, where has it gotten us? We don't control any of these major institutions here in America. Where has it gotten us? Why not just corner the market on something you can do that women do naturally? Clean. All these look, because he mad because I'm talking about blacks. So let's take it to blacks. All these black girls out here. You mean to tell me that the black people can't corner the market on black cleaning in black communities that need cleaning? What if 30 black women got together and said, we're going to create a corporation here. We're going to clean up these black ass communities. They could corner the market. Don't nobody want to be in these black ass communities anyway. Why can't they corner the market doing that? This dude, he live in imagination land. He's a good guy. He lives in imagination land. The man lives in Disneyland. Dante, you could say whatever you want to say. You could say whatever you want to say. But at the end of the day, I have a voice regardless. But you are over here in Lena. I love Lena. Talking about it's perfectly normal to tell kids that they could be the president and a goddamn astronaut. Man, if y'all don't stop, and then now you want to pick on me, not today, boy. Not today. Not today, man. It ain't gonna work. Deja says CT might be right. Cleaning comes cleaning. Wait, I'm sorry. OF cleaning comes clothing cleaning business to hotels. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. You can say whatever you want to say about my political party. At the end of the day, I'm published. I'm known from continent to continent. At the end of the day, you can say whatever you want to say. I've gone viral dozens of times. I've gone viral dozens of times for talking about race, politics, all types of stuff. So you can sit up here, Dante, and talk about all you want to talk. But at the end of the day, you don't know any goddamn astronaut. You can't produce an astronaut to save your damn life, son. And neither can Lena. What you guys are doing is bad. Yeah, you could be an astronaut. Oh, okay. Hey, she could be an astronaut. What's 5 plus 7? 111. Yeah, she can't be no goddamn astronaut. Y'all need to stop. Norman says, CT, you don't have to prove yourself to a sassy man on the internet. Hey, Dante, you could say whatever you want to say, but at the end of the day, you know you can't produce a goddamn kid that can do simple multiplication. You and or Lena, you can't do it. Hey, man. Now, y'all made it about black. See, I was talking about 99% of Americans. But you made it about black, so I'm gonna take it there. You can't produce one kid. I challenge you because it's perfectly normal to tell a kid they could be an astronaut. Okay, let's do high school. Get a ninth grader to call in, and let's ask a ninth grader just trigonometry questions. Let's see if they can be an astronaut. Yeah, okay. You want to play hardball, son? We could play hardball. We could play hardball. You want to really do this? We could play hardball. You want to do this, Dante, while you're yapping in the chat? Dante says, if Norman comes on and debate me, I will cam up, but it will be after work. And matter of fact, if anybody is upset with what I say, get your ass on camera and let's test this out right now. well, here goes a ninth grader, and I believe that they can be an astronaut, and they believe it. Okay, let's do simple multiplication. Let's give a ninth grader just simple. Let's do ninth grade. Hey, ninth grader, what's 6 times 9? 48. No, dummy. It's 54. You can't be an astronaut. You can't be an astronaut. You failed automatically. G Dizzle with the $10 super chat. There's a black YouTuber named AJ Simmons from Alabama who's a millionaire from starting a cleaning business. He also teaches other blacks how to start their own biz. See, Dante would look down upon that. Whole bunch of them black little girls in that school. Hey, y'all need to start a cleaning business. I want to be an astronaut. Man, you ain't about to be no astronaut. You ain't about to be no goddamn astronaut. Y'all need to stop. An astronaut. Man, if y'all don't get the fuck, man, y'all need to stop playing, man. I want to be an astronaut. An astronaut. I want to be a nuclear scientist. With 6 times 4. 64? Yeah. Start learning mop brands. Hey, Tarus, I rock with you. I love you to death, man. You say I'm 70 yelling at the clouds. Okay. Can you produce? Hey, Tarus. Okay. So, hey, man, I'll play hardball with y'all. Hey, I'll do it. CMSD. You know what CMSD? You know exactly what CMSD is. Produce a kid right now. Let's do 10th grade. Let's do 10th grade. Because they could be a goddamn astronaut. Okay. Hey, 10th grader. What is photosynthesis? Is that a Twitter app? No, you ain't about to be no astronaut, man. Get your ass up out of here. Y'all need to stop lying, man. Y'all need to stop lying to yourselves. There we go. Sir, there are astronauts.
Cleaning service.
Sir, there are astronauts that make, I mean, there are people who start cleaning companies that make way more money than astronauts.
That's fine, but what would be the purpose of telling somebody that that's going to school?
Get educated, because I will admit, a college education does cultivate your personality. To me, it makes you a better person. It makes your communication skills better. It makes your networking skills better. Bro, I'm telling you, it does make you better as a person. There's nothing wrong with saying, sweetheart, I don't know if you can be an astronaut. That's very difficult. That takes an extensive amount of studying. Are you willing to dedicate your life to mathematics, science, aeronautics? It takes a look at him. Look at him. He's so man, dude. Chris with the hey, Mr. CT, they can go on YouTube and learn how to be an astronaut. Oh my God, it doesn't stop with you people, man. Man. Sire says, CT, you truly ain't shit, man. Nah, man. Nah. Sire, did I say that the kids could be astronauts? Did I say that the kids could be anything? Or did Lena and Dante say this? I didn't say this shit. Dante's looking at me like I'm the bad guy. How am I the bad guy? Give me all these scientists right now. My motherfucker, Sire, I told you this year is showing and telling. Sire, get Dante up here right. Get anybody up here right now. Call a mathematician that's black right now. Call one. Call one. Since I ain't shit, man, if you Negroes could call one, man, you prove me. If you could call one, I won't do a FBA topic for 1 month. Give me a black mathematician that anybody know, anybody who's so mad at me. Give me one black mathematician right now that is a PhD. Better yet, give me one that's a master's. Let's look. I'll give you a leeway. Give me one who has a master's degree. Give it to me, sire. Get one to call in right now. One. Y'all ain't dreaming about being no goddamn astronauts, let alone no mathematicians. Y'all need. I'm gonna whip y'all ass, boy. Sire, this Negro right here, Dante, he could look all mad that he want. He can't get one mathematician to call in right now. They're lying, man. They're not into these fields, man. They're lying, bro. I went to school. I know who I saw in those buildings. Man, it wasn't us, bro. And it wasn't us who made it out. We ain't into that shit, man. Sorry, we got to stop lying to ourselves, man. Tell these kids, hey, man, ain't nothing wrong with being a janitor. Ain't nothing wrong with being working in the field somewhere. There's nothing wrong with that. But stop lying to them saying they're going to be goddamn astronauts, man. They can barely clean up their own goddamn community. That's the stupidest. See, they ain't shit for telling those kids that shit. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. He said, whatever, man. Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. I ain't the one who said it. Whatever, man. Whatever, dude. Don't get mad at me, man. You're mad at yourself. Don't get mad at me. I ain't the one that did it, man. Shit. Whatever, dude. Mike said Dante upset. Y'all could be mad at me all you want. Telling kids to pursue these esoteric ass careers. Yeah, I'm fucking right. Astronaut. Man, that's a wild shit, man. Astronaut. Man. An astronaut. G Dizzle says average astronaut salary is $150,000 or less. You easily can make more cleaning residence or commercial properties. Imagine you a chick, right? All your life, Dante has told you could be an astronaut, and you 18, 19, got a banging ass body, dumb as a box of rocks, and you could sell that cooch. Man, you ain't about to be no goddamn, you ain't about to go to no goddamn library and waste your time studying. You gonna sell coochie, man. And I like, man, Dante's a good guy, man. But dude, he ain't about to tell no 18-year-old girl off the street, hey, I heard your teacher's been telling you could be an astronaut. Yeah, maybe you should continue to pursue that. She's like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. What the fuck you talking about? Manos with the $5 super chat. They better go to African studies and learn Afrosynthesis. CT, how you gonna be all into space exploration topics, then want to trash the future kids keeping that alive? Man, because they ain't keeping it alive. We're the dumb ones for keeping it alive. These kids ain't about to be that. that's a big lie, man. That's only reserved for the top people, man. There ain't about to be no goddamn astronaut. Y'all need to stop. Care about no goddamn space. It just takes.
Now, if they say yes, then what do you say?
Me
I
personally,
just don't believe you can do it.
me personally, knowing who I am now, I would say, sweetheart, you may want to shoot for being a mathematician, a scientist, but an astronaut. There's only been about 300 out of 1 billion Americans ever born. It's not likely to happen.
Okay, so you would tell that to an elementary school student.
Yes, in a heartbeat.
Okay, so if they wanted to be an astronaut and you tell them they have to take math and science very, very seriously, and they say, I'll do that, and they start doing it, and you see them doing that throughout their middle school and high school life, would you come back to them and be like, hey, you're still not going to be an astronaut?
Dante, how many astronauts have there been?
You said it, 300.
Dante, what would happen if somebody all their life they wanted to be an astronaut and they didn't make it? Bro, that'll devastate somebody.
Yeah, it's soul crushing. It's soul crushing.
No, it's not soul crushing because everybody comes to that realization when they get to a certain age that they're not going to be what it is that they were looking to be.
I think
if you're aspiring to be that, then you're on the path to being something.
Sure.
I know you didn't want to grow up and want to be a YouTube.
You can say a rose on a road.
Did you hear what he said? So I know you didn't grow up and want to be a YouTube content creator. Actually, I did, even though YouTube didn't exist at the time. I always wanted to be in entertainment. I always wanted to be a voice. But people around me, hey, you should be an astronaut. You should pursue this. You should pursue that. And it wasn't for me. This is what I should have been doing 30 years ago. Radio. YouTube. At the time, we didn't have YouTube, but TV. But listening to people like Lena, trying to encourage people to be something that they can't be. You should be an astronaut. I'm over here studying and I'm decent at math, but you're not really that decent. That's what Dante doesn't get. Then he's trying to say it like it's a bad thing too. That's the way I interpret it. Do you want to grow up being a YouTube guy? Yeah, I mean, my life is awesome. I'm not lying to myself. I'm doing what I want to do. It is what it is, pal. It is what it is. .1 WZAK. Yeah, I wanted to do that when I was a kid, man. Believe it or not. But listening to people like Lena coming in there, oh, you guys should be astronauts. Now we over here studying all this shit. We don't really know it. And that's one of the reasons why people, end up driving Uber with chemistry degrees. Because somebody lied to them saying, yeah, you're going to be the next great person to come up with some sort of chemical formula that saves the world. They're selling you some bullshit. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, an astronaut is out of control. Exactly, sire. Let them know about truckers, man. Moxie says, I'm decent with math until I'm around people who are really great at math. Hello. And that's what happens to a lot of people. I was decent at math. I thought I was good until I got around people who could really do math, and I was in there looking like I had D syndrome. And I'm saying that out of love and respect, YouTube. All right, here we go.
Be on the internet 10, 12 hours a day. I know that's not what
You
you
already
want.
said. You already said.
YouTube
You can see a
content
rose
creator
on a
and
rose.
be on the internet 10, 12 hours a day. I know that's not what you want.
This dude. Now, you already said, Moxie. You said, I know you didn't want to do YouTube and be on here 10, 12 hours a day. Hello. As long as I'm having fun, I don't mind being here 10, 12 hours a day. If I didn't have to go to sleep, I would be here 24/7. I love the fact that people from other countries tune in. I love the fact that all religions have tuned in. I love the fact that I have an open beheading on my head from Mr. S in Saudi Arabia. I love the fact that racist, anarchists, capitalists, people living in abject poverty. I love the fact that all types of people tune in to me for whatever reason is. A lot of people say therapy. A lot of people are at the gym. A lot of people are at work. A lot of people listen to me for background noise. He's trying to knock what I'm doing like it's something bad. It's not. And he's on here talking to me. I didn't call into wherever he's working at. Call it. Hey, let me speak to Dante. What is he doing? Dante, what are you doing, buddy? I didn't call in for Dante. He looking at me. I ain't looking at him. And it's no I mean, I ain't really trying to go in on the guy, but I ain't looking at him. He looking at me. For whatever reason, why? For whatever reason. Not why, for whatever reason. He's trying to make it seem like it's a bad thing, Moxie. He's a good guy, but he's a little bit. He's calling in here all mad. Oh, you said that little kids can't be rocket scientists. How the fuck can they be rocket scientists, man? And the entire school district got F's on the mathematics portion of the state exam. Man, if you don't get your ass up out of here with that bullshit. He's a good guy, man, but he's a little bit, RLM says, preach, CT. Love what you do. Thank you so much, RLM. See, and that's the difference, Dante. You're a good guy. You're an electrician. Nobody comes to your job and says, you're a great electrician, man. And bro, trust me, I am pro worker. There was a time where all I ever did in the morning was congratulate the workers. Trust me, I'm definitely not knocking the electrician. But brother, look at this, man. Look at that. Preach, CT. Love what you do, man. And I appreciate you guys. So you could try to knock what I'm doing all day long, bro, but I know my reality. Those kids thinking that they're going to be astronauts are going to be fucked. They're going to be fucked in the head when they realize that they don't have it. They don't have what it takes. They're not even getting into a good college. A lot of kids end up at state colleges. I'm going to go to college, Mom, and I'm going to be great. What college you going to? I'm going to go to Minnesota State. Oh, okay. Minnesota State. Okay. And I'm not knocking it, man. When they should just go and get a trade and not get into student loan debt. You're a good guy, Dante. I just think you don't understand the world, buddy. You can call in 777. I'm only doing one at a time. I'm not doing a panel with 1,000 people on with no camera on. So I'll do one at a time. He's a good guy, man. I don't want to pick on the guy, man. He's a Norman says building a brand for yourself is super dope. Salute, CT. Thank you so much for appreciating that. Yeah, you're up here for 12 hours a day. Aren't you at work for 12 hours a day too? Aren't most people at work for 8 to 12 hours a day? I just decided to pick what I wanted to do in life. Klabluka, I don't answer to people. Hey, boss, I don't answer to people. As long as, you know, nobody's really being outright crazy, I don't have to meet with people. I don't have to have a license. I just turn the camera on. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what I chose. But you guys are choosing to be liars. And that's what makes you guys more fucked. And I love Lena. I ain't trying to say Lena's being malicious. She's just a woman, so she's. But bros, yeah, you don't do it to me, man. Don't not to me, man. Bro, don't curse. Don't say the F-bomb. But just don't do anything sexual, man. You know, don't none of that sexual joke shit. Go ahead.
You just swore.
Yeah, I concur. Yeah, no, but there's no sexual jokes, man.
So I could say shit. So I could say
you can say shit. You can say fuck. You can say damn.
I could say fuck. I could say damn. I could say shit.
Ass.
Ass.
What's some other curse words?
Ass fuck.
You can say ass fuck. You can say ass fuck.
Happy New Year, young
Happy
man.
New Year, man.
How's it going? What are we doing here? What's the show about here? What's going on?
Yesterday, Lena and Dante said that if a little kid wanted to be an astronaut, you shouldn't discourage that. And I said you should discourage it because it is
never going to happen.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
Yes.
And they were mad. And Dante was really mad at me. Lena took it to heart, but Dante, he's up there mad at me.
Yeah.
And now he's saying, "Oh, did you really want to do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Let's go ahead and give him the chaotic truth live.
Go ahead.
I don't know who Dante is. He sounds like just another no name in the chat. Just another fan.
On the screen right there.
Never heard of him. Never seen him. Never listened to him before. But is he talking about his own child?
I don't want to talk about the man's kids.
Well, who is he talking about being an astronaut?
What happened?
I'll
tell you what happened.
I mean, are we talking
No,
here?
I'll tell you what happened. No, I'll tell you what happened.
All right,
Lena was at her daughter's school for career day.
Who's Lena?
She's a friend of mine.
All right.
She was on the panel, and she said that her daughter's school, the kids were introduced to, teachers came in, nurses came in, but she said, well, how come no astronauts came in to talk to the girls?
So career day.
For career day. And she said, how come the girls didn't want to be astronauts? And I said, Lena, are you insane? Are you being funny? These girls, why would first of all, there are not that many astronauts, then these girls wouldn't be astronauts any damn way.
Astronauts wouldn't even do anything like that. They have careers where they're, insane, first of all, from going in outer space.
Yeah.
Whenever they come back down. Just imagine being an astronaut where you get sent up to outer space. You're up there for months by yourselves, floating around, allegedly. Then you come back down, and then you just stand in a room full of kids. Anyways, Lena, let me talk to you, sweetheart. You haven't even dated anybody worthwhile, let alone recommend your child, seeing an astronaut and being an astronaut. You probably date, your average, I don't know, like a server or something like that, maybe. I don't know who she dates or whatever, but she's clearly not on a level to consider her child being an astronaut. And neither is Dante. Dante, your kid probably won't make it past 25 years old.
We don't have to talk about his kids, man. That's cool, man.
It's not personal.
That's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about the reality of the situation. Hold on. We're here to talk about the fact that if a kid says they're going to be an astronaut or a nuclear physicist, the best thing to do, particularly if they're from the hood, you correct their behavior. You're not going to be an astronaut. You're not going to be an astrophysicist.
Kids ain't shit.
I don't want to say that either. I disagree
right.
with that. But
You're
what the
scared.
fuck are you
All
talking
right.
about? They can
You know,
be a doctor. They
you
can
never
be a
wear a
lawyer.
skirt
They can be an engineer, but
Yeah.
not a goddamn astronaut, not
I
a
don't think-
neuro fucking surgeon. It's not happening, bro.
I think it's 1% that's going to be a lawyer. That's going to be a neuro, whatever you just said.
Yeah.
Neurosurgeon, whatever. Listen to me. I could say it. You don't have to say it. These kids ain't shit out here. Okay. These kids have no clue what reality is. They live in TikTok world. They live in, let's put this on live, bruh. Let's go Instagram live with this shit, bruh. Kids are not shit. They're not going to be shit. The teachers ain't shit these days. The system ain't shit. You're not going to persevere in this life. It's going to break you down. It's not like when we were kids growing up, we had chances. We had the advantage. Now it's all social media. Kids are thinking they're going to be TikTok stars. They're going to be, listen, you can't be up here on the screen making money. A lot of people cannot be streamers. They see all these young kids. Oh, they're millionaires, bruh. Oh, they're going live, bruh. Yo, you see what's his name? Brand new McLaren. You're never going to have anything in life, children. Even if you go to school, you're going to have like a $80,000 in debt that you can't pay off. You're going to be on drugs. You know, tell them, CT, tell them the truth. You ain't going to be no astronaut. You're going to be high, but you ain't going to be no astronaut. You're going to be just you be working at Wendy's. You know, I'm going to pull up to you and I'm going to say, hey, make sure those fries ain't all wilted and wet, my boy. Debt slaves, you know. And slavery is real. To this day, modern day slavery is real, whether you're white, black, Puerto Rican, Haitian, FBA, Asian. Actually, no, Asians got it figured out. They go to school, they get such great jobs that they pay off their debt. They have wonderful families, great homes, traditional values. You guys need to learn from the Asians, even though they look like fish. You guys have a lot to learn from the Asians. Kid's gonna be astronauts. What kid in Compton is gonna be an astronaut? He's gonna be gone before he's 17, where he should be. Because if not, he's gonna go into a bank. He's gonna take our money. He's gonna run out the bank. He's gonna get sent up, up to prison for 20 years. Come home, grape an old lady. All right. I think we should BOMB all of California. I think those are probably the worst kids in the United States. Let's go ahead and bomb Cali, bomb New York, bomb Florida, and I think this world will be a better place. Matter of fact, the people from Cali, New York, and Florida call in because you guys are degenerates, low-life individuals that raise terrible children. Just horrible, just disgusting, deplorable people. Happy New Year, though, to everyone in the chat.
Why is it that I made a statement about most people in America, but now, you don't think FBAs can do this? FBAs can't be astronauts, bro. That's not
no.
I don't understand. Like, what?
If we're gonna talk, I mean, let's talk.
Let's talk, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, if we're gonna do it, I know the chat's gonna get triggered, but that's the job of content creators. There's really been not a lot of black astronauts. First of all,
it's not a lot of astronauts. Period. It doesn't make any goddamn sense to even say something that crazy.
It's a strange career. It's a strange career. So if shout out to the lady that said, oh, how come there ain't no astronauts in here? My baby could be an astronaut. You know what it takes to be an astronaut? You have to go through, what is that? Is that like the what's it called when you're in the little thing to try to see if you could take the 4, not wins. What am I talking about here? Help me out here.
I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you.
the
kind of talking crazy.
like when a plane, like when a plane goes up or fast as far as when a plane
the altitude.
No, you know what I'm talking about. Like when the plane is going, they got you in the little thing to see if you could be an astronaut and withstand the
G-force. Yeah, the G-force.
It melts your face back, and you're just like. Most people faint. You ever see those videos? Can you play one of those videos? The G-force.
I can't.
No? Okay, that's fine.
That might be like, YouTube might get me for violence.
Right. Or something. I know there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of people just can't make it out here. They can't play videos. Yeah. Child Listen Podcast said a lot of positive things about you the other day.
Who?
Child Listen Podcast.
Oh, I know something. Yeah. I didn't hear what you said first.
She got demonetized because she played someone else's content. TikTok. So don't play any TikTok stuff. Yeah, I think we should destroy California, New York. I hope that these places. I see that Trump brought.
That's not the topic for today. That's not the topic.
Well, the kids ain't gonna be nothing, and that's what the topic's about to be.
It's not even just about the kids, man. It's about most people.
Mm-hmm.
They people are mad at me, right? Today they're saying, "Oh, you ain't shit, CT, this, that, and the other." Well, I just challenge people: have a 15-year-old call in, and let's just ask the 15-year-old, put your arms up like this, so we know you're not Googling.
Yep.
And let's just do a multiplication test.
They're worthless. They're worthless.
Now, I don't know if they're worthless, bro. It's just that they're not. Hold on for a second. Now you're being ridiculous. You got to remember YouTube's algorithm.
All right.
They're not worthless. It's just that most people aren't really mathematical. They're not really mathematically inclined.
I talk.
Put your hands up like this, right? A kid. What's 7 times 9? 104. Get your ass up.
Yeah. A lot of kids that are like 15, 16.
Yeah.
I'll say, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they'll say, I want to make video games.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. But they're not. But they're not gonna. Mm-hmm. They're not gonna go to school to learn it.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be a programmer. They're not gonna do anything when it comes to computers. They're worthless.
I don't know if they're worthless. You gotta stop saying that, bro, because
is that what are we getting kicked off for saying?
Yeah, let me get you out of here, man. Let's get you out of here. Yeah, all right, let's get you out of here. Gibby with the tell this camera-less toaster no one cares what he thinks. I gotta get 777 the fuck up out of here. He's a dummy. I keep telling him to stop saying that. CKJ says, yes, ET, I can picture you and Kim Sellers doing the Quiet Storm. That's guys, get the likes up, share the video, man. Go ahead, Mike.
CT, salute, man. No, I think salute to you, man. Another great stream. I was gonna just jump in, add in real quick. I think it's just disingenuous for parents to mislead their children's hopes and dreams. Not everyone can be an astronaut. I think that's what you're trying to implore on people. It's like, look, there's nothing wrong with being a plumber. There's nothing wrong with being an electrician. There's nothing wrong with owning a cleaning business. There's nothing wrong with cleaning carpets. And you working at a shipbuilding. Like I'm close to Newport News Shipbuilding. I have a ton of friends that work there. They're not the smartest, tools in the shed. But CT, they have a family, they pay their bills, they help build ships. Now, they're not the engineers, but you still need someone to do rivets. You still need someone to, clean the yard. You're still an integral part of infrastructure in the future of the country. But I hate the fact that certain people think that every single person can do every single job. It's not true, man. It's not true. I'm a pretty intelligent guy. You're an intelligent guy. Now, I don't think you could be. I don't think you could be an astronaut. I don't think you could. I think you get close, but I don't think I could either. But I don't know. I don't unless you take the tests and really see if you can do it.
Not even. Yeah. Mike, the real problem is Lena and Don. Not necessarily Lena. Lena is more playing this one fun. She's.
Sure.
But when she said, how come it wasn't any astronauts here? I said, Jesus Christ. Lena, stop. Lena,
gotta-
please stop, sweetheart. Stop it.
You got
Why not something, Lena? Mike, I know you don't really like the black topics, man, but
I do.
Mike,
I do. I love it.
why? I mean, I know you don't mind, like you don't really get into the whole. Yeah, but we could barely fix our community, man. Why don't we fix it by cleaning it first? 30 women, man, they get degrees and they come up with we're gonna start a cleaning company. And we're gonna corner the market in the hood. They can corner the market in the hood. Ain't nobody trying to go to the hood. They corner the market. But astronauts, neurosurgeons, man, if y'all don't quit that shit out, man, that sounds absolutely fucking stupid, man.
And I told you this before. You love when I say that it's delusions of grandeur. It's completely delusions of grandeur. It's like we can achieve anything. No, you can't. There's something called an IQ, and you can't achieve everything that you want to do. You have to find in life. And Dante was on the verge of tears, brother. He was on the verge of tears.
He looked, and I feel so sad because he's a good guy. But he just doesn't understand the world, man. And he was sad. He was sad. He said, "Oh, are they just gonna clean?" Yeah, bro. Yeah, they're gonna clean.
Why
because
not?
here goes the thing: they are more likely to start a cleaning business and hiring other people than to be astronauts, bro. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
It's babble. And I saw him on the verge. And you saw how I backed off. Remember, I started talking like really, because I can go in on somebody on your behalf when you let me. When you put your hand up, I go. But the thing is that I saw him breaking down in tears. You broke him. You literally broke him on that panel. And
he said we don't even change the smoke detectors and batteries. Oh my God! Yeah.
I don't feel compassion very often, CT, for people that are disagreeing with you, but I actually felt sorry for him, and I think you felt the same.
And I feel sorry for him too.
Yeah,
I don't know why. Maybe it's because he's a good guy and he's new. He's not really like a character.
Yeah,
but he really believes this, and it's sad because he can't call an astronaut right now to save his life. But I bet he can call a nurse. I bet he can call a councilman or councilwoman. Hey, kids, be like these people, man, bro. You an astronaut, man. Oh my God, man.
So, CT, someone saying that they know astronauts is like someone I know the president personally. It's not possible. If you're a regular person, even CT, even a governor will meet the president a couple times a year.
Yeah,
they don't just hang out with them. You know what I'm saying? Look, an astronaut.
You got to be in the car, G-Tron. I rock with you, man. You got to be in the car, buddy. You got to be. You got to be in not in the car. You got to be at a desk, man. Yeah.
But the whole thing is to be in the presence of an astronaut is like being in the presence of, in my opinion, because we're space.
Yeah, and Lena said
it's like being with the president. It's like being with the president.
Lena said they could be a president, CT. I said, Lena, shut the fuck up. No. Lena, stop.
CT, I don't think it was a troll, brother. I don't think it was a troll. I think she
I don't think it was a troll.
It. Yeah. Because at first I was watching your facial. You were apprehensive, saying, is this like a master troll going on? Yeah. But no, like it wasn't. It was like, yo. Like, but hey, listen, everyone has their right to their opinion, but people need to wake up. And the problem is that if you try to go for the wrong thing, you're going to fail. Listen, like I said, one of my first jobs, I was a helper for Stanley Steamer, and they're at Ohio, right?
Yeah.
I got so good. I won Salesman of the Year 3 times in a row, and I was a technician. They sent me to Columbus, where their headquarters is in Columbus, where you're at, close to where you're at. Then I went to Dublin. And I spent years there, and I made great money. So there's nothing wrong with cleaning carpets. There's nothing wrong with cleaning toilets. There's nothing wrong with being a garbage man. You're still getting paid a good wage, and let's just say you're a garbage man for the city. You get full benefits. You get a government job, just doing menial tasks if you don't have the know-it-all to be an engineer. What I'm trying to say is that people need to find their niche in life. But CT, getting back to what you're saying, so I'm going to circle back. people try to overshoot their abilities. Does that make sense? They try to overshoot their abilities.
Yeah.
And I think that's the topic of what you're saying. Your topic is don't reach for the stars if you can't get there. Take something more menial, work hard, build yourself up, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Not everyone's going to be the president. Not everyone's going to be an astronaut. Not everyone's going to be a nuclear engineer, a rocket scientist. Not everyone's going to get there. You know, so wake up.
777, stop calling in, man. I told you, bro. Like you did the one you did. Now somebody called in on camera the right way. You're done for the day, man. I rock with you, man. You gotta turn the camera on or something, man. All right, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
No problem. No, but I think, and I hate the fact that people try to derail your topic, but no, I think your topic is concise. It's on point.
It's like an intervention, man, for particularly Dante.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. I've seen great actors. I'm sorry to cut you off, CT. I've seen great actors on YouTube. I've seen great trolls on YouTube. Okay, I've seen, and I'm a good one at times, and I'm also genuine at times. I can tell you this with all my heart. Dante was being real. He was actually hurt.
Yeah,
he was in pain in that moment, emotionally. He was in pain. You know, and he's and you know, and I was gonna get him, CT. I was gonna jump on him and get him, you know, power forward him, but I was like, I can't because the dude might start crying. He might start crying, man.
Yeah,
you know,
he was upset, man.
Yeah,
he really believes this. He really believes it.
He does.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
hey, I'm gonna solve the grand unification theory of the universe. Yeah, man, you can do anything you want. Hey, man, the kid could barely do arithmetic. No, you're being. So they talk about me, and I'm like, oh, man.
He's gonna be the arbiter of string theory. He's gonna make up new string theories.
Yeah.
But it just, you know, the whole thing is that I think the best thing is when people know their place, people know their path in life. When it comes to like education and when it comes to like, you know, job and stuff like that. And I'm just saying this for everyone listening. There's nothing wrong with being a garbage man. There's nothing wrong with having a cleaning service. You know, there's nothing wrong with being a janitor. It's still a job. And if you work hard enough, you'll get tenure and you will make a living.
Yeah.
But it's asinine to me. People don't even know what that means. You do. Asinine to me that people think that they can do anything they put their mind to. Listen, I hate that theory. You can put anything you put your mind to because people's IQs aren't to that level. With quantum mathematics, you know, and things like that, people don't get it. It doesn't. People's minds work differently. You know.
Did you see Dante?
Yeah.
Well, you're just on YouTube doing 12-hour live streams. I love doing it. I love it. I just don't want a kid who grew up being lied to, thinking he would be a great mathematician, to end up failing out of his mathematics courses and ending up getting an African studies degree to be an Uber driver. That's bitter.
When I view you went from education in a schoolyard to education on the digital world.
Yeah.
That's just how I view you.
Yeah.
And people, oh, you're glazing, CT. Oh, you're glazing. No, I'm not. I appreciate this man. And you're teaching people on a digital platform, just not in a building. And I think that's very influential for a lot of people's lives because people do come up here and they need to listen to somebody who talks sense into them. And they're going to be apprehensive. See, they're going to fight you at first. They're going to give you crap back. But the more that you stay on course, the more that if you notice, they start to change the way they think. It's like you're turning something within their mind.
You want to go over the video with me, buddy?
Sure, of course.
This is sad.
But it's better to be a mature mind, to be an adult and say, okay, I'm gonna have to tweak some things. I'm gonna have to go a different direction than what I thought.
Delusion
than to crush a child's dreams.
I know, but delusion, what drives me crazy, like delusion. You know, so CT's right. So listen, if they're not built for it, you have to let them.
You know, he says something really interesting here. I don't have any kids, but if my kid wanted to sit around drinking Kool-Aid all day, eventually you would say, you know, you need water. Well, I want to drink Kool-Aid all day, to the point where you probably have to force the kid to drink water. Hey, you got to drink some water. because you will die eventually if you don't drink water. You can't drink that juice shit that we used to get as kids. All that goddamn sugar
in the plastic bottle.
Hey, Dad, I wanna eat zebra cakes all day.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's cool, but you need nourishment.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, Dante. It's not crush. Is it crushing a kid's dream who wants to eat zebra cakes all day? That's harmful. Just as much it is harmful for you to tell a kid that can barely do math that they can be or they can win the Fields medal. It ain't happening, bro. It ain't. And you know, I know it's not gonna happen, Mike. Dante or whoever's saying that I'm a piece of shit today, get a kid to call in right now. Get a 16-year-old to call in. How about that? And let's ask the 16-year-old basic arithmetic. It's over, man. What's 7 times 1? 40. Get your dumb ass out, man. Go ahead, sir. Not play the video. Go ahead, buddy.
No, you're right. But I got him on the delusion part, and then he started getting more and more sad. Watch, just go ahead.
Yeah, he was
sad.
sad.
I called him delusional, and I think it hit him. See him turning his head. He's like all sad and
not built for this, hon. You're not built.
How do you know what a 7-year-old's built for?
Because you can tell by patterns of behavior, by intellect, by IQ level. To be an astronaut, you are literally a genius. You're a rocket scientist. You're a genius. And there's only a 300 or so to ever walk the earth. So to tell your child, you'll be an astronaut, you're giving them false hopes of failure. If they're not on the level to make it. What do you think?
So crush their dreams early when they're still developing, as opposed
not
to
crushing their dreams, but don't mislead your children. Listen, a child can be happy and work for the city. A child can be happy and be a garbage collector and still have a great living. Not everyone is going to be an astronaut.
Dante. Yeah. Oh, man. He said, let's ask a 41-year-old YouTube. Dante, I'm not knocking what you are doing. And I'll say it over and over. If it's one thing I respect is the American worker. But Dante, my name rings on 6 continents. 6. People have emailed me and said, CT, you are the reason why I didn't K-word myself. Bro, I got the emails, man. CT, when I'm at the gym, I swear to God, a 45-minute workout goes by like that. Dante, I'm living my dream. You could say 41, 51, 61, 71. It doesn't hurt my feelings, bro. Dante, I've walked down the street before. CD! Dante, I'm living inside my dream. Every day. Every day. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about telling kids the truth. And the truth is they are not going to be astronauts. They're not going to be neurosurgeons. Do you know how many fucking neurosurgeons there are in America? There's about 5,000. I think it's like 5,000. Let me look it up real quick. How many neurosurgeons in America? Right, you got to go on camera for me, man.
I've had multiple knee surgeries, right? Knee reconstruction.
3,000. Oh, I was off.
4,000. Yeah.
4,000 neurosurgeons. Dante, you know how stupid that'll be for Lena to go into a school? All you little girls could be neurosurgeons. No.
CT, 4,000 people out of hundreds of millions of people. What is that? Under like 0.0 something?
Point, 0.00000 something.
Yeah. So,
and this guy's talking about, yeah, you're a 41-year-old. Yeah, but I'm a 41-year-old who I'm more, sir, Dante, brother, you're a good guy, man. I don't want to talk. Dante, I'm more influential than most college professors, man. I'm more influential than Harvard white papers that nobody reads. You know, I tried to read Harvard white paper. I'm gonna read this Harvard white paper. The idiosyncratic layers of the universe at the quantum scale. Some Asian wrote it. But 5 people read that. Thousands of people. Dante, you're taking it personal, man. You're taking it personal. Go ahead. Oh, you're taking it personal, man. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead,
I
buddy.
find it interesting that people will, and it's funny because facts back up the truth.
Yeah.
A college seminar will have what, maybe 50 to 60 people in there, right? What do you have? 4,000 to 5,000 people watching on one stream.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of people. But
Yep.
the whole thing is that people knock you because you're an arbiter of truth. And Dante, the thing is that you're hating on CT because you're in your feelings, because CT called you out. And we say in New York, we say we he got his card pulled. In other words, you pulled his card. In other words, you exposed him for his nonsensical behavior. And now he's butthurt. Dante, why don't you just come up and apologize and just be like, you know what, you were right. CT, you were right. You were right on everything. And just start over again. You know, retribution is the most important thing in life, you know, to start back over. I learned that from the church. You know, you have to rebuild yourself sometimes. But I don't see anything you did out of pocket, CT, but he did honestly, and Gippy salute, he did honestly get in his feelings. I've never seen someone get more in their feelings in quite a while on a stream. I've never seen that. Like, he was going to break out in tears, man. I'd never seen that before. Astronaut. That's what CT is trying to say.
Right.
So
but
stop
not
faking
everyone
the funk.
wants to be
Stop
one.
faking the funk, man. Because listen,
But not everybody wants to be one. There's only in a whole grade level, there might be 1 or 2 people that say I want to be an astronaut. And CT says no, tell them that they're not going to be an astronaut. Those 2 people out of 300.
Brother, listen to me. Listen to me. It's not about race. It's about,
I said people. It ain't about race. People, period.
brother,
intelligence.
brother. There have been millions of podcasters and people who've gotten on the computer. This is a dime a dozen what I'm doing. But an astronaut, come on, man. Come on, brother. I didn't say that the black kid couldn't be a doctor. I didn't say that the black kid couldn't be a structural engineer. But an astronaut, Dante, an astronaut.
But
Wait,
you're
you said a doctor.
you're not understanding the psychology. You're
You
not
said a
understanding the
doctor like that's a
psychology.
walk in the park.
Dante, they're putting a human being on a $1 billion
Y'all not
spaceship.
understanding the psychology of
You
what
have
we're
to be
talking about. So
literally like a genius to get on that spaceship. A genius.
Real quick.
nobody knows
Moses,
the
can you
requirements
tell
to be an
I have
astronaut.
the same
None of y'all
question.
know the requirements to be an
Moses,
astronaut.
Can you briefly tell Dante the
You have this whole trauma bonding session with you and Mike up here, and just address how are you supposed to find astronauts? What defines the fact that you're making this determination at 10 that your kid isn't smart enough to do these jobs that you're saying you should be more realistic about or talented enough? Right? Like, you have to define for me where that line is, because you're saying you're not saying all kids. You keep making that clear. It's not all kids. It's just these kids who aren't qualified.
I'll be back in 5, brother. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Back in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Dude, you're not answering any of that. How do we find astronauts then if we don't groom them? If we
You
don't
find them like you find the best football players.
Those guys spend their whole
Exactly.
lives playing football.
Exactly.
So then you need kids to start.
How do
going
you
to high
find
school
neuros?
at 10 to become proper? Dude, if they're supposed to be good like football players,
what if Gimpy, what if every goddamn girl in that school said, I want to be a
good.
neuro?
We'll have that many more people to reject to find the 2 that we keep. Good. I don't care. It gives me more choices as the administrator.
What are those other
Make
girls
the
going to do?
They'll find other things, man. It's not like
what?
picking to be an astronaut is not going to give you crossover skills, dude. If you can get the mathematics on to be an astronaut, you could get the mathematics on to be a mathematician or an actuary or an accountant.
Gimpy, I'm going to use the best example and the easiest example possible. How many kids, how many people say, I'm going to go to New York City, I'm going to go to California? I remember back in the day, hold on, let me finish. And what do you see, particularly in Cali? Waiters and waitresses talking about their struggling actor and actress, bro.
But ask yourself how many struggling actors and actresses then made it big. Without all that pile of failure, you wouldn't have any of the successes that rise out of it. You need all that struggle to create the dude. How is a diamond created? How do they make a diamond? Even synthetically, how do they make a diamond? They apply a massive amount of pressure to a piece of coal, and over time, it calcifies and crystallizes and turns into a diamond. Not even the whole thing, the core of it. Yeah, that's how diamonds are formed.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. Even synthetic ones in the lab, they just artificially create the process that occurs.
Oh, okay.
Dude, you have to have struggle, failure, and strife in order to find the elite that make up the 300. Dude, if only 300 people applied to be an astronaut, then all of them would get accepted, right? That's no way to have an astronaut program. I need way more failures than I do successes to find the best successes. Dude, why do you look at more than one? Why is it that you look at more than one person when you're hiring? Why is it that you just...
Because I don't have any kids, but I think it's a disservice when you do something like that, because I got to go with John Galt on this one. Why are you guys teaching these kids these esoteric concepts when you look outside, their communities are in shambles? Why not teach the kids to fix your community first?
Ben Carson came from one of those shambles communities. Again, how do you get the Ben Carson without the 200 other failures that live around him? Without the struggle and strife, you cannot create the diamonds.
Let me read this real quick. Righteous with the $10 super chat. This is why we should be doing IQ and competency tests throughout school, so we can actually judge kids and give them a realistic perspective on their opportunities for jobs. Now, this is absolutely absurd when I believe in a goddamn Neo over you, Gib.
Dude, they do all this, right? Yeah. You understand that they literally do all this already all through school. There's all that standardized testing just for this. Just because society doesn't use the data that they get properly, that's on your teachers' unions and your administrators, people. But again, I am not arguing the kid who eats paint chips and can't, cohesively form a sentence should be encouraged to be an astronaut. That would be insane. But you were arguing that the average 10-year-old shouldn't dream big. That's what you're really arguing, man. You're saying that you should be realistic with 10-year-olds.
I'm arguing that the parent or guardian should be realistic.
Yeah, but you're talking about it in the most negative light, right? Like, so let's say, for example, my mathematically challenged imaginary child comes up to me and tells me I want to be an astronaut. It wouldn't be, what are you fucking doing? It would be, you would explain to the kid what it takes to be an astronaut. And you would say, don't you think is that something you're willing to tackle? These are things that you have to have a conversation with your kid. You, again, your position is to just explode the dream and say, target something else. That's not healthy to a kid.
Why can't Dante or anybody who called me a piece of shit today, why can't they call in with a 15-year-old right now or a 16-year-old? So let's do an arithmetic test right now. Give me the math as kids, man.
I'm not saying they're not stupid. I'm the biggest proponent that they're all stupid.
I'm not saying they're stupid either, but they're being righteous. We got to be very careful on what we say today, okay? Yeah, we got to be. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. What's up, buddy? Yeah.
No worries, man. No, I think this is an important topic, honestly, and I think a big part of the problem with the 90s and probably the late 80s as well is that we spent so much time, the parents, and look, yes, it's majority parents, absolutely, but we also have to recognize the government propaganda. So, but just to put this out there, we have to recognize that through the majority of all of the 90s and early 2000s, what were kids told? You can be anything that you want to be as long as you work hard and you can, you can do it. But that's just not the truth. And this astronaut thing is a perfect example of it. Same thing with being a doctor, a lawyer, engineer, anything like that. It's the exact same thing. Look, we have to recognize all of us, black, white, yellow, brown, whatever, it doesn't matter. Not every single one of us can be an astronaut, a doctor, an engineer, or a lawyer. And we have to recognize the problem is that we've been so propagandized to believe that, you know, if you're a construction worker, a potato picker, a farmer, something like that, then you're less than these other people. But you're not. That's the problem. We have to recognize that not everybody can be those things, because guess what? We still need those construction workers and those potato pickers and those farmers and everything like that. The problem is, again, the biggest problem is thinking that
I'll be right back.
everybody can become one of these things that they cannot. So when all of these kids are told that you can be whatever you want to, and then, you know, look, Gimpy, to your point, the parents are not taking an accurate assessment of their kids to lead them down the path that they should go down, which is more realistic for their abilities, their competency, intelligence, and everything like that. I will say that that is the bigger problem.
Right. Let me ask you a question, because you're a parent, right? If your kid came to you with a wild-eyed dream when they were 10 years old, because I'm not exactly sure the ages of your kids, okay? But I know you have older one, right? At 10, and said, I want to be, I don't know, a conductor.
How about this? I'll give you a perfect example, okay? My daughter's
But wait, so let me just give you the question before you give me the example then. So the question is would you handle it with CT's mannerism, that you take a sledgehammer to their dreams, right? Because that's what I'm not arguing he's wrong. With a kid who's retarded, you shouldn't tell them to be a mathematician, right? Like,
I know, I got you. I'm telling you, I can give you a perfect example because I've already been through this. Okay, so years ago, probably about 5 years ago, I started talking to my daughter about, like, hey, you know, we need to start talking about, what do you want to do in life? What do you want to be when you grow up? And my daughter told me she wants to be a cop. And I told her, I mean, I was nicer at that point, but, you know, I'm just going to be blunt here. I was like, that's retarded. You're a woman. You're a girl. It's really not best for you to go down the line of becoming a police officer. And I laid out the points why, and I relayed to her the facts, which is like, look, women are just weaker than men. The majority of people who get arrested, they are men. They're going to be much bigger than you, much larger, faster, stronger, and everything like that. Women have to use their guns much more often than men do. And I went through these statistics with her and tried and laid this out for her. She's like, look, I understand that this is what you'd like to do. But realistically, it's not a good decision because not only does it put your life at risk, but you're more than likely going to be put in a situation where you may have to kill somebody and use your gun way more often than a man would have to do.
so your actions relayed in this story match my method. You didn't take a sledgehammer to her dreams. You clearly gave her the react calmly without destroying the dream. You just showed that she should focus a dream like that somewhere else, because this is not necessarily going to be the best life choice for her. Whereas CT's method is you look at the kid, tell them they're retarded. You actually should be a janitor.
Yeah, but see, look, CT's being hyperbolic.
Right, but that's my sticking point is that to a 10-year-old, and again, not you, but others have come up here, and their argument is, I had a conversation with my adult child, with my near adult child, maybe they're making bad choices. The initial thing is 10-year-olds in elementary school. You want them to dream as big as possible. Once you realize they're dreaming way outside their scope, you're supposed to keep, raise them as parents properly, which you talked about. What I'm saying is it's insane to think that you just out of hand should destroy a 10-year-old's dream, which is basically the argument he's making, because if you as the parent immediately deem it unattainable, you should destroy it. And even you, by your action who did that, you show that you don't destroy it, you redirect it properly. You don't take a sledgehammer to it. You don't undermine your child. You find a way to empower them, right?
Yeah. I mean, yes, but at the same time, you also got to think about, like, when we're thinking about from a child's perspective, a 10-year-old's perspective, like, in their mind, there is no difference than the way that I did it and the way the CT did it. Honestly, you're still doing the same thing. You're still crushing their dream. Now, again, I can agree with you that there's a nicer way to do it, but I would still argue that, like, in the 10-year-old's mind, you're still doing the same thing, and it may or may not work. I mean, in all honesty, like, you know, my daughter just tries to go against me so much that, like, she still tells me that's her dream, even though I repeat the same things over to her. And I even tried to tell her, it's like, okay, look, if this is what you want to do,
that means
then
you're doing a good job, bro, in the sense of being consistent, right? In the terms of consistency, if your kid feels that way, that means you're giving the same message over and over and over, and you're not giving wiggle room for her. That's why she's doing that. Again, dude, I'm sorry. Even though I don't work in my degree fields, all my degree fields are in specifically this, right? Like child development, family development. That's what I studied for years before I became a computer nerd or whatever, right? But I'm just saying, like, dude, that means you're like dead center consistent if that's how your kid feels. It means you do not change your messaging at all since the beginning. So, I mean, if that's your, I'm not, you know, but if that's what it's not, you're getting the result that's expected from that, man. She's a teenager, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's about to be, but I mean, she's basically been a she's been a teenager the majority of her life, honestly.
Yeah, I hear you.
But anyways, so look, that's my experience right now. We'll see how things go. I've got to work on a bunch of stuff. But you know, I was kind of pointing more towards what I can remember from my childhood growing up in the 90s. And that's more of what
the 90s was totally unrealistic. They had a very unrealistic sense of everything.
Right. But again, like, the problem was that no parents gave any direction. They were like, oh, you can be whatever you want to be. Whatever you think you could be that.
Treated like free range chickens that just wandered around and did whatever the fuck they wanted.
Sorry, what was that?
You didn't have any kids that were free range parenting kids? That was invented in the 90s, where kids ran their own lives and parents just sort of let them roam like chickens.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I was one of those kids because I was raised by a single mom, and she was
invented in the 90s, man. That free roam, it was a reinvention of the hippie parent model. It was crazy.
Well, it started with the boomers. Honestly, it started with the boomers and their kids' generation being raised by television and that sort of stuff, and then it bled over into the 90s.
So, like, how old's your parents right now?
My dad is about to turn 63.
So that's my sister. My sister's 60. What is he? 61. So, like, I'm telling you, I know. My nieces and nephews are your age.
Oh, okay. Well, then, all right. Then I guess my parents are boomers. Sorry. You know, I forget the generations.
No, they're the kids of boomers. You're right. No, they're
okay.
The kids.
They are. Okay.
Yeah. I'm much younger than my siblings. I'm like the accident.
Boomers were born in what, the 40s or 50s?
Yeah, they're the kids of World War II. Are boomers.
Okay. All right.
So these are the kids of that, right? Your parents, my sisters and brother, they're that, and then I'm the end of Generation X, and you're the next. You're right under me.
Yeah, but, I think I'm like the beginning of millennial. I think.
Yeah, right. Like you're 83, right, or something like that.
I'm 89.
Oh, 89. So yeah, you're a decade after millennials start, right? Because I'm 79. But dude, that whole thing that you experienced was your parents rebelling against the boomers. I mean, I know it. I saw it. I witnessed it growing up. My siblings, they purposefully raised their kids different than how they were raised because they wanted it to be easier for them. Well, I heard that all the time. I was the crazy uncle because I used to like start fights with my nephews as they got older so they toughen up, right? You know, play hockey and stick them in the goal and take slap shots at them without pads on and stuff.
I think they honestly believed. Like, I think my mom, she honestly believed. And look. Oh yeah, my sister. I think myself and my brothers are, you know, average IQ, maybe slightly above average IQ for white people. Okay, that's what I think. So she really believed that it was possible for us to be anything. But the problem is that when that's all you say is that I believe you can do anything that you set your mind to, but there's no direction of what we should set our mind to. That's why we went nowhere. We had no goal in mind. We weren't giving any structure on how to do that sort of stuff.
Free range parenting, buddy. My nephew is because of that.
And look. You know, I love my mother. She did the best that she could. Okay, but my mother was a full-time nurse and everything like that. She worked 12 hours a day. She worked 12 hours during the day. She worked 12 hours during the night. So, a lot of the times my brothers and I were raising ourselves basically, and so, we messed up a lot because of that. We didn't have father figure in the house and everything like that. So we came out the way that we did, and I think unfortunately that's the story for a lot of kids.
Way worse. Like, to be fair, for the beliefs you hold, you could be way worse, my friend. I've met way worse versions of you out there.
Yeah, well, also you also, as I've said, like, dude, I used to be a far leftist.
Bernie bro.
Yeah, I was a Bernie bro. I mean, so I've come a long way, and it took a long time for me to get to where I'm at now.
Do you feel that your journey from left to right went across the horseshoe, or this way, where the two ends met, that you jumped from the left to the far right? Or did you travel that at some point you were a moderate for a while before you became?
Oh yeah, no, it was a horseshoe. I mean, I literally went from far left,
Bernie bro, to mustache
center.
man.
Well, no. I'm saying so. I went from far left, Bernie bro. I went to the middle. I went to moderate right. What brought me back? What brought me to the center and to the center right was listening to Ben Shapiro. All right. So I was big into Ben Shapiro for a long time. And then COVID happened, and I didn't like Ben Shapiro and all of that stuff. And then I went through a libertarian phase. For a little bit. I even tried to get. Sorry, go ahead.
Before you move on, you know that Ben Shapiro used the Daily Wire to sue the government to stop the private shot mandate, right? During COVID. That doesn't earn him.
No, because Ben Shapiro was still on his show telling everybody to put on the damn mask and take the damn shot.
Yeah, but he's also walked all that back too. I'm just saying, like, many people made that mistake and had to walk it back. I'm just curious. That's all. I'm just asking a question.
Our FBA daughters, listen, I hope you can call in. Financial success would be if those little girls grew up and used their intelligence to start a cleaning company. I'm just gonna be honest about it.
I mean, if
they're not gonna be nuclear physicists. They're just not. It's not gonna happen. We're not. Yeah. So I rock. Hopefully you can call in. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Keep talking. Keep going, Righteous. I'm more curious about your journey than arguing. I'm just very interested.
Yeah. No. I think it was great that the Daily Wire. Look.
Nick Todd, you got to get on camera, Nick Todd. I'm not. Yeah, I'm bringing up anybody on thumbnails. Go ahead, Righteous. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's great that the Daily Wire, filed a lawsuit against the government for the jab and everything like that. That's great. That for the mandatory jab and everything like that. But like Ben Shapiro still was on his show telling everybody to get the shot and wear the mask.
True.
And then the thing is like, so during that time, I really stopped listening to Ben Shapiro, and I started moving to Steven Crowder, as well as Matt Walsh. And I hated Matt Walsh because, he calls himself a fascist theocrat and everything like that. And I've never been super religious. And mostly Steven Crowder was putting out the data for C-19 and all that sort of stuff. And so the thing is like, I'm listening to all this, and it's like, okay, well, Ben Shapiro has all this data too. He knows all this stuff. So he's just wrong. And then I went down the libertarian path. It's like, okay, so just my freedoms, bro. And everybody, we just need to have our freedoms and everybody's going to be all right and okay. And I went down that road for a little bit. This is when the transgender stuff was really kind of hitting hard, and the culture war stuff with the sports and everything like that. I even got involved with the Libertarian Party in Florida, and the problem was that, like, with talking to them, like, I understood the my freedoms. But I also understood the culture war that was happening that people needed to be a part of. And I tried to bring this up to the libertarians. And I'm like, look, guys, like, if you want to go anywhere and do anything, like your economics and taxes, that's great. But like, we need to talk about the border. We need to talk about the transgender stuff and these other cultural issues and everything like that. Like, how do you do that? And they're like, oh, well, whatever, bro. Just live and let live. If people want to live that way, then it is what it is. And it's like, well, that's why you guys are always going to lose, is because you don't properly address these things, and you refuse to use any state power to force a certain culture. And that's why you're going to lose, and you always will lose. Like, we have to understand that a nation is much more than an economic zone, which the libertarians do not recognize.
So, let me ask you a question real quick, because you're kind of long-winded. Do you take accountability for your actions in life? Take accountability for your actions.
Yeah. It took me a long time. I actually, it took me a long time because I actually used to blame everybody else for things that had gone wrong in my life. It took me a very long time to recognize, like, oh, I'm the one who's made all the shitty decisions in my life.
Do you feel like, do you view yourself as like perfectly imperfect? Because you've said a lot of things on this panel and other panels, pretty agreed. But you've also said things that did make sense at some objectives. But the thing is that, we're very intense people.
I'm sorry, you said perfectly imperfect. Is that what you said?
Yeah, perfectly imperfect. It's a term to where, you're perfectly imperfect. You make sense sometimes and you make no sense sometimes. So the whole thing is that,
anybody that's describing everybody, Mike.
No, not at all. There are people that are actual pure hearts that don't talk negative.
And they make sense. And they make sense all the time.
That to them, they make sense to them.
Right. But that's not what you just said, Mike.
Well, if you want to circle me, I'll circle you back. The whole thing is that you do see egregious stuff, but I just hope that I hope one day you get the hate out of your heart, man. I hope you do. Go ahead, guys.
G-Tron, what say you about conversation? Should you tell? So Lena was basically saying that
she's a woman. She's a woman.
Wondering why there were no astronauts at career day at her daughter's school.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. To piggyback off of Righteous Muffin, Mike, I advocate for a lot of shit that Righteous Muffin says for this one reason. You said get rid of the hate and he'll make a lot of progress of stride in his life, and I concur with that. And I actually told him that one time before. If you take away some of his personal disregard or hatred towards like other groups or disdain for other groups, a lot of what he said, if it was applied universally across all spectrums, would make society a lot better place. But when you try to differentiate amongst people groups, then that displays hatred, and that's when you have fallout. So I have actually tried to tell Righteous Muffin that before, but a lot of his talking points are actually correct if applied correctly. So getting back to what Chaotic just asked about what Lena said, she's a woman. And the thing in a nutshell is this: women have this cartoonish, overly optimistic, almost
foolish,
fantasizing ideology or mindsets, where that's where all the trans stuff came from, so to speak, from the feminist mindset and the feminizing of society, where they've gotten so cartoonish in their thinking and so make-believe and so like obscure in their thinking that they actually have it in their minds where people can become something that is mathematically, physiologically, socially, economically, or whatever else, impossible. And I want to give a quick anecdotal tidbit. Okay, this is off the subject, but it's kind of on the subject. There's a network called USA Network Television, cable television, USA Network. Okay, I was in Delaware at the casinos. Me and my chick. This is about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and on the network, it was about 3-something in the morning. We just get back from the casino. We go up into our room, and on the network, there was a scene where there was this bald head, like balding, not bald head, but like balding, like thinning hair, flabby, fat, out of shape, maybe 5'6", extremely irrational, feminine dude who took on a 6-foot+ military grade, military built straight man. Football tackled him, and the guy had a grenade on him. He knew he had the grenade. The feminine guy didn't. He wrestled the grenade away from the military physique guy and was able to use both hands to pull the pin and then shove the grenade down the guy's pants and then get away scot-free while the grenade blew up and blew this dude into nothing. My point is, that would probably be the most physically impossible thing imaginable. But women were, because it had to be women and it had to be lesbians who wrote that screenwrite, scripted that into the movie or the show that was being seen. That goes to show the level of delusion and impossibility and disbelief that women. Shut up, Gimpy. Wake your ass up. Gimpy, wake up. Don't be falling asleep on me. Anyway, my bad, chaotic. I just ran off on the tangent. Anyway, getting back to what you were asking about, Lena. Women should say less, and what they say should be taken even less seriously. We need to start putting these people back in their place, point blank. A woman's thoughts and a woman's right to freedom of speech and protection under the law doesn't make them equal to a man. It just means they have equal rights and protection under the law. Doesn't mean what they think, what they say, or what they feel is adequate or equal to what a man says or thinks. And one other thing, I just want to add this as a footnote. Remember, there was this chick who said something about a society with people like Lord Jatrone in it. They wouldn't feel safe. Okay, well, feeling safe subjectively doesn't equate to objectively being safe. And I'll leave you with this. If you don't feel safe, that's fear is an attribute of 3 things. 1, godlessness. Because with God in your life, you have no fear. You have reverential fear of God and fear of nothing else. 2, corruption and evil, which means projection. You're an evil and bad person who isn't to be trusted, and that's why you are able to be fearful of others. And 3, cowardice, which means you're just not a good person. In order to have fear or not feel safe, you have to be in your own mind and heart, know that you're doing something wrong and bad, where somehow karma is going to come back on you. And chaotic, you an asshole.
Here, let me take the video real quick.
What the hell?
Here we go.
Go ahead.
Your sister's friend. Just brief.
Dude,
Yes.
on Dante.
My older sister, she had a friend, a childhood friend. She grew up in the neighborhood. Her name is Sylvia. Biracial. She was biracial. Sylvia was very smart, always celebrated in school. She's always on A honor roll. Her parents put it in her mind that she's going to be a doctor, right? They put it in her mind. So when she graduated from school, that's what she pursued. She went to college and it was to be a doctor. Somewhere down the line, during her initial studies as a doctor, and I remember my sister telling me this, it got so bad and so hard for her, she had a nervous breakdown. And when her parents passed away and there was nobody else there, she actually was so out of it, she actually ended up being homeless. I saw her when I started working downtown. I saw her. I said, man, there goes Sylvia. And she came up to me. She had these books in her hand and she was talking all this wild stuff. She said, how's my sister? Said, how's she doing? I said, she doing good. How you doing? See, I'm doing good. And it threw me off just to see her like that, because the last thing I knew is I thought she was somewhere being a doctor, or at least a nurse. That's how long it had been. And I called my sister. I said, hey, I just seen Sylvia down here. My sister said, yeah, she's not doing too good. She had a nervous breakdown a long time ago. And I saw her too. When she came, I saw while she was walking across, because my sister worked downtown. And she said she saw her walking across the City Hall building. And she came and talked and said she was talking all this conspiracy stuff. And I was like, whoa. And she had these books, because what had been happening is she had been going to the library and stealing books. So she had this cluster of books in her hand. They found her, last thing I heard, they found her downtown, homeless. She had passed away. They found her downtown. Everybody thought she was going to be this big doctor. She was so smart, and got in it, had a nervous breakdown. And that's just, and like,
I'm sorry. It's hard to take Ivan serious.
That's a large feat.
Go ahead, Gimpy.
It's hard to take him seriously because some rando girl in the crowd traumatized him 40 years ago, and he's still talking.
That's a different. I know, but what about this?
Dude, it's the same person. Like, dude, his fortitude, that's something he's crying about 40 years later as a lifetime traumatizing. I'm sorry. I'm not going to take him representing an extreme example of failure as the norm. You want to talk about the astronomical odds of becoming an astronaut. What are the astronomical odds of having a nervous breakdown when you're at the highest? You're at peak, and you're one of the peak intelligence people, having a nervous breakdown and it resulting in you being homeless and dead.
Yeah, but that girl may have showed signs early on. That girl that may
chaotic. Can I say?
Yeah, but that's how I. Hold up, but I'm saying she was smart enough. She had the skill.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Obviously, she wasn't smart enough because she didn't last in med school.
No, she had a mental illness. That has nothing to do with intelligence.
Right.
How do you know she had a mental illness? Hold on a second. How do you know she had a mental illness?
A nervous breakdown is as a result of suffering a severe mental.
But how do you, I'm sorry. How do you know that she wasn't qualified academically to get in?
I can only talk about what he said, and he said everyone thought she was going to be a doctor. She was so smart. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make you a criteria.
You got like a back, I don't know what you got like background.
My bad, chaotic. Can you hear me? Can I get this out the way? Go out and come back in. Let me just get this out the way. See, I mentioned this before when I was talking to Tone. I mentioned this before when I was talking to Black Moses. There's a difference between being educated, being intelligent, and being smart. You can be called smart all you freaking want, and you can go try to get as much education as you freaking want. But intelligence has to do with capacitance, the capacity to intake and ingest information, and not just ingest it, but hold on to it and file it in your mind like a filing cabinet or whatnot. Just because she was being educated, just because she was told she was smart as a little girl growing up, doesn't mean she was actually intelligent. And having a nervous breakdown, it generally comes from being overworked intellectually or mentally, and not being able to cling on to or hold on to all this indoctrination or education that you're receiving with the capacity or ability to apply it, which means smart. I don't know if that kind of makes a lot of sense, but the whole educated, intelligent, smart thing, those are three different things. They're very much misconstrued in a lot of places. A lot of people misconstrue the three of them by thinking just because they're educated means they're intelligent, or just because they're smart means they're intelligent, or what have you. The bottom line is, taking in all that education breeds nothing. It breeds nothing but pressure to perform. And at some point in time, if you're not going to perform with all this education, it can cause you to have a nervous breakdown. It can cause you to go crazy. Look at Candace Owens. Look at the lady Ivan was talking about. Look at a lot of these people. They get all this education, and what does it turn out? Nothing. Look at the Black community. Look at average Black. Look at Black women in general. They call themselves the most educated. They're the most overweight, the least married, the highest level of infidels, the highest level of bastard children, the highest level of incompetent, illiterate children, and so on. They're so educated, and yet everything that's influenced by their leadership is the worst in human history. That's all I'm saying.
Like to I would like to agree with everything you just said. Your brain, what Gio, I think what you're saying is your brain can go into overload, and half of it is not processing it properly, and also failure to not achieve what other people are pushing you to. Does that make sense?
Now, what he's also talking about is the fact that we've had affirmative action and DEI policies for, the last 20 to 50 years. All right. And so they're trying to meet their quotas of having Black people in areas that, like, they're trying to find any Black people that they can to go into these areas when a lot of them should not be in those areas. That's just a reality of the situation.
Sure, but
and this has happened throughout so much of the last 50 years. Like, dude, like that's why that would happen. Like Geotron said, like, yeah, her family believes that she's smart as hell, but like the average IQ of Blacks is about 85 to 90.
How
all right,
you know do you go randomly and check IQs of Black people? Because I've known Black teens.
Right. Yeah. Let's act like statistics don't matter.
No, that's okay. Don't overtalk me, Nazi. The whole point is CT's panel is basically saying we're all.
We can't say that word either. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. N-word. With the Z.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing is that you are an extremely prejudiced person. There are extremely intelligent Black men out there. Now,
didn't say there weren't.
For you to say the
didn't say there weren't
of Black people are less than 80. You've never
known
a Black person. You've never had a Black friend. You've never had a Black friend.
What did I just say? What did I just say?
The average IQ of a Black person is what? 85?
85 to 90.
How do you know that?
Because there have been studies done on it, Mike. You can look it up.
Where? At the KKK Museum? At the KKK Museum?
Mike, he's not wrong. Mike, he's not wrong. Mike, he's not wrong.
I'm not. Yeah, listen to the Black guy, Mike. Hey, Mike, you feel your mouth is like cock, black cock. There you go. The average IQ.
There's also white
people.
85, 90.
Hold up,
white people with IQs of 50.
Brother Mike.
Yeah.
Listen, Brother Mike, we're talking about the averages. Yes, there are fringe. In fact, I was talking to Jay Rillo. I think I was on a completely different panel than this one. I ran into Jay Rillo. We were talking about IQs and things of that nature. My IQ was of the sort that I'm not even going to say what it is because I'm going to be called cap and people are not going to believe. And because of the failures of my behavior in my life, because of those behaviors, no one's going to believe it. But I have one of those IQs that's north of genius.
It's high. Okay? It's high. Yeah, mine's really high as well. I understand.
Approaching weapons. Listen, my IQ is one of those IQs that's approaching weapons grade intellect. Okay, but getting back to what Righteous Muffin said, on average, the average Black, we're not talking about the fringe outliers or the retards, but the average Black person's IQ is about 88 to 91, and he's not lying. He's not wrong.
But I choose not to.
He's not wrong. No, bro, it's not something we could choose. He's objectively correct. What objectively means, whether we believe it or not, whether we think it or not, it's a fact.
In your opinion,
it's a fact.
Gio, and Gio, I respect.
No, it's not my opinion. Opinions are subjective.
I'm asking you, who do you think has the highest IQ of any nationality of people?
No, that has no bearing on the conversation. No, that has no bearing on the conversation that I was having. Now you're trying to say that, like, oh well, who has the highest IQ? That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do. No, that has nothing to do with what I just said.
If you're asking me who has the highest IQ,
I wasn't asking you. I wasn't asking you. Cool. That had nothing to do with the conversation.
Let's not argue.
You cut me off for no reason.
That Jewish people have the highest IQ of any race of people.
No, they don't. They don't.
They do.
They don't. No. People's IQs are just as average as average white people. Between 100 and 102. White people IQ on average is about 100. Jews maybe go up to about 102. Average. Actually, Asians, Japanese, Chinese, their average IQ is about 110, and then you got the Indians peaking at about 112 to 115 average IQ.
Indians
in the States.
All right, no, that's bullshit.
Where the hell did you get your stats
That's
from?
bullshit.
All his
I'm
stats
talking
are
about
made
here in
up.
the States.
Play along.
Now, where did you get those stats from? I would like to fact check you, sir, because I think you're talking a lot of this.
Taking a crap in your
Tell you your
face.
answer.
Taking a shit.
To be honest with you, when I read those numbers, it was like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So, of course, they've changed, but that's what I read. It was about 10 to 12 years ago. It was India's highest, then the Asians.
This channel is amazing.
But I'm gonna tell you this: individually, as a person, my IQ was actually substantially higher than all of that. Yeah, than the average of any of those.
Okay, average IQ of India within India is between 76.2 and 99.39. But Indians
we're talking about within the state.
Yeah.
Okay,
But only talk
Indians
about
in
within the states,
America. Okay, Indian Americans, the new model minority. It doesn't. Okay, I'm looking at an article here by Forbes. It's not telling me the IQ numbers though.
All right, can I finish making my point without Mike cutting in and trying to white knight?
Please don't. No, I was in the middle. Okay, thank you. I was in the middle of trying to make a point. So, look, Mike, you don't have to believe me. I really don't care. All right, but you can look this up. If you didn't care, you wouldn't address me. If you didn't care, you wouldn't address me.
Sweet.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, the average IQ for Black Americans is about 85 to 90. Now, when we're looking at people who should become doctors and engineers, lawyers, and everything like that, they should have a much higher IQ, probably, 100, 110, 120, something like that. So, because we've had programs like affirmative action, DEI, and everything like that, where these colleges literally have a quota system where they have to have a certain amount of blacks and others, into their college, then they're automatically going to lower the standards to be able to accept these blacks, which the Asians literally have a lawsuit against Yale or Harvard, whichever one it was, where the Asians proved that the colleges held the blacks to a lower standard than they did the whites and the Asians. So we already know that this is an absolute fact. You have nothing to say against that. So when you take this group of people and you put them into a much more strenuous work environment when it comes to schooling and education and that sort of stuff, and you expect them to be at the same level of people like the Asians and the whites who have a much higher SAT score, or have a much higher GPA when it comes to the schoolwork and the homework and being able to keep up with that sort of stuff, then you're misplacing these people into a program that they are not able to keep up with. So you're actually doing more harm to these people because you think you're doing the right thing and a good thing by putting these people in these programs, when actually you're hurting these people more by not being honest with them and saying that, like, hey, look, this isn't the program for you. I think you would be better off going into something else.
So
that's the problem we're facing.
So, Muffin, you think that no Black person should ever have higher education? You believe they're not built for it? Is that what you're saying? I'm just asking you, because what you're alluding to.
What a retarded statement! No, what a retarded statement, Mike.
No, hear me out. What I'm picking.
What a retarded statement, Mike.
You gotta watch the R word too.
What I'm picking up is that you're saying that Black people don't deserve to go to college. Is that what you're saying? Because they're not educated enough to actually graduate. But you're looking at CT, a super Black man who actually was a teacher. So can you make that make sense? Can you make it make sense? He's like Black Superman.
Yeah.
He flies around. Yeah. You know, CT has a Nigerian cape. He flies around a Nigerian cape. It's got chicken.
Mr. Mike, Mr. Mike, on Righteous Muffin's behalf.
God, Geotron is back.
Hold up, Righteous Muffin. Oh, see,
Sorry, did I say
here's
that
the
out
thing,
loud?
Righteous. This is why I keep telling you to lose the hate, Righteous. Because if you don't lose the hate, then you're not going to be able to get your message across. Because your message is
Okay,
correct.
no.
But
Okay, Geotron. What was the hate in anything that I just said? Where was the hate?
When you say something about nationalities and races being different, a lot of people take offense to that. A lot of people's ears aren't, prone to be able to accept or take that, and it sounds
That's
or
not
comes off as if it's
but
hate.
no.
That's
Okay,
what I'm
so
saying.
then what you're
When I,
okay, but no. Hang on, Geotron.
So
you said that I was being hateful.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said I was being hateful, and then when I asked you how was I being hateful, you like all you're saying is like it's not what you
Geotron,
it's not
you have
what you say.
terrible feedback.
It's how you say it.
Calm down, Righteous. Calm down.
Oh God!
No,
damn
I'm not. No, I didn't say that. First of all, I didn't say that you were being hateful. I said,
Cynthia, I'm so
take
glad
out
that
the hate from what you said.
microphone quality is one of the key
Seriously, yeah, I was about to say,
features that you
Geotron,
wanna
you need to fix your mic, man. It's horrible.
Your IQ might be high.
It's really bad.
Yeah,
Okay,
G-Tron,
give me a
yeah.
second.
Why don't you go back out? Yeah,
Damn
try
it,
again.
Righteous.
Yeah, go ahead, come back in real quick.
Yeah, all that IQ can't buy a mic.
That's a large feat for anybody. You know the study and
Sorry, can I just quickly correct Geotron's couple of his so-called facts? Number one, Indians in the United States have an average IQ of 102, and that it seems, at least from this thing, it says it seems that it's proportional to the socioeconomical growth of a country. The other report that I found that says that actually, in proportion to their numbers, the Ashkenazi Jews actually rate as the highest IQ because given their
what was that? That my people are the smartest walking around on the earth? Yes.
No. It's in proportion to their numbers.
Persian, get that straight.
The average Ashkenazi is
on earth. Smart ass.
Yeah. The average IQ of Ashkenazis is 110, whilst the Southeast Asians are 105. But again, that's proportional to their numbers. There is far more Southeast Asians than there are Jews.
No, seriously. How should I feel now that you said that out loud and you know I have a 12 IQ? How should I feel?
You have a 12 IQ?
12, bud.
You would drown in your sink if that was the case.
I do.
You would be a drooling.
Focus and concentrate, especially if you're trying to be a surgeon, let alone just a run-of-the-mill foot doctor, whatever, But she tried it. She had a nervous breakdown. Oh, no. In between that, when I went over to the neighborhood, we was in the neighborhood because we still had that house, and we saw her. This was before her parents had passed, or I think it was her dad that passed last. And my dad said, "Hey, Sylvia, I remember you used to come to my candy store and take stuff." She broke down crying. No. This woman was in her, what was it, they were in their 30s, late 20s or 30s then. And I remember he was joking with her. "Yeah, I remember you, Sylvia, you used to come to my candy store and steal my candy." And she just had "No, I didn't. No, you don't know what they did to me. You don't know what they did to me." Just from that. And we was looking at each other like, whoa, what the fuck is going on with her? She was gone. So when her dad passed, she couldn't even stay in the house anymore. The house was gone. I don't know what happened with that house. She ended up homeless downtown until her passing. And it started with the heavy expectations that was put on her by her parents. She had went to college, and sometime around college, after college, when it was time for her to get into those studies, she went berserk. So when you put this, some people show intelligence, kids, it don't matter what color, kids, they show a capacity to learn or capacity to want to learn knowledge. But sooner or later, if it's not meant for that, it can be too much for some, because the line between genius and insanity is very thin. It's very thin.
Very thin
So
line.
So if you're trying to convince a kid that's minimal at best, he's average at best, but he says, "I want to be an astronaut."
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Now, I won't douse his dreams, but I'll say, hey, that takes a lot of work, hard work. You got to be focused and concentrated, and you got to do your schoolwork. You got to do your studies. That's all I will tell them, especially when they're young and impressionable. I won't just tell them, hey, why don't you try this? I'll just let them know there's work to be done. That's just not like you could be a mailman. You know what I'm saying? We're talking high level studies, astrophysics. Most astronauts are engineers. They're engineers out of school. Yeah. They're engineers. So first, you at least got to get your basic engineering degree to even be qualified to be taken into a program that trains astronauts. You got to be accepted for that, to be accepted by NASA.
No, that's not necessary.
Now, you may be able to be an astronaut with Blue Space or Elon Musk company, because it seems like they're just taking people that apply, you know.
Dude,
but when you want to go with NASA, you first have to have an engineering degree.
No. Katy Perry became an astronaut.
Engineering undergrad degree. That's work. That's work. The math itself will blow some people's minds. So
Katy Perry is an astronaut.
People in this chat,
that's all I have to say.
I agree with him. I agree with him. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and agree with him.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Dante, let me read the super chat real quick. Let me read the super chat. CKJ with the $5 super chat. The key is to put your children in a position to be successful. Stop speaking on things that many have failed to do. Go ahead, Dante.
That's the approach that you should have. You let them know what the work is that they need to do. You don't tell them that they can't do it. That's my disagreement I have with CT. He's talking about telling them, oh, they can't do it. No.
Hold on, Dante, hold on. Stanley Cross, you're a sissy, and I know it. Okay, I see you in the chat. You're a sissy, Stanley Cross, and I know it. Now, I've talked to you before. I've gotten on your ass before. You're a real sissy, and I know it. Happy New Year, butt boy. Now, go ahead, Dante.
I actually got to meet.
Yeah. Happy New Year to everybody. I wish you happiness.
Happy New Year.
Love, peace, prosperity. Everybody, the dumbasses, the butt boys, the carpet munchers. I wish you all a happy New Year.
I actually got to meet an astronaut, and at Little Creek base in Virginia Beach. I got to meet Johnny Kim. Johnny Kim is an astronaut. He was a Navy SEAL, and he was also a doctor. He graduated from Harvard, and I got to meet him. These are the most intelligent. Look up Johnny Kim, CT. Johnny Kim he's Korean, and he was a Navy SEAL, and he become a doctor, and then he became an astronaut.
Oh, he's my age.
Talk about he's 41 years old.
Yeah, he's 40. Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about achievement. But these people are so highly educated. I can't explain it. He's probably got 160 IQ. He's but the whole thing is this. What Moses and CT are alluding to, and Dante, you're not getting this. Don't mislead people thinking they have delusions of grandeur. There are some people not built for certain careers. Yeah, that's all because if you gaslight them, they're going to fail.
Understand that.
Does that make sense? They're going to fail miserably.
That this is everybody understands that. Yeah. We're not talking about grabbing kids by the arm and telling them you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be an astronaut, you have to do.
It's funny. He said that because okay, so now. The one thing about it with Lena, we talking about Lena saying about the astronauts showing up at her daughter's school and things like that. Everybody doesn't know this, and the proof is in the book.
No, there were no astronauts. Okay. There were no astronauts that showed up.
Right, and the proof is in the book. Everybody doesn't know that everybody can't achieve anything. Everybody doesn't know that, and the whole thing in a nutshell is this. When you get people like Mike said, don't get them to think that they can, or like Ivan said, don't have them seeking delusions of grandeur. And like Righteous Muffins is saying, college was about, back in the day before the femtard movement and civil rights movement that had nothing to do with black people, by the way. before all that crap was going on, college was about seeking and finding what was beautiful, what was true, what was pure, and what could build up societies as a whole. And since those times, society, sociology, communications, North African lesbian dance theory, underwater basket weaving, and all the crap that makes society crap has been, implemented into institutions of higher learning. College. Anyway, you got more social science and soft sciences than you do STEM. And that's a problem. But the whole thing is women fill all those positions and roles. And I said this, Republic Tea Room tried to diminish what I said. I said he got that from Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad is the one who said a nation can only rise as high as its women. I didn't say what Elijah Muhammad said. I didn't say a nation can only rise as high as its women. I said a nation can only rise as high as the morals of its women. And when the moral decay of the women sink below the morals of the men, which it has in the West, civilization is doomed. Because without chastity, without virtue, what the hell? We're men. We keep the society operational. We build all the infrastructure. We maintain all the infrastructure. We keep the place safe. We keep it livable. Without women with virtue, what the hell is the purpose of keeping them alive? They're not keeping themselves alive. And that's why society is on the brink of collapse. And like I said, everybody doesn't know that, particularly women. The women who say shit like, I'm equal to a man, or I know just as much, or I could be a leader, or we don't need men. Actually, you do. Women as a whole, as a collective, are not doing anything from time immemorial to keep themselves alive on this planet. It's the men who civilize the planet itself that keep women alive as a collective, that keeps humanity alive. And like I said, society can only rise as high as the morals, not the women, the morals of the women. Without women having morals and virtue, society's on the brink of collapse.
People who have out of their own inspiration, says, I want to be an astronaut. It's only going to be like 1 out of 500 that you're going to find that's going to say that.
500?
You tell them, I'm talking about that's going to say that as a child.
Yeah.
You're going to
listen. I live in Virginia Beach, right? I actually work on Langley Air Force Base, okay, where NASA does training. To be an astronaut, you are literally 1 in 300, 400 people out of billions of people. You are literally the smartest person to walk the earth, to be able to navigate that ship. All I'm trying to say is that we need to stop overinflating people that are never going to achieve that. Look, listen, I love when I would tell my kids when they were little, Santa Claus is real. Okay? Santa Claus is real. The tooth fairy is real. It's not real. It's time for us in this new age to stop gaslighting and stop feeding people's heads with nonsense. What do you gentlemen think?
Well, I was trying to tell you what I thought, and you just interrupted me. You told me the exact same thing that you just said.
I'm just trying to get my
yeah. You said that 3 or 4 times, but the point I'm making is we're not talking about gaslighting the children. We're talking about there's only a small percent of kids that are ever going to say I want to be an astronaut to begin with. So if they say that, what you tell them is you explain how much work they need to do and the direction that they need to go in as far as their scholastic career. And then it's on them to follow that path. If they're your children, then you try to help guide them. Now, it's just like all of us who wanted to play in the NBA and play in the NFL. We got to a certain age in middle school and especially in high school, you realize you ain't gonna get there. You realize the people that are playing are way better than you, and you're never gonna make it to the NBA. It don't cause nobody to get into no nervous breakdowns. There's a whole lot of other factors that go into that woman having a nervous breakdown.
Can I just comment?
Going to space is not shooting a basketball.
Okay, first of all, I think your standards of your kids being a TikTok star or an astronaut are exceedingly high. In this day and age, most parents, especially parents of little girls, are hoping that they don't end up as an OnlyFans girl. And if they become a TikTok star, that's actually a higher level of achievement than they could have possibly imagined. So just becoming a TikTok star at this point in our evolution is a major achievement in itself. Astronaut, it's like saying, should your kids become a TikTok star or a wizard? That's as plausible. The fact is that no, astronauts are on a whole other level, and the future of astronauts are not going to come from a English stock or from an American stock. They're going to come from a Japanese or a Chinese stock, because your kids are, as I said, your daughters. I think most men who have young daughters right now are just keeping their fingers crossed, going, please don't look up OF. Please don't look up OF. Please just stay away from OF. Don't be a hoe. That's it. That's like the bottom of the run expectation of most men in the West. Most English, German fathers are just praying that their daughters are not taking 14 penises in a Bukkake movie, or not getting manjangoed in the next Blacked. That's all they're hoping for. Dude, it's a diabolical landscape you're facing right now. Astronauts, it's not even for this generation.
Hafez, it's amazing to me, my friend, it's amazing to me how people sell themselves out now in this generation, because we're from different generations. How young people sell themselves out for a few dollars. They just sell their entire. It's like, I've never seen anything like it. Like, there's always been, the walking girls. I'm not going to say the word. That's the oldest profession in the world. But this digital amateur pornography, these young people don't understand. It's never going to go away. It's forever. They'll try to go get a corporate job somewhere 10 years later. Hey, weren't you that person blowing those 4 dudes? I mean, it's never going to go away.
Mike,
And
Mike,
it's just like, I don't get it. For what? For a couple bucks?
Mike, you know what I saw today on Instagram?
Yeah. Okay.
I saw Lily. Oh shit! What was her surname? Lily something.
Phillips.
Damn it.
Lily
Phillips.
Thomas.
I saw Lily Phillips getting baptized. Lily Phillips got baptized today or whenever.
So Hafez, let me ask you this. Hafez, is she trying to wash the nut off of her skin? Is that what she's doing?
Most people were like, "No, that's not baptism water. That's just cum."
Dude, did the baptized pool evaporate instantly?
Hafez, they got a little scrub brush. Trying to get
That's
them
what I
off
mean,
her
man.
shoulder.
These born to be these 304s want to be born to be virgins again. And the messed up thing is, the worst part of this is that she'll find some simp in a church that will put a ring on her and wife her up. I guarantee you, in 5 years' time, that's a 304 is going to walk the aisle with some simp.
Or she'll find a 6-year-old rich white dude from somewhere that's got divorced to, yes, babe, whatever you want. The sugar daddy, right? Hafez a sugar daddy. These girls.
Yeah, she's going to find the Piers Morgan. She's going to find the Piers Morgan. Have you seen Piers Morgan and his debacle of his wife?
Yeah.
And how she hates his guts?
Look at Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos married a hoe. The richest man in the
Straight
world.
up. Straight up.
In the world.
I know it's not, but it's still an
2%
aspiration. It's still an
You don't need a
aspiration
double
that
master's
people
degree and a
have.
PhD to go
And
play basketball.
when you figure out that if you figure out, oh, I'm not going to be an astronaut, it's not going to break you down any more than all the people that think they're going to be in the NBA when they're in elementary school, because they get to a certain age and you're like, man, I don't even want to take these classes. I don't like physics. I don't like, then they'll realize, okay, well, let me be something else. But while they're young, you don't want to break their confidence while they're young. Life itself is going to lead them in the direction that they're built for. If they're only built for, hey, go into the trades to be a carpenter, cool. When they get in high school and they realize I don't like all this math, I'm gonna go they're gonna come to you and say, hey, I'm gonna go be a carpenter. They're not gonna have no nervous breakdown, man. That stuff is very rare, and it happens for a whole multitude of different reasons. A lot of times it has to do with drugs. So, but as a child, you try to guide them. If they tell you want to do something, give them the resources that they need to do it, and find out if they actually are interested in it. That's what you do. Send them to some camps, some math camps and stuff like that. If they really about that, then they're gonna like it and they're gonna keep wanting to do it. And you just keep promoting that until they say, okay, well, you know what? I don't really want to be an astronaut anymore, because I don't want to be in school that long. But I do. I saw this opening at NASA for this engineer. I'm gonna try to be as an engineer in NASA. And a lot of people can do that, or an Air Force base or something like that. But you don't put a cap on a 6-year-old's mind on what they can do. It's crazy. We tell kids to read books about all this fantasy stuff, and then we want to cap their imagination on what they can do in life. That's crazy, man.
Hey, CT, when you were
No,
watching
it's not.
Star Trek
No. All right, pause
as a
this.
youngster,
No, it's not crazy to put a cap on that. Okay. No. So look, I can agree with him that like 6 years old, maybe that's too young. All right. But again, if parents are actually paying attention to their kids, which unfortunately the majority of them are not, they're not actually paying attention to how much they know, their intelligence level, competency, and everything like that, because they may not even have the ability to understand that stuff themselves. If they're going through the same thing, and they're just saying like, "Oh, you can do whatever you want and be whatever you want and whoever you want," then again, you're automatically setting your children up for failure. That's the biggest problem. Like it's not wrong to be realistic with your children about their abilities and their skill level and their competency of what they can actually do in life. The problem is as I've talked about, when the parents are so propagandized to make their children believe that like if their child becomes a construction worker or a guardsman or something like that, well then they're less than these other people, even though they are just as important to the society as anybody else. They're just as important as a doctor, a lawyer, or anything like that. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem, is that we have been so propagandized to believe that people who are not doctors, lawyers, and engineers, everybody else, or architects, whatever, everybody else, they're less than. And that's why we have the society that we do right now. That's why we don't have people going into construction work and these other fields of work. Is because we've made these people believe that like you will never make a decent living doing something like that. When actually, right now, guess what? You could make just as much, if not more, doing construction work, and going up in a construction company and everything like that, becoming a superintendent, project manager, and stuff like that.
Muffin.
Yes.
Have you ever done roofing in July?
Yes, I have actually.
Yeah. Was that fun?
Yeah.
Was that a whole lot of fun? Was that a barrel of laughs?
No, it fucking sucked.
So who wants to do that shit?
Imagine this. Imagine
it's not.
working.
No. Shut up, Mike. It's not about who.
I'm not going to shut up. Imagine breaking a ceiling and poop falling on top of it.
Shut up.
That happened to me before, but I was making $90,000 a year.
No, what? Right. Okay, cool. Shut up, Mike.
All the kids.
Muffin, go back.
So,
put your big white hat. Put your big white hat on.
Hafez, to your point, that doesn't matter. What matters is that we need people to do that. And the people who should be doing that, who, in all honesty, are not qualified to do bigger things than that, we should be pushing them to that. And we should not be talking down to them about that. We should not be belittling, Jesus Christ.
Belittling.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah,
we shouldn't be belittling them for doing that job, because that is a much needed job. There are not many people who can do that job, who cannot build a roof in the middle of summer in frickin' Florida or anywhere else. That's a hard job. And just, it's the same thing with road construction workers. That's a hard job. We should be praising anybody who has the strength and the fortitude to do that job. It doesn't matter their IQ level or anything like that. They are hang on, I'll finish right here. What we need to recognize is that those people are very important to the society. And we need to make sure that those people understand how important they are to society. The problem is that we've been doing the exact opposite and making people believe that if you do that job, you are less than other people.
Yeah, no, I think the labor force is very integral. I think it's very integral. Like I said, I helped run a carpet cleaning restoration company, and we would clean carpets, but we specialized in floods. Houses flood. It's a lot of work. You have to basically outpack everything out. You got to rip the carpet out. You have to rip the walls out. You have to mitigate from mold. It's a lot of work. But you make
I did asbestos and mold. I know what goes into it.
You make really good money. You make good money doing that. So what I'm trying to say is this: you have an astronaut who makes $140,000 to $150,000 a year. It's not uncommon for a restoration tech who is very good at what they do to make $100,000. So it's possible for common working people, when they learn a trade that's important, you can make a good living. Go ahead, Fez, sorry,
Mike. You see, this is the problem. You guys are, I think, out of touch or just ignoring reality. How many Academy Award ceremonies do they hold for roofers and carpet cleaners? How many award ceremonies have you ever gone to? Red carpet treatment did you ever get for being a teacher or even a freaking doctor? Most doctors don't even get the kind of... You see, people want to do the things they see with their eyes. Back in the day, back in my youth, it was the red carpet at the Oscars. It was the BAFTAs. It was those, and people looked at those Hollywood stars like gods, and they wanted to be them. But the requirement for entry was exceedingly high in those days. TikTok and YouTube have made that requirement for entry almost zero. Any asshole with a phone can be a TikTok or a YouTube star now. So what do you think kids are going to aspire to? You think they're going to want to be some carpet cleaner or they want to be Aiden Ross? I tell you what, they're aiming for Aiden Ross far more than they are for the average carpet cleaner, roofer, or construction guy.
Yeah. And just imagine being, imagine going into a home that's flooded and ripping walls out and breaking ceilings, and that's a real tradesman. But no, you're right, Hafez. In your defense, these young generations now, they just want to make money digitally and not even break a sweat. I think that's what you're saying.
It's almost like I mentioned this way earlier, and how propagandized the last few generations have been about the only way that you can make really real money is if you go to college and get some sort of fancy degree, whether it's sociology or some other. Gotta watch my words here for CT. Any other
underwater
stuff,
basket weaving. You can say underwater
basket weaving. All right, you gotta get a fancy degree like that. That's the only way that you can make any real money. I literally already talked about this, and just because this is what's highlighted in the media. Go ahead. I see you guys super chat.
Let me say this real quick. Lord Jatron with the $20 super chat. Support for the platform. CT, when I get back, may have a few moments to share some insights. Shout out to the whole chat. Big shout out to CT. Salute to you, man. Thank you so much, man. Positivity's definitely coming your way. Go ahead, Ryan.
Shout out to the HBU.
Yeah, I was just gonna finish with it. I literally said this earlier. Is that's one of the biggest problems? Is that the last few generations have been so heavily propagandized to believe that the only way that you can make a good living is by being having some fancy degree, going into architect, being a doctor, engineer, and now we got social media and TikTok and all that sort of stuff. But it doesn't actually fulfill anything in someone's life, and also it doesn't actually add anything to the country and the nation, the society, and the people that we're talking about. And we don't talk about that at all.
Look, righteous. The fact is that being a roofer, being a garbage man, I've actually recently started to thank my garbage guys who come down, with the garbage truck. If I'm about and I can see them do it, I literally go, thanks guys, you're doing a great job, because I appreciate what they do now far more than I ever did when I was a child, because I know that if these guys don't show up for a few weeks, I'm living in shit. I'm in shit up to my neck within a month of these guys not showing up. So yes, I appreciate these works. Do I want to do their job? Not in a million years. Unless you held a gun to my head and a poking rod, a hot rod to my testes, I would not do that job. I don't want to do that job. I don't want to be deep in my hands, elbow deep in other people's garbage on a daily basis. I'm sorry. That's just not attractive to me. But I appreciate what they do, and I know what they do is vital. And it's exactly the same with your bricklayers, your plasterers, your roofers, your plumbers, and your electricians. I need them all, but I don't want to be one of them.
Hafez, check this out real quick. I'll be very brief. Hafez, check this out. In Virginia Beach, our garbage man, and I know his name is Charles. He always comes every Thursday, right? It's a claw. You ever see the claw truck? Now, remember, we grew up where the guys were riding on the back. Kip, you remember in New York, the guys are on the back.
My guys are still there. My guys are still the same.
But no, here in Virginia, it's the claw. So in other words, the guy never gets out of the truck. The claw goes out, picks it up, puts it back in the truck, puts it back down. And then when they get to the station, there's people that dump it out. The garbage man now I'm just saying in Virginia Beach, I'm saying they never even get out of the truck. Dude, it's a match. It's beautiful. And they make like 70, 80 grand a year. They're city works and they get all the city benefits. Full medical, dental, health, everything. And they never even get out of the truck.
No, Mike, I give it to you. Yeah. I've seen those. I've seen them in Japan. Yep. There's the ones who literally have this thing on the side of the truck as well. It comes, it like two forks, goes into the bin, dumps it in, all that jazz. But, yeah, if you have the technology, that's good. But what I'm saying is, no man, doesn't matter. It's not even just a mere fact of the job being disgusting or hard work. It's a status thing as well. Nobody wants to say I'm a garbage man.
No,
when a girl at a club asks you, what do you do for work? You say, I drive a garbage truck.
But Hafez, the only reason for that is because we have
made a TV show about a garbage man being a
Oh my God, let me finish my point. Hafez, the only reason that people believe the way that you do is because we have so denigrated that job profession. That's why people think the way that they do. Oh, you don't want to be a garbage man, do you? Even though everybody believes and thinks the exact same way as you do, which is, oh my gosh. Well, if I didn't have my garbage man for like a week or two, I don't even know what I would do with my garbage. So you sit there and you talk shit about the garbage man, but you also recognize that without the garbage man, you wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't want to take your garbage to wherever it needs to go or anything like that. So you sit there and you talk shit about the garbage man, who in fact actually make a very good living because the majority of them are unionized and they make very good wages. They have benefits and everything like that. But you sit there and you think that like, I don't ever want my kid to be a garbage man because God,
no parents wants their kids to grow up to. Did you? If you asked your father when you were 10, and if your father asked you, what do you want to do when you grow up, and you said garbage man, you think he's going to be proud of that? You think he was going to? Oh my son, come here, give me a big hug. I've got a single tear rolling down my cheek.
Hang on. You're going back to the exact same thing that I said, which is we have been so heavily propagandized to believe that is not an honorable job for someone to have. That's the problem, Hafez. It's an honorable job. They take care of the trash for everybody.
TV show about a garbage man and about a shoe salesman and about other men who had low meaning wage jobs. You got to stop. This is all artificial shit created by guys like Hafez who live in the intelligentsia, man. Real, normal, everyday working folk don't care. If my neighbor, who's a fisherman on the western shore here, hears his son wants to go be a garbage man, he's gonna be okay with it. He's not gonna have it. He's gonna be like, good, get one of them union jobs, make sure you work for the city, not one of the contractors in the state, so you get the pension, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. You overestimate what the intelligentsia's influence on the average American is, Hafez. The average American thinks like righteous. They think that those jobs are admirable, that they're important, that they're necessary, because most of them have them. That's the jobs they're rocking with. Yeah, they want to hear their kid become a doctor or a lawyer, but they don't scoff when he wants to become a mechanic or a garbage man or an electrician or a plumber either, because the odds are they're doing what the grandfather does or the uncle does or the father does.
Look,
because we recognize, as you said, those jobs are honorable and they are needed.
Everyday living. Sorry, you're overestimating the intelligentsia's role in how things are looked at in everyday living.
No, look, Gimpy, this is why I opened by saying how exceedingly necessary these people are. The garbage guy, the bricklayer, the electrician. I opened with that because I wanted you guys to know I appreciate that.
Kid coming to the parent, I want to be a garbage man, would be, oh, no, dude, you're wrong.
Exactly. No parents wants that.
Blue collar Americans would be okay.
No. Even blue collar Americans would want more for their 10-year-olds. I'm sorry, Mike. They want more for their 10-year-old than to collect garbage. They only accept that when the guy is 20, he hasn't achieved much, he doesn't have much qualifications, and the father is like, just go get a job.
Okay, Hafez, you want to know what the truth in real life is? They have garbage truck toys. They have toys for garbage men, for construction work. They have toys for every blue collar concept you can think of. They sell toys for parents to buy their kids to engage in it in pretend and fantasy. So stop.
If my son came
to me, the intelligentsia mindset onto the blue collar. The blue collar doesn't think like you.
And look,
pride and being salt of the earth, man. I'm not like what you said. I'm just telling you, it's not true. I can go in any direction where I live, ask any of my neighbors, because 99% of them are blue collar, and they will all say they'd be happy if their kid took a sanitation job in the city of Baltimore with the pension and the union and everything. They wouldn't even in a heartbeat. They'd be like, he has more security than I do. You live in a world created by smart people that doesn't translate down to the working class. I'm sorry, Hafez, it's not true. I see it every day in every direction. There are blue-collar millionaires in every direction where their mattresses are filled with dollar bills because they don't trust the banks. And I am telling you, if their kid came home and said, I'm about to go apply for this job in Baltimore City garbage, they'd be fine with it. You are making a thing that doesn't exist amongst the working class. They are proud of what they do. They think they're more necessary than me and you are. Okay, we as the intelligentsia, we're the odd ones. We're the ones that don't actually do anything that they can translate to useful in society. You live in an imaginary world where me and you, because we sit in the seats of power, we're the managers, we're the bosses, we're the ones who, like that, the people who work for us and enjoy life the same way we do. They do not. They are the exact opposite of me and you, bud. That's the facts. I had to come to terms with that when I started managing people, man. Because I wanted my people to think like me for job completion, effectiveness, cohesion. They don't. I had to think more like them so that we could work together and be effective. And dude, these people are proud of what they do. Proud of it. I live surrounded by
it. And look, Hafez, to your point, yes, I can agree with you. Like, look. Okay, sorry, I thought you were about to read something there, Chaos. Look, Hafez, if I knew that my child was destined or should be much better than a garbage man or a construction worker, something like that, then yes, I would want them to do that. However, the majority of people who look down on garbage men the way that you obviously do don't know enough about the unions that the garbage men have. They don't know enough about the pay that these people make, when like their pay is not that much different than a freaking nurse and their job is way easier, and they don't have to go into college and incur a whole lot of college debt to be able to get a degree to be a garbage man. So that's the other difference. So no, I wouldn't have a problem with it if I recognize that, like, look, my child's skill level, yeah, they could be a garbage man, they could be a construction worker, but they're going to go with the garbage man. They're going to make great pay, union benefits, and all that sort of stuff. Freaking go at it, man. That's the entire point.
Sure. And I was in a union. When I worked for the elevator, I worked for an elevator company for 1 year. It was like 1 year. And I was in the union, and I was grandfathered in because it's hard to get into the union and be an apprentice. But if you can get with the city and be in a union, you are set for life. If you put the work in.
Dude, Mike, name me one blue collar family in all the 5 boroughs that would look down on their kid getting a Union City job hauling trash.
Rockefeller, probably.
That's it, right? You'd have to reach to that. All the blue collar in New York. If you got construction, you got work.
The Hildebergs, the Rockefellers,
that's Trump. It, dude. You have to go.
Yeah, but those aren't blue collar families.
That's the point. That makes our point.
Yeah,
righteous, right? So, like, that's the thing. The whole conversation we're having is it appropriate to smash 10-year-old dreams? So the consensus is that to some degree you have to be realistic with your kid, but the point of contention is, what does that realism look like for everybody?
Perfectly said.
But at the end of the day, there's no one job that's more important than another. And that's the thing that we live in. Like, that's why communism thrives, because people keep making these artificial. I went to college, I got all this education, so now my job's more important. Let me tell you something. I'm a person who manages people hold on, let me finish. I'm a person who manages people. And I will tell you this, I am nothing without my people. My success hinges solely on the people who work under me. I have no contributing factor. I have to help them succeed at all costs in order to be successful. I have to think about how their girlfriend's feeling this day if I'm going to get a good day of work out of them, dude. Those are my concerns, dude. And when you got to work, when you realize that, you realize we in the seats of any authority, it's flimsy. It's as long as the people who listen to us keep listening to us. If my guys didn't love me, I'd be useless. It's only because my guys love me, because I sit and I take the time and I learn about their love, whatever. But I'm just saying, dude, at the end of the day, we have to get over ourselves. Everyone has to get along, whether we like each other or not.
I agree, Gimpy. There was a great.
The cheap chat with the $5 super chat. This is a great conversation. Come on to the chat. Don't be stingy. Salute to you guys, man. Thank you so much. And G-Tron says the Kardashians stink. Go, Gimpy. We are the Borg.
Dude.
I was just gonna say, Gimpy, real quick. I was just gonna say, Gimpy. There was a great German chancellor who believed the same things that you believed, and he got his people to understand that, and they did great things for a little while.
Dude, mine is inclusive, not exclusive. I would argue.
Let me play some too. So when I worked for, people laugh about me working for a carpet cleaning restoration company. It was the biggest company in Tidewater. Tidewater is 5 different cities, and I was a senior sales manager and a trainer because I was a technician as well. I was actually training and on over 30 employees. So it is a daunting task to have to train and keep people in line. So Gimpy, I understand what you're saying. It's a lot of pressure, but I did it out of compassion.
Righteous, I'll bring you back in 25 minutes, man. Gimpy got you up out of here.
No, I didn't say righteous. No.
Hear me out.
I didn't read it. Hold on.
That's the thing.
Using the principle of tethers.
Hold on. Let me see what it says. Yeah, I didn't even read it. I should have read it first, right?
Yeah, because he managed to figure out a way to make the German man.
For being the price of all tethers. Okay, I thought you
were a non-stupid conversation for a day.
Okay, I thought you were pointing. All right, thank you so much.
Nah, why? Righteous and me and Righteous are on the same side for once. For once in all of history, we might be on the same side.
Gimpy, don't ever misunderstand. Just because you agree on this topic, he is not on your side.
Oh, I know, dude. He's pushing me into the gas chamber, dude. He's
he's definitely.
He has an unopened can of mustard gas. Just be very careful, sir.
Yeah, dude. Right,
sir. You have to prove, Sir, you'd have to prove gas chambers to me first, all right?
I mean, they keep very technical documents, but that's
Oh,
not.
guys, I don't know if we can talk about that. I don't know.
This is the part about this.
Yeah, I don't know if we can talk about that because I got dinged for the N word, the Otzi word. So yeah, I don't know if we can talk about the chambers, man.
Yeah. No, I don't want to talk about the chambers.
Yeah,
I want to talk
wanna
about the
do that.
people who
I'm just saying,
deny
I'm
these
not letting
things.
Righteous hug me.
The
I'm
thing is,
we're
Gimpy,
not that friendly.
what I find curious is that Germans are meticulous with their paperwork.
Yes.
They keep documents like you
Guys.
wouldn't believe.
Hey, let me get back to the video real quick. Let me get back to the video. Hang tight, Mike. I'm gonna bring you back.
You're
Okay?
making CT uncomfortable, Hafez.
Nah, it's not making me. It's
Nah, it's okay, CT. Just a minute. Hafez is just making you uncomfortable. Stop being creepy, bud.
No, look. No, all I'm saying is the people
bring
who
you up in a
don't
minute.
believe that event is ridiculous because they are trying to tell me that the one group of people who keep better records than the Jews are the Germans.
All right, guys. Let me
And
get back to
they
the
got
video.
it wrong.
All right, let me get back to the video. Here we go.
Not
Here we go.
important. You're
Did
making
that
CT
influence you to want to
uncomfortable.
be an astronaut? And what happened to where your mind left from
Can we get to the
sailing
part where
the
Dante
stars
snaps at you and leaves?
to being to having a sociology degree? What changed in the what changed?
And then what
within
changed from that to being a
phase?
YouTuber?
You know that shit right there. Like he doesn't realize he's not okay. So I do YouTube. Okay, I chose my own lane and destiny. I'm somewhat successful at it. The face. Why did he say that to me? Go ahead, buddy. You're on mute, buddy.
Sorry. Say again. Could you just repeat the last bit?
He tried to make it seem like that was an insult. I'll bring you up in a minute, Jay, when you're done eating. He tried to make it seem like that was an insult.
I don't know, man. They always want to jab you.
It's like I don't really like. Okay, so you answer to somebody and I don't.
Because they think YouTubers aren't competent enough to have real jobs.
No, but the thing is, anyone who's known you for 5 minutes knows that you had jobs. You just might
Weren't
evolve
competent enough to
into
keep
this.
them.
Well, incompetent. I mean, it's like that's not even a jab to me. It's like, dude, you answer to somebody. Not to knock anybody else. I don't understand what you.
But the other thing is to act like the discussions that you have and allowing the people up that you have to be able to exchange ideas and counteract them and push back and everything like that have no meaning. I think that's stupid. That's ridiculous thinking. I have to, censor myself here.
Yeah.
But like that's ridiculous thinking to think that people like yourselves, YouTubers and podcasters, have no effect on the zeitgeist of the community or even the group of people that listen to you and everything like that. These look, even though I'm sure while I'm looking here now, I'm sure every single one of us up here on the panel disagree on a majority of things, but we can still come together and have conversations about specific things that we can agree on and things that we believe that should be fixed and how they can be fixed. And so even though we can disagree on how we get to the solutions, we can agree on the solutions. Like all of this stuff works together. And to think that people, talking heads, look, there's a reason the mainstream media does what it does, is because they know that what they do is to influence the rest of the people in the country. And so while you're doing that on a very small microcosm, it has an effect of some kind.
First of all, Happy New Year, Jay Prince.
Sorry, arguably, first of all, YouTube is more influential than any other medium on earth currently. YouTube and TikTok. Honestly, it would be TikTok first before YouTube, but let's just say they're 1 and 2 in whatever order you want to put them. Second of all, digital content creation has infinitely more potential impact than any mainstream media, because mainstream media isn't available for replay in infinity like YouTube content or TikTok, right? That you can share it. Mainstream media content takes effort to pull from the mainstream, and then they police it, right? They hit you with copyright strikes when you use it and shit like that. So at the end of the day, my argument is CT works 12-hour days. He's taking a break now, but like, look, the show goes on. If the show can't carry itself, he can't walk away for 5 seconds. So the fact of the matter is he technically works harder than I do. He definitely works. Like, I work way longer hours than him, even comparative for how long his shows run. And he still works way harder than me. I mean, he has to be in it, attached, right? He's got to be policing all of us the whole time. Dude, look, people could say what they want about being a YouTube content creator, but being a producer for a digital creation company for 5 years now, you know, as my side hustle, Hafez, the amount of work the lady who runs the company and the dude who runs the company do is like preposterous. Like, I could never be a successful YouTuber on my own, right? Like, being a solo, the amount of work you got to do. Dude, I just do some of the bitch work, or, you know, like button pushing, behind the scenes. I'm on some right? Sometimes I'm in front of the camera. Mostly I'm doing data archiving, you know, the back end shit. And that alone is annoying as fuck.
You do video editing and stuff as well for Pops and Politics?
Dude, I had 142 episodes last year I worked.
Nice.
Well, and not just that, but like, you know, even if like part of this is CT trying to be hyperbolic and an entertainer and that sort of stuff. I think most of us recognize that. Like, I think we believe that CT is trying to get to the truth of a lot of things. We may disagree with the truth that he gets to, but I think, you know, I think we would agree that CT is doing his best to try to get to truth, and that's why he's someone worth tuning into and coming to talk to and everything like that. It's the same reason that he allows someone like me, which I know every single one, almost everybody who comes up on this panel would disagree with all of my beliefs, but like, he allows me up. He believes in free speech, and he allows the discussions and the debates that we have.
To be fair, you also follow the rules, right? CT also isn't so kind to people who don't, right? Like, you're respectable, man. Again, some people come up here are totally you're not really, like, I understand that people disagree with you, but me and Hafez could get along. We disagree on a ton of shit. Me and Jay Prince could probably hang out for a little bit. We disagree on a ton of shit. There are just some people who come up here are just straight disrespectful, and he lets them have the platform. To him, think about Afro Nerd. Afro Nerd's sole purpose is to come up here and undermine his platform, to the extent that the dude literally feeds the AI transcripts for self-affirmation. I don't know. Am I labeling it wrong, Hafez? Like, isn't that what it is? He's literally asking the AI to tell him he was the truthfulest.
Well, I don't know if he's saying that he wants the AI to give him. I thought he was doing was he was making a synopsis of the show so that he
and
can
then feeding
rebut
that back to the AI and asking it using the transcripts and the synopsis to tell him who told the most truth.
Well, and actually, Gimpy,
or how he rebuts some of the arguments.
Yeah, exactly. He's always looking to self-affirm. Sorry, Righteous. What were you saying, bud?
No. What I was going to say is, like, look, the reason that CT and I, like, yes, you're right. I have respect for CT because it's his channel, but also, like, you know, throughout the years that I've been on CT's channel, like, I recognize that, like, well, yes, I'm a white nationalist and everything like that. Like, I actually understand that CT is a black nationalist, and he wants what's best for black people just as much as I want what's best for white people. And that's why him and I can have the understanding of each other that we do. We disagree with how we come to terms with things or how we resolve things or something like that, but like that's the thing. It's like I'm George Lincoln Rockwell to his Malcolm X. And like, those two work together because they both recognize that, like, the best thing was for our groups to build ourselves individually, or, you know, build our own individual groups up. And so that's why, like, CT allows me to come up, is because he knows that, like, I understand his position just like he understands my position.
I just want to say, Gimpy, by the way, what Nerd. Oh my God, I forgot his name. Afro Nerd. what he's doing is pathological, right? I mean, I'm not like
it's crazy, right?
This is
Yo,
like you need pills and shit for that.
Yeah, dude. JP, you understand that you know that Afro Nerd, he takes the transcripts, right? He gets the text version of a 13-hour CT show, right? He gives that, and in order to do this, you got to pay for the premium Chat GPT stuff, right? Like to be able to have the most tokens per thing. He feeds that 13-hour transcript into the Chat GPT, gets it to break it down, understand who's saying what, and then asks it questions. He doesn't ask it profound shit, right? Like smarty-arty shit. He asked it to tell him if he told the most truth and he was the most right.
So with that, he has a major insecurity, and he viewed chaotic as something of greatness, right? And he feel as though when he come up here and conversate and debate with chaotic, he feel like he debating with somebody that's on a high class. And so in his mind, to be able to allow AI to tell him that he defeated one of the great, it gives him a sense of dopamines and security to him to build his confidence.
Yo, you got to tell me how you really feel about a guy. Like if you met a guy like that on the street, right, and you were chilling and he told you he did that, how would you do it? Like, I'm just very curious how you would react to finding out after.
I would definitely be entertained, and I would just keep poking at him. Because I'm petty like that. Sometimes I like to poke at somebody that's kind of funny like that. I don't know, it gives me entertainment, especially if I'm bored.
No doubt. So do you know the topic of the show? So yesterday, Lena made this thing about these elementary school kids not wanting to be astronauts, right? And the argument we're having is when your 10-year-old comes up to you and tells you they want to be an astronaut, what do? Right? How do you handle that? So I'm saying if they're smart enough at 10, right? Like let's say they're not stupid, right? Like your kid's not stupid. I'm not going to discourage them, right? I'll tell them how hard it is, I'll whatever. The other people, they're trying to frame it that you got to keep them real, that almost no one's an astronaut, so they shouldn't even want to be that to begin with. Maybe later, if they're smart enough, they should want to morph into being an astronaut, but your first job should want to be, a math person, like a scientist or something. You know what I'm saying? You have kids. How would you deal with it?
My kids come and tell me they want to be astronaut, I'm going to slap the shit out of them. That's just me first. Then I'm gonna ask them after I calm down. Then I'm gonna ask them, what make you want to be an astronaut? 9 times out of 10, they don't listen to some people and from school. One thing I learned about these schools since I've been dealing with my kids, they is programming your kids in a fashion that's kind of unhumane. They battling against the parents, and so they can get your kids. Like, first off, what 10-year-old know about astronauts, being an astronaut? That's some people coming up to them telling them some type of stuff, right? Me personally, I don't believe that type of stuff really real. I don't want my kids to be living in no fake existence. And being an astronaut not gonna do nothing for you, or like what you gonna gain from being an astronaut?
Okay. I mean, what if they say
being an astronaut?
So what if they say I want to walk on the moon? I'm just trying to figure out what a kid would say back to that.
My child says she want to walk on the moon. I'm gonna get them drug tested. First off, you cannot walk on the moon because the moon is not made of solid ground, right? You'll never be able to walk on a moon. Well, this is all our beliefs, right? Because not even astronauts know what a moon made out of, right? Because the amount of light pressure of the moon, it keeps people thousands of feet away from it, because that's been in God's business now. Now you dipping in God's business. When you talking about going up there to the sun and the moon, now God gonna put you out of his business, right? And I don't think nobody can come that's alive that went to the moon or the sun can come back and tell you what the sun is like or walking on no damn moon.
Well, I'll definitely agree with the sun. 100%. No one's walking on the sun.
You do know the moon
Yeah,
is just
no, I agree. No one's going to walk on the sun.
On
that one, we all agree.
The amount of light of the moon. You got to keep in mind. You could have a flashlight, and if it be so damn bright, you can feel the heat coming from the light.
Right.
The moon that lights up the planet.
Oh, how did that work?
There's so much heat. I think by the time when you go to the moon, that heat gonna seep through those space tunnels. All that stuff not gonna be able to.
But how do you know what? But you just said we don't know what the moon's made out of. So how do you know it's going to get heated up? Maybe moon's made out of material that doesn't get heated up.
You weren't listening, Hafez. He said that the light emanating from the moon is so intense that you can feel the heat, and the closer you get, he said, it'll get too hot. It'll burn through the heat panels on the spaceship.
Oh,
you have to listen to what he's saying, man.
I thought the moon was so hot that you couldn't stand on it.
No, it's the light that makes heat, right? Like he said, he explained it. When you have a bright flashlight, you can feel the heat coming. When you get close to the lens, you feel the heat coming off the top.
The flashlight would, in that scenario, would be the sun, though. It wouldn't be the moon. The moon is a reflective light from the sun.
No. Again, you're not listening. He's saying the sun has its light, and the moon has its light, and the moon.
The moon has its own light. So how come we don't see the moon during the daytime?
The sun is a combustion of light, fire in a way, and the moon has light. Because y'all gotta understand that moon is one moon to light up the whole universe. It's not gonna be, and you gotta. I think this is a time where you have to use your common sense and a lot of light.
I'm not getting involved in this conversation. I'm sorry.
Now think about it. Who knows how you can walk on a moon? Like, come on, what's inside of the moon to make it able to walk on it?
I've never been to the moon, so I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? So I think that sometimes people need to stay in people's business and stop trying to dib in God's business.
Yeah, so JP, real quick, I just want to say that, hey, Mike, if you're still in the audience there, when you were questioning me about blacks having an average IQ of about 85, here's the fucking proof right here. God damn it.
Don't sweat.
Go ahead, JP. Go ahead, JP.
So let me address that.
JP, before you get in there, I just want to say to you, I am astonished the profoundness of your mind. The fact that when we talked about what kids want to do, and then we ended up on the conversation of the heat ray coming from the moon, was unbelievable diversion from what we started with, and only you could have got us there. So thank you, sir. I thank you.
You're welcome. I derailed it. I don't think I derailed it because
no,
I'm still.
Dude, keep going. Don't listen to this atheist.
Right. So to what Mike said, the IQ level. White people don't set the standards of IQ.
That's right. Tell them, JP.
And I know that y'all feel so privileged too because y'all have been in charge for a long time. But y'all standards of IQ is not law. It's not God related. It's not from the understanding of God. I can comprehend in common sense without having to be measured based on a white man's IQ test levels. Because me subjecting myself and even conceding with your, even let's say you give me the highest IQ, that means I view y'all as God. I cannot get white people's quizzes and IQs cannot qualify me on that. I think I goes off what God say. I'm more of a nature type of guy now. I don't go.
Yeah, you're so far above us. You're so far above us, man.
Yeah, I deprogram.
Blacks are so far above the whites.
Show us where JP told a lie. JP hasn't told a single lie yet. Nothing he said is a lie.
But it's okay for white people.
Gimpy, you really, Gimpy, you want me to start attacking your people? Really? Because you're doing exactly what I expect your people to do. All right, so here. How about this again? JP. Why is it that Africa is a shithole continent?
Because America done robbed and pillaged from it for so many years.
So before America And just so you know,
countries
hang on. There was many people that came to Africa before Americans. Africa was still a shithole continent. Can you explain that to me?
When people came there, they came there to rob and take from me. Is that not true? How you gonna say the richest
wait. But it was still a shithole continent.
The richest continent is the shithole?
Yeah.
So if Africa is a shithole continent, why do China, Americans and other people like what you say went over there and robbed from this shithole?
Because it's very easy to answer. Because the continent had many great resources, but your people didn't know or care about those resources. They didn't know or care about what to do with those resources. So that's why it remained a shithole continent.
I disagree.
Until white people came over there and showed you that, like, oh, hey, man, you guys have a bunch of great resources, but you fuckers don't know anything what to do with them.
I don't think they needed white people to determine the wealth or the worth of
obviously they did, because it was a shithole continent and still is. The only reason it became anything is because white people came over there and it's like, hey, man, you guys have a whole bunch of resources that are, can make a whole bunch of people rich. And your people still didn't care about that, JP.
Well, white people don't have nothing that they created. Everything that white people
everything
that white people established has been stolen and mimicked from other people that existed thousands of years before them. Yes,
really.
I would even argue majority of the stuff that we have in Africa, in America, was stolen by Africans that was built by Black Africans.
Really,
what are you saying? They knew their worth. I don't think Black people.
Okay, so JP. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Like
let's go down this.
Black people.
JP. So JP, let's go down this road.
And we still don't.
Cool. JP, let's go down this route. If we stole everything from Black people, why is it that Africa has always been a shithole?
If you stole everything from them, what else do they got left?
No. Wait. Your continent should have already been an amazing Wakanda place to live in. Why is it a shithole now?
Well, because it's still a shithole because just like a lot of American military, Chinese military is still up there galvanizing the land. So when this stuff grows back, like for an example, when Dr. Sebi was telling us about these herbs, there are some herbs that's in Africa.
No. Who gives a shit about the herbs? Let's talk about the civilizations. Let's talk about the civilization. No. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about your herbs. I don't care about your herbs. I don't care about your herbs. No, I don't care about your herbs.
Give me an example.
Tell me about the civilizations.
I'm gonna give you an example.
Tell me about the civilizations.
Right. So I'm giving you an example. There's an herb that's only.
I don't care about the herbs. I don't care about the herbs. Tell me about the civilization.
Diseases.
Civilization.
Herbs there that they got herbs that only grow.
Civilization. I don't care about the herbs.
Diseases.
I don't care about the herbs.
It actually can cure most diseases that only.
I don't care about the herbs. Tell me about the civilizations.
What do you mean civilizations? That's an English term. Break it down Afrocentric.
He wants you to tell him where the great technological.
Tell me about the.
He wants you to tell where all the
technology. Thank you, Gippy.
Stole.
Well, the technology. I think they slowly growing with that. And also, when I look at the Africans today, even though they're in Africa, I would view them no different from African Americans, no different from the Native Americans. They don't know nothing about their culture, nothing about their land and resources because they wasn't educated to. The same people that gave us education over here is giving African education. The mere fact that majority of Africans speak English now and worship Jesus, that goes to show you that they also has been colonized, right? So the white man still is the heavier influence based on their education, based on their
because we're better.
Because
we're better.
No, it's not because you better. It's just because that right now
you're sitting there with the Capitol behind you.
Okay.
Yeah. So why don't you have some great, African building or African culture behind you?
Somebody had created this for me about 4 years ago.
Okay. So you're not even smart enough or good enough to build a green screen behind you with African culture. You can't even make a good African culture behind yourself, even though you sit here talking shit about the white man all day, every day.
That is a good idea.
I know it's a great idea because a white man came up with it.
Oh shit!
A good idea. One good idea out of millions of y'all didn't exist as long as black folks. This is what I'm saying.
You believe in Yakub? Is that what you believe in? Yakub? Yakub was a highly intelligent black man who created whites. Is that what you believe?
I don't say black man, one black man. I do believe black people created what we call white people.
Dude, he's telling nation of
When I look at you, I see an albino. I see your skin is very defective. It's not peaceable during the summertime. Your skin is actually disgusting. You have a very disgusting skin tone.
And yet you have my capital in your background.
This is not tangible, but when we talk about this, don't exist without us. So without people,
really,
look at my skin.
Really. Okay. So JP. No. So JP, that capital behind you wouldn't exist without black folks and Africans. Why doesn't that exist in Africa? Why doesn't that exist in Africa?
They got something better that exists in Africa than the capital.
Where?
The mere fact y'all see this in the front.
Yep.
That's when you go to Egypt and go to Kemet. This is where the Medu.
Egypt isn't black.
One side is devoted for Isis. The other side is devoted for Hathor, the cow.
Egypt isn't black.
Hathor and Isis. If you go to Kemet right now, this is made out of
Egypt isn't black.
What?
Egypt isn't black.
According to who?
I don't know, Egyptians.
Bro, oh my God. So Egypt.
No. Oh my God.
I would agree post today, yeah, it's not black. But the whole history
never was
black.
Never was.
Bro, y'all don't have that much history. Stop trying to make it seem like y'all the first people.
Didn't say that.
So y'all not the first people.
Well, wait. The concept of the first people is highly debatable. Do you believe
it's only debatable to the people that's trying to debunk black culture.
No. Do you believe the out of Africa theory?
No, I don't. Fuck a theory. Theory's not facts.
Okay, so then who are the first people?
He doesn't know what you mean.
People.
No. JP, stop. 1 sec, boss. He's saying out of Africa theory is the theory where we believe, right? Who listen to that theory that black people are the original man. That he's saying
that's not a theory. That's a fact. Because at the end of the day, first off, this is white. None of y'all is this color. That's one. So at the end of the day, two black people can create. Two black people a black woman and a black man can't create y'all skin color. It's called
Okay,
albino.
so JP, a question for you. So JP, a question. JP,
you cannot create
cool. Yeah, cool. So JP,
who was first?
So JP, do you believe in the theory of evolution?
Of evolution?
Yeah.
Well, when you talking about we evolved from monkeys and jump?
Yeah.
No. I think that's something that white man made up to take credibility of blacks being the first people.
So then where do human beings come from?
Dirt, the earth.
Dirt, the earth.
I mean, from earth.
Okay.
Dirt is earth, so I'm saying earth.
Okay.
But do you believe that like God created them?
You look at the color of the earth, the mud is what color? Black, brown, this color. It's not your color.
So then,
red.
so then
earth,
we're still going with that, like, white people. Even if this was true, which it's not, by the way, but even if I intergage with you here, you believe that white people came from blacks, then that means that white people evolved from blacks, which is why our IQs are different, which is why our cultures are different, which is why we act differently.
It won't be evolvement when it's defective, right? So
how's it defective?
Evolve, meaning that it enhances itself. When we created white people, that's actually a decrease because low melanin, and you suffer from being your skin color. Y'all suffer naturally. You suffer horribly.
Cool. So how about intellectually and culturally?
Well, intellectually is subjective. It's who.
No, it's really not. It's really not.
It really is.
It's really not. It's really not. Look at any.
The reason why you didn't allow me to speak because you don't really got no type of. You can't really substantiate your argument.
No, I really can. No, JP, I really can.
I said so. Look at your teeth. That's not a teeth of a human of a real.
Hey,
look at my teeth. Look at your teeth.
Hey, JP. Look at any white country compared to the entire continent of Africa. I'm sorry, sir. We have evolved past you.
You did not have not evolved. So all of that stuff that even though we can talk about these minerals and stuff like that, right? But physically, biology, you still worse than blacks. You're never.
How about we look at societies? How about we look at our societies?
More superior than you.
Societies.
I can create you. You can never create me. I could go outside for long periods of time in the summertime. You can never do that.
I would never want to create you.
Y'all need my organs, right? Harvesting black people organs and blood. I don't need yours to survive.
No, that's not even true.
Harvesting black people organs. That's why we don't put organ donor on our driver's license because y'all need our organs. We don't need your shit. That's what
That's not even true. You don't even know what you're talking about.
It's not true because you white and you said so?
Yeah.
That don't work over here no more. That's
okay,
dead.
Cool. So again, we'll just simply look at white culture and white societies compared to black cultures and black societies. Which one's doing better?
Of course, white people's societies is so-called doing better only because they have
so-called
resources. But how long you think that's going to last?
How many cars were created by the blacks?
How long you think that's going to last? Eventually, y'all going to
how many cars have been created in Africa? How many cars have been created by Africans?
Zero.
Wait a minute. Okay. Hey.
Okay.
How many trains have been created by Africans?
Welcome back to work.
The black man that created the first car?
There are 2 car companies. Hello, there are two. There's a Sudanese, I think, but there's definitely a Nigerian car.
And when were those started, Gimpy?
Oh, I don't know, last 20 years.
Oh, yeah, African dude got their
Oh,
own car.
20 years. And when did they get started?
But within the last 20 years. It could
Within
be
the last 20 years. And so when did cars get started in the white countries?
So based on a white man's story.
No, hang on. No, I was asking Gimpy since he wants to fact check me. Gimpy, you want to fact check me? When were cars created by white people?
I think that African already had cars before the white man.
About 100 years ago.
Yeah,
I think that I think that y'all got a pattern of behavior of stealing and mimicking off everybody else.
Bitch, you just created cars like 20 years ago. Shut the fuck up.
No, we don't need no white people to create nothing. Y'all don't got nothing that you can create. I truly, based on y'all history, y'all steal every idea, concept. Y'all still do it from blacks.
Right. That's why when white people came over to your country,
light bulb.
That's why when white people came to your country, you didn't even have a written language or the wheel, motherfucker.
I think that body language is the most important language.
Righteous, no
language. Your language ain't credible, though.
Right.
And then you going off what white folks say. That's not the truth because white people put it in books. We learned everything from the white perspective.
Sorry, Gimpy, what were you saying? Am I cussing too much?
We learn everything from the white perspective.
Shut up, JP. I'm trying to listen to the Jew.
Yeah, no F-bomb.
Okay, I apologize.
We learn everything from the white perspective. That don't make it true. I don't believe shit that white people correct. Nothing that y'all say in these schools. Nothing. That's just overcompensating. The white man education ain't shit but overcompensating. It's to make them feel like they more superior than naturally what they naturally is. Y'all are not superior. Y'all are very inferior blacks. This is why y'all so-called hate blacks that never done nothing to you. The reason why y'all got this amount of hatred for blacks, dark-skinned people is because you envious. You wants to be my color, and so since you cannot be my color, you'd rather put black people on a lower scale, and so you can with the white man dollar and put y'all on a high level so you can feel more superior to make you sleep at night. But realistically, I don't give a damn. I'll enjoy being black. I won't never want to wake up your color. I will blow myself in the head with a 357 Magnum 50 caliber if I woke up your color with your hair. You call that hair. I will never want to be your color. I don't give a fuck. If somebody asking me, you would get $1 billion if we could just bleach your skin. Or you can be jet black and live like a slave. Give me the jet black. Your $1 billion is not real. That's all it is, an illusion. That's your currency. That's not God. That's not life. Your dollar bill is not life. It's not. It don't got no value. JP, you're somebody who lives off the white man's dollar. So I take nothing from you seriously. You are a welfare queen. I use
you are nothing. You are nothing. You are nothing. You are nothing but a scamming welfare queen.
And you scam black men and black women to build this country.
No, we didn't. They didn't build shit. They didn't build shit. Look.
Y'all was sitting on your ass.
Hey, I know. Calm it down. Calm it down, Jim. If black men and women actually built this country, then they would have built up Africa. But they can't. And they couldn't, which is why you never did.
If you shave a chimp, it look more like you. You got the same mouth of a monkey.
You didn't actually defeat my argument. You didn't actually defeat my argument.
With nappy hair. Have y'all ever seen a monkey with 4C hair? Their hair usually be stringy like this chimp. Monkeys look more like you. with the skinny mouth, you don't look like you got lips.
How retarded are you?
And then look at your teeth. Look how yellow and bricky you look.
My God.
You got a mouth of an 8.
Yeah, I don't really care about your insults, bro.
Y'all want black people to feel inferior and ugly of themselves to make y'all feel good. Basically trying to
no. What I want you to recognize is that black people didn't build this country, because if they did, then Africa would look the exact same way.
I get your argument, but you got to keep in mind. I don't think Africans got that choice to build their country. In some parts of Africa.
Okay. So poor blacks. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it for themselves.
In some parts of Africa, it is built like this. I think they had a better country.
There's not a single part of Africa that wasn't built by white people, built by your people. You're muted.
It's okay. He's just telling his kids.
Yeah, he's talking to his kids.
Yeah. He's telling his kids to quit chimping out.
That seems unnecessary.
Bro, you're not winning with that. Listen, I already know what your tactic is. When a nigga put your back against the wall, you have nothing else to do but insults. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bob, weave, jab your bitch ass with nothing but intellectual.
Which you haven't done it. Which you haven't done any of that.
Yes, you are a albino, man. You come from niggas. I am your original father. Your original father looks like me.
Cool. So then, cool. Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna cool. So I'm gonna say. So cool. So I'm gonna say again. Why is it that no part of Africa looks like America unless it was built by white people?
Do it have to look like America? Why do it has to look like America?
Well, because you claim that you built America.
Well, America copycat from a lot of this, like in Italy, who are the bam these big old buildings.
So it didn't come from black people.
It looked like African.
It didn't come from black people.
It did.
So then why doesn't anywhere in Africa look like America?
Just at the mere fact. Look at this. This infrastructure comes from Africans.
No, it doesn't, faggot.
This matter of fact,
oh my God.
I can pull up a picture right now that's from Egypt. This is a replica of.
Egypt isn't Africans.
I'm not saying Africans is all through Egypt. I'm saying Egypt is many Africans that created shit, but I guarantee you,
Egypt is Middle Eastern.
Pyramids. This right here is
Egypt is definitely Africa.
In this.
Just Arabized.
This right here is a replica that existed 1,000 years that was created by blacks with a different meaning.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
You can't prove that.
I bet you I can.
Prove it.
Persian lies.
Well, the thing is though,
Egyptians. Hang on. Egyptians are not Africans.
They're literally.
You say Egypt was never black.
Really? Go to Egypt.
Sub-Saharan African.
Right, okay. And that's the difference.
Let's just make the point. We all agree the current.
What he said is just like saying America wasn't Native Americans.
Okay.
No, it's not.
I want to point something out. To Righteous.
What he basically said, Native Indians wasn't Americans before America.
JP. Let me.
Yeah, because America didn't exist before white people.
Muffin, do you see that Capitol building? Do you see the pillars and do you see the dome above it? What other culture has domes for their buildings? Where do you think you guys got that shit from?
Romans and Greeks.
No. No, Romans and Greeks
No,
don't have
Arabs.
domes for their building.
Arabs
Arabs on their mosques.
They had
It's the Middle
flat
Easterners that have that look.
they had triangle tops on everything.
So now y'all still
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Structurally wise, the like the
Really? Really?
Okay, I look. Whatever.
Really? Romans and
Domes.
Greeks didn't have any domes like that?
No, it's
top
mostly.
at the point, like that's an Arab.
Okay.
That's why traditional. Do you see any domes above churches?
No, you.
That's
have
Roman and
you
Greek
have
and Gothic.
Yes,
because
you have triangles are their thing.
Yeah, they don't have domes. Domes are not
domes,
part
dude.
of Gothic.
Like I'm telling you, it's not a knock on Domes
Roman
is
or Greek
Middle Eastern
structure.
thing. It's Persian and
Okay.
Arabian.
Yeah, that comes from the Middle East.
Dude, no, the columns and shit is all the front part of it. The columns, that's all Greek, Roman, but the tops,
You
that's
said
domes on
columns?
the
You said
top.
columns?
That's why they're all
Yeah.
called dome of this, dome of that.
Yeah, that
All
didn't
Arab,
come
all-
from your white people.
You said columns.
No, domes. I said is Arab.
No, what
Yeah, the
do you mean
domes,
by
the columns are Greek. The columns are Greek or Roman.
the columns is
dome-
Greek?
Greek
Yeah,
columns.
Are you sure the
so-
columns is Greek?
I mean,
Well,
they
it's
have columns in Egypt
traditionally,
too, but the columns that they're imitating on the building you're showing behind you are to imitate Greek and Roman columns.
Greek and Roman. Exactly.
I'm not saying they don't have columns in Egypt.
Copycatted from Egypt.
Okay, I mean I've heard you say that before. I'm
No,
not.
but those white sort of limestone-looking columns, that's a traditional Greek. I mean, the Greeks might have got it from the Africans, but that is typically Greek Roman.
They chiseled the limestone off the pyramids to build their mosques. The Arab chiseled all of that limestone from the pyramids to build a mosque around Cairo.
Yeah, you guys are lying. I just looked it up. Okay. The Romans had the Pantheon and several other buildings that had domes on them. All right, fuck off.
That don't mean that's the truth because you looked it up.
No, dude, that's fine. I'm not arguing that the Pantheon didn't exist, dude. What I'm saying to you is go look.
Is that what they got it from the Africans?
No, they got it from the Persians and the Arabians. That's where that influence comes from for the Greeks. They didn't invent that style.
Feel to prove it.
They didn't invent the style. That's it. No one's saying they didn't use the style. Their invented style.
Okay, we're gonna talk about. We got the Roman columns that they built in Egypt, and we got the original Egyptian columns. Can you pull this up, CT? If you here,
Not debating you, righteous.
can you pull these columns? Can you pull this up for me, CT?
Good luck if he's there.
He has to be here. That's how Pumpkin came up.
Yeah, somehow I can.
Ah, Bumpkin. Happy
Well,
New
it
Year,
might
my
not
man.
be him. It might be his production person.
Happy New Year, Bumpkin.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year, Bumpkin. Did you?
By the
crack
way, JP.
skulls for New Year at midnight? Isn't that like what they do in county?
Did they what?
Crack any
Crack some
skulls at
skulls.
midnight?
I didn't work.
Oh, so you missed the tradition. I got it.
Yeah, I didn't work. It's
You
crazy.
get to crack skulls at midnight.
There's always an opportunity to do that.
But JP, I just want to point out, I'm looking at Egyptian columns. They are nice, they're magnificent, but they are not Greek in style. Not in the way that you have the one behind
They
you.
mimic and put their own twist. These columns came way before Greek and Rome.
Well, yeah, maybe, but I mean,
Mimic their style.
That's correct. They do predate, but we're just saying is the columns in your picture are Greek columns.
yeah, the ones in that particular, yeah, they're more Greco-Roman. They're not Egyptian
All
style.
right, hold on. Lord Geotron for $2. I read this. This got read. What's up, Bumpkin?
What's up, man? How's it going?
How's your New Year treating you?
It's going good. I woke up early today before I had to go to work. So,
Well, thank you for stopping by. I wish the boss was here, but he's jerking off somewhere. The chief
He's,
chick-
he's
I know,
practicing
also.
auto-asphyxiation, erotic auto-asphyxiation, I believe it's.
Dude, I don't masturbate on camera again. All right, Jeffrey Tubin.
I did not do anything. I was beating my chest because I had something stuck right here.
10-year-old dreams. So basically, the topic of today's show is: should you crush your 10-year-old's dreams if they don't seem qualified for what they're dreaming for?
It's a dumb conversation.
Is it?
I mean,
had it
listen.
for 2 days.
Of course, you would want your kid to work for NASA over being a TikTok star, but like, you make a lot of money on TikTok too, though.
Yeah, but the argument is if your kid comes up to you and says, "I want to be an astronaut," right? There's the opinion that you just smash the dream immediately. CTs, like it's impractical. Same JP. Then there's the opinion that, you know, if your kid seems qualified,
I would smash it immediately.
Right. Then there's the opinion that, like, if your kid has the skills, let's say they're math whiz at 10 years old, you know, you're realistic with them and tell them how hard it is, but you don't discourage them, right? Because they seem to have skills in the right area. Or there's the, you know, you're gentle, but you destroy the dream anyhow, right? Like, because again, being an astronaut is so, it's better to target a more realistic goal. And then later in life, if you just, the kid decides later they want to be one, then they can do it. Those are basically the three opinions that come out of 2 days of this conversation.
I mean, I would say that with the I think it's more likely to be an astronaut now than it really has been in the past, because you actually have like a military way to get there now.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they'll pay for a lot of that. You can join the Space Force or Air Force and Space Force. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there is
you can actually join X or Blue Yonder.
Yeah, that's true. That's a private sector, an easier private sector now as well. Before it was just NASA. I think actually now it'd probably be easier to become a astronaut than pretty much any time before.
Well, no. Oh God, I forgot her name. Katy Perry is an astronaut, for crying out loud.
What's Oprah's best friend's name? She was on that same flight. Oprah's buddy.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of 304s that went up into space.
All women or whatever that went into space, and they were singing. I mean, but dude, that's not what they mean when they mean astronaut. Like, right?
Yeah.
So, like, let's arguably say those people paid 150 grand a pop to be on there. They're passengers. We're talking about the people who flew those private shuttles, right? Again, I'm not saying that it's a reasonable dream, but my stance is you don't crush the dream. Because you want dreamers, because dreamers dream innovation, and I want innovation. And I need 100 million people to try and be excellent so that the 5 of them can rise to the top and actually be excellent. Because if you only had 300 people apply to be astronauts, you'd have the 300 stupidest people ultimately. You wouldn't get the best that way, right? I want competition. I want to encourage competition. I want kids to be competitive. I want them to have a hyper-competitive nature, because a competitive nation is a strong nation, right? You temper it with all sorts of the other moral lessons, but ultimately I want kids to dream big so they aim big. If you want to be the garbage man, fine, but be the greatest garbage man on earth. Invent a way to collect garbage that changes the game, whatever. Don't just be settled for being, but I'm not, but I'm in the opinion that you never destroy the dream. You might redirect it, you might whatever, but the CT method of you take a sledgehammer to it is just, it's too over the top for me.
It's very.
I get why JP would do what he said, like he'd slap the shit out of this guy. I mean, I understand it.
I believe JP's had a somewhat of a brutal methodology.
I'm just waiting on Chaotic to bring these columns up. You're gonna see the columns that the Egypt built, and you're gonna see the columns that the Romans built.
I'm sorry, like right now he'll not be able to. I'm talking to him. He's having some issues with his internet, so I'm just holding it down until he gets that all settled out. But as soon as he does, I'll tell him to bring it up for you, bud. Look,
it's considered to be the leader. This
no,
is
dude, I get what you're saying. You've shown us this before, like that. I know what you're talking about. I remember from the other times you showed us.
Why is this the Washington D.C. Capitol? And really, it's a replica of Black Egyptians built. Everything about DC is some Egyptians, a lot of Egyptians inspirations.
It's not.
The outlets with the baptized water, right?
JP.
You got this, the Capitol doors.
JP. You see, the problem is haven't been to Europe, if I could take you to half a dozen buildings that look very similar, if not identical to that, look up St. Paul's Cathedral in London. These were all built hundreds of years before American buildings were built. All American buildings are inspired from British buildings.
I tell you that all
I guarantee you, white folks, white Americans not the only ones who copied gold from Egypt. White people,
Yeah, you might want to trace the route down to sort of Egypt or Africa.
Okay,
but
now,
I will tell you, none of these were inspired by African buildings. These were neo-Gothic British
So
buildings.
these are the columns that the Egyptians built, and these small ones over here is the columns that the Romans built.
Yeah,
That's
it's nothing to do with the size. It's the style. It's the who inspired who.
Look right here. Look
JP,
right here.
Yes.
Wait,
Do they look anything like the thing you see behind you?
Hafed, what did he say this on top of the Capitol? What is this up here? Ain't this on top of the Capitol what we just got done looking at? Huh?
No, it's not. Look at the difference. You're telling me you can't see the difference between those columns in front of you and the ones behind you, the ones in your avatar, in your background.
I can steal your idea and make it a little bit different. What I'm saying is the original copycat, this is on top of the Capitol building right there. I ain't talking.
No, it's not. What I'm trying to tell you is that those buildings are not inspired from those columns in Egypt. They are inspired from neo-Gothic buildings of London and Britain, and they are no. JP. Let me give you like a pathway.
Hold on. Can I talk about my own? This is a picture. Let me hold on once, Heffy. Since I brought it up, let me educate the people. Can y'all put in the chat if y'all can see where this arrow is at? You can see my arrow, Heffy. Okay, on the side of the
I can't see it. But I can see that dome behind you. Yes, I can see that dome in the background.
You see that dome? Thank you for acknowledging that dome.
I am trying to tell you that
columns right here is where the Romans built these columns years after.
Okay,
they try to make themselves
okay. Listen, JP. I'm not even denying that, even though I'm not 100% certain. What I'm trying to tell you is that what is behind you was not inspired what is in front of you. What is behind you was inspired by the buildings in Britain, which was inspired by the Romans and the Greeks, which may have been inspired by the Egyptians. But what is behind you is not a direct inspiration. It didn't come directly from the Egyptians. It came from the British, who then got it from the Romans and the Greeks.
They're stolen from Egypt.
You can't just steal a building structure. You just building design. People take inspiration.
You can steal the concept and the idea.
But that doesn't belong to you. Just because I got inspired by you, if I get inspired by I don't know, Kanye West music to make a rap song, that doesn't make it Kanye West song. It's still my song.
The Cheap Chimp found out and said, "This is a great conversation. Come on, chat. Don't be stingy." Can you drop that chat right quick, Chaotic?
Who created fire, guys? Does anyone have
this is literally came from black.
Yeah. Who made fire though? Without fire, you couldn't have those structures. You couldn't have clay. You couldn't have cured the clay. You couldn't have burnt, fired the clay to make it into a brick.
The white man steal fire?
God created all of this, just like he created the dirt.
What do you mean?
God created earth, he created the fires.
White men don't know how to use fire? Okay.
Yeah, that's it. White men, without black people, white men wouldn't know how to use fire.
Well, let's put a random dude from Appalachia.
You literally see a complete copy.
A random dude from
y'all see this
in the woods, and let's see who creates fire first.
Look at that. Why is this a complete copy to the Egyptian? This shit been there for hundreds of thousands of years.
It's a pillar made out of stone.
That's not made out of stone. That's made out of dirt.
Dirt.
That's not made out of
dirt. These columns made out of dirt.
I'm confused. Is that like a sandcastle?
Okay, if that was okay.
It's made out of the same stuff that the pyramids is made out of. That's why. This is why the Arabs chisel all of that
Yeah,
limestone.
the pyramids are made out of limestone. Yeah, that's not sand. That's not dirt.
Nothing but dirt.
Limestone isn't dirt.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Oh my
Limestone
God.
is not dirt.
If you go to
There are
pyramid-
different things. Is sand the same as clay?
Oh my God.
Yes.
If you go to the pyramids, just because you laughing don't make it not true. If you go to the pyramids, you literally see how they chisel limestone to build their mosque around Cairo. The Arabs did that. The Egyptians built. This is some black man Egyptian shit. And look at this. Look at this up here, and look up there. That's a complete copy.
It's all dirt.
Let's look up what is this dome.
It's all dirt. It's all dirt.
It's all dirt.
Let me watch now. Watch what the white man.
That's
said.
the takeaway.
It's all
Watch
dirt.
this. Watch how the white man lied. Watch how the white man lied. On top of the Washington D.C. Capitol, that dome. What is that dome inspired from?
I'm a natural liar.
From London. From London. It's inspired from London. It will always be inspired from London.
The U.S. Capitol's grand cast iron dome design, meaning that somebody came up with this. By
Is Righteous
Thomas
Muffin still
Walter.
here?
So Thomas U. Walter design draws inspiration from famous European domes like St. Peter's.
Is Righteous Muffin still here?
In Rome, St. Paul's Cathedral in London.
Is Righteous Muffin still here?
Why are they not mentioning Egypt?
Is Righteous Muffin still here?
No, Righteous Muffin is not still here.
Okay, Righteous Muffin. If you're listening, I got a question for you. If you're listening,
Create a
Righteous Muffin,
powerful symbol of democracy.
jump back
always
on.
did.
Jump back on. I got a question for you, Righteous Muffin. If you're still listening, I'll
Bro,
hold on
I'll be
for a couple minutes.
y'all.
No, you just don't understand timelines, JP. We've been over this.
No. You trying to make it seem like white people's here first. No, you having a disingenuous conversation if you're not trying to acknowledge who was here first. That what I just showed you was there first.
What do you think King Tut was genetically?
Genetically, he was jet black. Yes, he was.
Jet black people don't have red hair.
What?
Jet black people don't have red hair.
Bro, you want to see King Tut? I already showed you King Tut. King Tut was jet black, nigga.
King Tut was a ginger. King Tut was a ginger.
No N words. No N words.
I said a ginger. I said a ginger.
Y'all created the image of King Tut.
I'm waiting on Norman.
His genetic makeup.
No, the white man created that image of King Tut. That's not King Tut. No, white man.
Fake. You're right. Science is fake.
No. Science is fake. The people that represent scientists is fake.
White science.
Yeah. His DNA.
You're right. Why you?
DNA,
how do you know how King Tut look?
His DNA matches.
How do you know how King Tut look?
Northern European, at least by 60%. So at some way, either he was mixed, either he was a mixed individual with red hair.
Oh my God! Who told you he was mixed?
JP,
mixed?
JP, can I say this? You do know that we have the DNA because these people were mummified, so we can actually find out.
You think I'm going to trust some liars and thieves, some white thieves and liars that's stealing everything from Egypt?
We have their DNA.
They said Thomas Eubank.
We have their DNA.
Is the one who built the domes. And they inspired from Rome and in London. Yeah, I just showed you a picture of it in Egypt that existed thousands of years. Why would you believe anything? I'm proving them to be a lie with facts.
All right. If Norman, you're in the chat, if you can get on, I'm here.
Oh, you can pull up stuff, Dante?
What's that?
You can pull stuff up if I drop some in the back?
No, I can't pull anything up.
No, only CT can. I'm sorry, but yeah, we do have DNA, and I will say this though: the reconstructed Tutankhamun. Well, they reconstructed Tutankhamun, and he's a black man. Was that biased?
Man, bro. I don't want nothing, bro. That's it.
I mean, if it's all fake,
that's clearly a psyop.
They watching Egyptians. They try to Arabicanize Egyptians. You don't believe shit that the white man say. I'm shocked that I'm looking at the domes that's in Egypt.
Yeah, but Tutankhamun is black, but King Tut is very Caucasian looking. Definitely, he doesn't look black at all.
Well, that's that new guy that y'all made.
You would say modern day Egyptian or Greek at best.
Modern day Egyptian,
very Mediterranean. I mean, he's certainly not Western European. He's not a white man in that sense, but he's very.
So you're trusting the Persian over the white man? You know that they're much more scheming than the white man ever.
I don't trust nobody. I don't trust neither one of them.
I mean, hey.
I don't trust.
Don't listen to this Jew.
Dude, we're definitely schemers also. People are looking to lie to you, JP. I'm just being honest with you. None of us are trustworthy.
Y'all can't judge me like I know what I'm talking about.
I'm not arguing with you, dude. I'm just listening.
Okay, so Bumpkin, did you agree with Gimpy or
on what?
CT when it comes to the
I agree with Gimpy.
Okay.
Dude, the sledgehammer thing is insane, bro. Ruining kids' dreams just means you have less innovation. Like on a culture, like on a civilization level, I want my kids reaching for the highest. Like as a nation or as a people, I want them achieving the highest. They want to be a garbage man, you got to be the best best garbage man out there. You know, it's not about which job you pick. It's about how far you want to achieve with it. That's my thing, man. Pick a job you can do. Because, dude, I went to school for something totally different than I do. But I was committed to doing what I was doing till I graduated school. And then I needed work. I couldn't get work, but I got work slinging, help desk shit. So necessity bred me into another profession, but I still use everything I learned in school. I didn't waste my education. Again, it's different thing. This whole argument conflated a whole bunch of things together, like how education is used, how parenting is done. But when it comes down to it, I want my kids of my nation, my people, to dream as big as humanly possible, because I need as many failures as possible to create the successes. Sorry, it's a numbers game, folks. And that's how you succeed in life. You got to play. And innovation, growth, technological advancement all come from trial and error. I need as much trial and error as possible out there so that the innovations come. 99% of what we consider the most innovative innovations happened in a garage where people hobbying it. They weren't professionals. They were dreamers. They were 17-year-old kids who sat down in front of a computer and punched some code. Everybody should be on that trajectory, in that type of mentality. That's why I don't disagree with you, Dante. I just think in general, the whole argument is conflated. It's not, if it's about the dream alone, then let them dream till they can't dream no more, man.
Right, and also we have to take into consideration the situation. These were children at a bus stop. We didn't know if they were dumb. We didn't know if they were smart or anything like that. This was just something she was thinking, and I don't see how this has become so. And the reason I got upset at CT is because if it would have came from Hafez or if it would have came from Gimpy, I wouldn't have been as upset. But I got so upset because just 2 days prior, CT came at everybody and talked for 10 hours about something that is completely out of scope, a complete fantasy that is less likely to come about in reality than one of those children becoming an astronaut. A person that has zero experience in politics whatsoever, has never been elected to an office, has never ran an actual successful business, says he's going to create a black political party that people are going to join, and they're going to be doing international shipping and trade. Nobody got up on here and tried to crush his dreams, and he's 41 years old. Nobody did. But everybody knows he's not going to have a political party. Nobody is dumb enough.
A 30-year-old failed
Mike,
Indian rapper is now the mayor of New York City. I'd say anything is possible.
Maybe Mike.
Donald J.
Okay,
Trump
but
was president twice.
it's much easier. It's much easier to get elected office. How many people have created political parties that have created international shipping companies? How many times does that happen in America? We got
I don't know,
what?
man.
How many major political parties do we have? Two, 3 or 4 or 5?
We have 2.
Okay, 2. Okay. So we got more. You have a bigger probability of becoming an astronaut than creating a YouTuber, creating an entire political party that has international shipping. So for him to try to crush a 10-year-old's dreams when he's living in a fantasy world and nobody hated on him for that, we came on there giving him suggestions to, hey, this is what you can actually do to start small. You start with education. You start with building schools and different things. We were giving him suggestions, but he was sticking to his guns. I'm gonna create a political party for blacks. It's gonna be an international black political party. But everybody in the chat, everybody that called in, nobody believes that's gonna happen. From anybody, not just CT, from anybody.
Let it happen. I say do it. I say do it. I would love
Exactly. But you say do it. So why wouldn't you tell that to a child? Why would the person, what I know, not you. I'm just talking about CT. The same person who comes up with the craziest idea is the one that is the putting the hammer down the most against children dreaming. That's why I got so upset at CT. Because what he did, what he's trying to do to those children, none of us did that to him, and he's a grown man.
He does about as tall as a child.
I mean, you do understand he's basically a semi-failed YouTuber. Why are you taking his opinion so heavily? I mean, like, just because
he kept pushing the astronaut thing. If he would have just let it go, okay, let it go. Okay, your opinion is they're not going to be astronauts. Cool, but he wanted to keep debating and keep debating and keep debating. Okay, well, let's keep debating it then, because we're going to bring. Since you want to talk about the children and their IQs and all this type of stuff, like it's like Righteous Muffin. I wanted him to be on here, but he's probably not going to come back on. Righteous Muffin, what is your IQ? Pull your scores up that you took on the
I
internet.
can only speak for
so
me and
everybody can say.
cumulatively we're 24. So
Okay, well, what is Righteous Muffins? That's what I want to know, Righteous Muffin, because every time you get on here, you talk about IQs. And from what I understand, you just work in construction, so your IQ can't be that high. So what is your IQ? And show us the documentation.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised. No, Righteous has a master's degree.
Show us the documentation of his IQ.
He did.
I tell you,
he has a master's degree. He at least has a 12 IQ. Because I have a 12 IQ and I have similar level degrees. I'm just saying. So he definitely has a 12.
That's great. That's great. But if you have, what is his IQ? That's what I want to know. A master's degree, does that equal a high
15.
IQ? What is your IQ, Righteous Muffin? And if it is high, if it is higher than the average black, do you make more money than the average black in America? Because you use your IQ to achieve things, yes or no? That's what or do you just use it to talk on the internet? You use it to achieve things. So if your high IQ, because you always bring up average IQs, if your IQ is high, what do you have to show for it? What is your career? What does your career have to show for it? You're in your mid to late 30s. You should have something to show for a high IQ by now. If every time you get on, you're going to talk about IQs. That's the same. I'm giving you the same energy that I'm giving CT.
Okay, let me just quickly say that before Bumpkin, you get in. High IQ doesn't equate to achievement. Believe me, I know people who were doing PhDs when I was at university, and they were dope smoking bums, and they were PhD students. I'm not joking. It's just insane. So no, that's not always the thing. But one thing I will say, Bumpkin, I think if he's got a master's degree, he's got to be between 120 to 130 minimum, because you can't actually achieve a master's degree unless you have that.
My point stands.
50.
Anyway. At least 15, my point stands. Thank you, Gimpy.
Oh, well, I can speak cumulatively. Me, Bumpkin, and Afez are 36 minimum. Cumulatively, the three of us
Well, I
together
still want
are
to know what his
36.
is
We haven't
individually.
figured out how it breaks down yet. But I'm just going on law of averages. We're all just 12.
Well, Righteous Muffin, if you're listening, if you have your IQ scores, you don't have to show your name. Just show us the score.
Do you understand? Okay, here's why IQ matters to a degree, okay? The reason why IQ is brought up constantly is because people that are mentally challenged have like an IQ of what's the threshold? 71? I think the threshold 71. Yep, 71. So, and it's proven that genetically, if someone gets with someone that has a lower IQ and that keeps repeating the process over and over and over again, that IQ always averages out between each parent. So if that trend continues downwards, then in 200 years, everyone's going to be mentally challenged. Pretty much, everyone's going to have the IQ.
I feel like you're shortchanging that. It's more like 50 years. Everyone.
50 years. You're right. 50 years.
Okay, so what is if he's got a master's degree, so he has a high IQ, people think here. What happened? What's going on with him? Why is he just a low why is he a low level construction worker if he has
maybe he finds solace in doing work with his hands that is fulfilling. I don't know.
Is that what he said? He doesn't want to use his
I
high
don't know
IQ.
that he's ever explained why he does what he does.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I want him on here because I want him to explain himself.
But
his own life and his own achievements, which he doesn't have it. He doesn't have any. He has a regular low level construction job that anybody with a low IQ can get.
That point is mute because he could have an average IQ, and as long as he has a kid with someone that also has an average IQ, that child's going to be fine.
Right. I'm not talking about children. I'm just talking about him specifically. If he has an average IQ, why doesn't his life show it? I mean, I'm sorry. If he has a high IQ, why doesn't his life show it?
Right, but I have a really low IQ, and I have the life of a high IQ person.
Okay,
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't feel like you're giving too much. Like, no, I'm mocking it because you're giving too much credit. Like, why does it matter? Are you trying to change his mind? What is your objective here?
No, what I don't ever bring up IQ when I come on here.
Okay,
Righteous Muffin does every single time.
Right, but he's talking statistics. Who cares? He's using facts that are provided by the government.
Well, I care because I want to know his IQ.
Why does it matter what his IQ is?
Because he's bringing it. Because I want to know the facts for his IQ because he thinks it's so important.
Why is it so important to you? Why is him? Why is
because like CT said yesterday? Because like CT said yesterday, this is the year of show and tell. If you're going to talk about a group of people, if you're going to talk about a group of people having this IQ,
doesn't have to show anymore.
You got to show what your IQ is. Otherwise, you're just a bum that's on the internet running his mouth that works a low-level construction job. That's all.
Oh, come on, Jay.
That's why I want to know.
I can't because I'm sitting here defending a neo-Nazi, man. Like my soul is dying. My soul is literally dying. I feel it. Like
but that's what I'm saying. As long as he's been on here, talking about IQs, nobody's ever thought to ask him what his IQ is.
Because no one cares what righteous is. No one cares.
But you guys care about what he's. But you guys care about what he's talking about because you guys sit there. You guys sit there and listen to him talk for 10 minutes straight. Y'all don't interrupt him, so y'all care about what he says. But you don't. But you don't have.
Will defend the neo-Nazi IQ.
Biggest supporters of the channel, dude.
He wasn't on. But was he paying? Was he paying? Was he paying for y'all to be quiet earlier when he was talking?
No, I'm just civil. I felt no need to interrupt him.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm just asking questions.
Slightly because he's a supporter of the show. Like, there's a reason to just let him talk. He hangs himself. If you disagree with Righteous like you do, by the time he's done talking, you're like, yeah, you're a neo-Nazi. If you're with him, he's like, yeah, it's all the Jews. See, there are only two. It's a very binary existence with a guy like Righteous. I can sit there and have a decent conversation with him and let him go on and have his piece because I accept who he is. He's never going to agree with me. He agrees he's never going to agree
But
with
can
me.
somebody ask him a question though?
You can, but
Why
like,
why are y'all why are y'all asking me why I'm asking a question? Everybody comes on here asking questions to each other. I'm asking him what his IQ is, and everybody, and we want to know why I'm asking that.
No,
It's just a question.
Again, I do this to anyone. What does it matter if you have a low opinion of IQ, of Righteous? Him showing you his IQ, if it's high, it's not going to change your opinion of him. If it's low, it's just going to reconfirm what you already think. Yes.
No,
again,
there is no the opinion. It's not about the opinion. It's not about the opinion. It's I want to know why his life doesn't show a high IQ.
A lot of high IQ people, their life don't show
Well, I want to know why his doesn't.
People
specifically.
They're a mess. They're a mess of a person. Your IQ is determined.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Well, hopefully he'll come back. Hopefully he'll come back on. I'll get to talk to him.
You allow him talking about IQs to get you into this state of mind, clearly, that you need to like take something from him. Dude, he's a neo-Nazi. He has all those opinions, regardless of whether there's a statistic to back it up or not. He'll tell you that it's the Jews and the blacks because it's the Jews and the blacks. Hard
But
stuff.
I'm not worried about that.
But that's what this is. That's all that is. It's just an extension of that one statement. It's all babble. And I'm saying by you, you're giving your power away. You're making.
I'm not giving power. I'm just asking something that nobody's ever asked him. Obviously,
because there's no need. We all think he's low IQ. If you disagree with him, if you don't hold his positions, you automatically assign low IQ to them. They're all low IQ positions. If you disagree with them, if you agree with them, he's the guy with insight and
but that's
brilliant.
opinion. That's opinion. I want to know if he has. I want to know if he has the actual number. Then it wouldn't be an opinion anymore.
Fez, my 12-point IQ can't beat this guy. Like, I'm not arguing with you, Dante.
So,
what I'm trying to point out to you is that it's an exercise in futility, because no matter what, you're going to feel exactly the same at the end. You're either going to feel justified that you got it right, he's low IQ when he's talking smack about other people, or you're going to look at it and think of him as an oddity and feel that, okay, he's a weirdo, and even more reason to have. It's a confirmation bias exercise. It's unnecessary. It's about being right over being effective. What's effective is you came up here and he's being a coward and not coming back. You don't have to flex all over him or challenge him. Your mere presence here, discussing the topic and staying focused, shows that when he was challenging you, you came up. You came back, said, here I am. He's not here. That's the win. The flex with the IQ is just banging your chest, man. And I'm not like, I'm trying to teach you intellectual debate, like the real, how it works, how you defeat people in that level, how they do it in the executive boardroom. And I'm not an expert. I'm not saying I know better than you. I'm just saying, someone once told me a Tony Robbins line that I use for everything. Do you want to be right or do you want to be effective? Because you can't be both at the same time. It's never possible. It's just not possible. Because to be right, you have to defeat people. To be effective, you have to work with everyone around you. They're two different goals. I'm a person who looks to be effective. And that's where out of much respect, that's where all this comes from.
All right. Well, Righteous Muffin, I'll keep listening. But I want to talk to you.
I wonder where CT's cable is at.
And Norman also.
Gimpy, what I want to explore is the fact that the moon is so hot that it would melt a shuttle as it approaches.
Dude, tell me where he's lying. Tell me where he's lying.
Where he's lying?
No lies. The light just gets more, and we'd have no idea what the moon is. There are no moon rocks. Like an intern didn't steal $21 million of moon rocks to smash his girlfriend for both of them to do 7 years in jail from NASA. That never happened. That's all. That's all. Like, dude, to me, that I don't understand why. Like, I hear that, I just sit back and enjoy it. Dude, hearing that just makes me feel alive. It does. How could shit like that not make your intelligentsia?
How does he think of this shit?
Hearing that should make you feel better about waking up in the goddamn morning. What are you talking about?
Let the prince cook. People are saying, let the prince cook.
Dude. He says the greatest stuff ever. Like, I enjoy listening to Jay.
Where does it come from, though? Dude, like, what?
There's only one moon in the entire universe.
Yeah. And the moon heats up the universe.
Yeah.
When he said the moon heats up the universe.
I mean, I had it all wrong. After hanging out on this channel long enough, I now know the Earth is flat. The moon is the center of the universe. Black people are made of space dust. And if they with us defectives, the kin lose it. That's my favorite. People harvest the melanin out of black people's skin for drugs.
Oh my God.
I mean, dude, at this point, I'm convinced I lived in a very sheltered life because I didn't know any of the shit I learned till I got here. I mean, the fact that there are structures on Earth that they're claiming are like hundreds of thousands of years old, even though there's no evidence humans existed or tools or anything. I mean, dude, hey, look, Graham Hancock sounds sane after a year plus on Graham Hancock sounds like a deep.
Oh my God!
You know the guy who's like aliens built everything. You know he has.
No, I haven't. I didn't know about that guy.
You'll know him. He's been on Joe Rogan. He's the reporter who does all the showing all the similarities and like the how things are true north and like ancient structures across like North America, South America, and it's all he's trying to prove aliens. I mean, he sounds believable. Like seriously, like I liked what he had to say, and I was
he the one? Was he the one saying that these massive rock formations, which look like mountains, were actually trees?
Maybe. I don't know all his stuff. I know the stuff that was on Netflix and what he talks about on Rogan. I never read any of his books or anything, but he talks about a lot of the lesser dry ice age stuff and all the shared stories from that period of like, you know, people coming with the knowledge and civilizing the Mayans,
this guy up.
Different Central Asia. Graham Hancock. But like he sounds like a legitimate scientist, and he doesn't even call himself a scientist. He calls himself a reporter.
In comparison to JP.
And I was into his shit already. And after a year plus on this panel, man, I firmly believe I know nothing. My 12 IQ and all these guys flexing their IQ, I feel like tiny, dude. Walking around with 12 IQ. I thought I had something going on to find out that all these people have like triple digits. It's mind blowing.
Graham Hancock is British as well. I thought, oh my God, I was sure it would be American.
Nope.
I'm so disappointed.
He found some interesting shit, like some real. I know a guy who did LiDAR for one of his things, right? One of the pilots that did LiDAR for one of his right? Like has some real sound theories that have challenged to what we know. And no serious science really looks into it. But
have you ever known a guy called David Icke?
Yeah, he hates Icke. They hate each other.
Yeah, really? Yeah. I thought they'd be on board with each other because they say
I
the
think
same.
They have conflicting stuff in their theories. I think it's him and Icke. But Hancock and somebody have a big beef. Another one.
Really? Yeah, because Icke believes that there are like the Anunnaki and there's he believes the Queen of England or the royal family are all lizards.
Dude, yeah, he also believes like Trump is some reptilian robot imposter type shit.
Yeah, Icke does. Icke believes they're all reptilians. There's actually 3 different factions. The reptilians.
You know, there are a lot of chicks out there that are kind of scaly. So
effectively, these guys watch the movie They Live. And it's not a movie; it's a documentary for them. that's just wildlife on one.
My favorite is that they'll take like one piece of out of context, like they throw out all the rules of science in order to fit their theories, right? Like we built these mechanics into how you're supposed to examine things so they can be re-verified, right? So that you can say that it's not just one person making shit up. And like they'll take a drawing, a single drawing out of context, time period, and say this represents that black people sailed under Mansa Musa's brother-in-law to the New World. But there's no supporting or corroborating evidence anywhere on the planet, anywhere to prove that. There's no scroll, there's nothing. Dude, and they walk around like, oh, it's just a white man lying. Dude, show me a corroborating historical fact that aligns the same way white people have to prove white history. Like, I have no problem. Dude, we had a guy on the Just the Guy show, mind-blowing. He's a communist, runs a non-for-profit out of Baltimore, has huge influence on what happens in Baltimore politics with his non-for-profit. Young guy, younger than me even, and maybe even younger than you. Oh no, you're actually older, so younger than me. He thinks without a doubt that semiconductors existed in ancient Sudan. That there's evidence of proof of when there was no electricity, there were ancient semiconductor. Dude, and he said it. He tried to use it as argument. And I looked at it, I said, you understand if that was true, right? Simply, if that was true, every country in the world would be fighting over whatever that is in Sudan. They'd be dropping nuclear bombs on each other for ancient semiconductor tech. That predates electricity. Because whatever that is infinitely better than the ones we've created with because it predates the need for electricity to use semiconductors.
A semiconductor.
Using to power it, even. They would be blowing up whole countries to get their hands on the thought of unlocking.
Look,
power.
there is certain aspects. Now, I'll tell you this. I mean, I don't normally go into this because it's boring Persian crap, but there are certain like I was questioning because I don't know a lot about like ancient Persia of Iran, so I have to get it from like other Iranians, and I was talking to one of my girlfriends years ago, and I was trying to figure out how did the ancient people without refrigeration keep their food cold from from spoiling, apart from salt and pickling and all. They did, but also they in Iranian houses. They created these arches, archways, which seem to keep that particular location exceedingly cold, where they would put a large clay cauldron or bowl with water, and they would put their fruits and vegetables in there, and it would preserve it for days on end.
And in mudfield, like, dude, so in Belarus, they've been finding in like Eastern Europe, but like I know because from my wife, but so in Belarus, they find in these marshes, they dig up like medieval food storage, right? They would dig out hovels in the marsh under trees and, stock food in it and then fill it with the marsh made airtight seal. It would preserve everything. The Japanese have it, and the Dagestani, like that area, also have a way of preserving like plums and stuff. They do it and sealing
That's
it.
what I mean. That's what I always wondered, like, because I couldn't imagine living without a fridge. Like, you can barely live without a fridge for like a week. Everything goes bad.
On Earth, man, we're just, again, we just take our luxury for granted, man. There are people who still know how to do all this shit. And they have modern technology, but they don't have enough of it to be able to not get rid of all the previous stuff, man.
The ancient ways of doing
or
things.
at least the knowledge to have it. They pass it down, they use it. Dude, the suburban living ruined us. That's what it comes down to. When we stopped keeping gardens and chickens and stuff like that, even if you didn't really need it, just to have it, that houses had that there was a small amount of self-sustainability to some degree that you had.
But this is what I mean. What brings me back, like you just said, some sort of ancient semiconductor. Now, I don't really think that would be the case, but certain technologies, ancient ways of doing things, because you see, the reason I'm pointing that out, or the reason I became interested, is because of all this climate change bollocks, where they want us to cut electricity and cut this, and they're making electricity and gas prices through the roof. I'm starting to think maybe we have to start looking into ancient ways that people did things in order to not be so reliant on electricity. And so I started to think about, okay, how did they preserve food? How did they generate heat or heat? I mean, I've heard of some Persian baths where they could heat up almost an entire swimming pool type water, container with just a single candle or a few candles because of the copper and the dome shape or whatever the hell they did.
The Europeans, right, like the Central European, the Eastern Europeans, Asians, they build these giant clay stone ovens in their kitchens that are flat, that literally are a bed on top of them that people could sleep on top of. But the way they build it into the wall of the house, it heats as much of the house as, right, like it's a furnace for the house because of the way they build it, and it gets absorbed into the building. You know what I mean? And it's just, dude, necessity breeds. The minute we're put back that we don't have electricity, every MacGyver will figure it out. Every guy with survival will force it, dude. So I bought, when I was buying these, right back during COVID, when I decided to buy a house because it was perfect in America to buy a house then, dude, I can't ever refinance. That's how low my interest rate is. It'll never be this low again. It's like, dude, I have almost a 0% interest rate on my mortgage. When I was buying houses, first thing that was must, fireplace. Definitely had to have a fireplace, dude. Like a good one, like not a fake one, not a heater, like one that burns wood and has space in it. A full fireplace. Yeah, and the first thing I fixed in the house was any damage to the fireplace.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense because
we've had it where we lose power in the winter. You throw some stuff in there and it heats up from the basement. It heats up the whole townhouse with it.
Yeah. The thing is, in Britain, they're literally trying to make it illegal to have open fireplaces now.
You can't have wood burning stoves in UK anymore, I heard.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether you can't, but they are literally slowly trying to make it illegal to actually have any of these things because of the carbon footprint bollocks.
And they're the home of steel. They're the original iron country in that, right?
Unbelievable.
Like, it's unreal.
The thing is, even you see, this is the ridiculous aspect of Britain's mindset, or the British government's mindset towards climate change. Even if we went back to horses, literally stopped all cars and all industrialization, Britain only contributes 2% to the global
You're not being
carbon footprint.
It doesn't matter. If we don't do it, it's not about everyone else. We have to do it first to be the example, and everyone else will follow. Hafez, you're very bad comment.
But they won't. They won't. China won't give two shits.
Will when we invade them and force them to follow us.
This is what I mean. This is such absolute bullshit because China and India give no shits about climate change and climate effects. I mean, they're saying they're saying that they're producing like coal stations which are much better than the ones. Well, if China is,
they also produce more clean energy, like built more clean energy in recent history than anyone else. They build solar fields like crazy, and because they needed to power their data. People don't understand. They're not building it for their citizens. They're not building it. They're building it for their military-run data centers for all their AI that we have to source privately in the West, right? The energy, that's the energy that builds those bad boys.
Yeah, but the thing is, if China can build clean coal stations, well, why can't Britain just build the same? In fact,
the thing is clean coal. How about that?
No, it is as far as it can capture the carbon.
I mean, yeah, but I live like a few miles down river from the clean coal station here in Maryland, right? You literally are, when the scrubbers go haywire, which happens, right? Because that's how they do it. At the top of the stacks, they have these scrubbers. If they go haywire, the whole neighborhood is covered in white. It's not poisonous or whatever, but for mom, like it's this white soot that's everywhere, dude. Damn. So I'm sorry, I have my, I'm not saying it's not better than traditional, but I live next to where they stopped using the traditional station and built a clean one right in front of it. And the clean one has problems, right, dude? You hear the alarms going off there all the fucking time, man. It's not. Yes,
it's not foolproof, but when it works, it works.
Yeah, but it's not the promised land of clean coal.
How about nuclear? France went with nuclear, and they're doing far better in energy.
Nuclear power, the way the Americans build it, because my mom's second husband was a physicist, right? And the one thing he always used to hoot and holler about, because he worked for like 3-letter agencies, and then their immediate contractors and shit, all during the Cold War. So he worked, he had very interesting jobs. And he would always talk about how we failed as a country when we gave up on nuclear. And we can prove it by looking at 3 Mile Island versus Chernobyl. We had what should be considered the highest level of catastrophe, and it was relatively contained. Whereas how they do it in the rest of the world, and it fell apart, right? Like Chernobyl's still a problem to this day for Belarus.
Yeah, but the fact is that the Japanese had a disaster with Fukushima. Fukushima.
Yeah, but
it was okay.
Nah, now because they have good cleanup and they have good reaction, and it's by the sea. The sea helps that it's right there, but they had their own thing. They built the reactor that couldn't withstand within considerable tolerance earthquake, right? Like you live on a tsunami range.
But I think it was a tsunami, yeah.
Right, but you put it on the edge in a tsunami field, right? That's a known tsunami. It's not, you have to build it to withstand those, and they didn't. Like we know it was not built to withstand that sort of. So again, in America, so far, the way our nuclear reactors are built, our specific technology and our location, we have had no problems, and we abandon it, and it's infinitely cheaper. Infinitely, it's the cost only in building them, and now with the new micro reactors, you could put one up in 6 months, a nuclear facility.
This is what the French did. The French saved themselves from these massive energy prices. In Britain right now, we have the highest energy prices in Europe and possibly in the world, and it's due to go up in the next few weeks. Again,
Maryland,
it's insane.
Maryland, this state, right? They're trying to get in on the energy hustle. So they first killed your ability to buy out of state energy, right? You could buy from like a third party energy provider, and they could sell it to you through, the local BG&E, Baltimore Gas and Electric. They killed that. Then now they're trying to get in on the AI hustle. They're building an AI data center in Virginia. And instead of building power plants in Maryland, they want to build a power conduit from Pennsylvania through Maryland down into Virginia to power this data center, right? And they're going through the eminent domain of all these farms that are suing. Now, I support them building the conduit. I don't support what they're doing it for and how they're going to use it, right? Because they should be using it to power the state, and they're using
for the people.
Transport power from one end to the other, right? Second of all, in turn, in order to get all this money for the dirty politicians rich out of this, electric prices in Maryland are through the fucking roof, dude. Like through it's people put solar, they get conned to put the solar on their roof thinking they're going to save money, not realizing they end up back paying any difference from a normal bill with some service fee. Everything here in Maryland is a scam to keep you paying high energy prices at the moment. It's crazy. The clean, all of it. Sorry.
No, go on.
They even con you into thinking like I live close enough to Baltimore City that they'll pay for my solar panels. That's how big the con is. Yeah. They'll pay for
they will even pay for you to get it in order to basically siphon off those
energy cycles. Yep.
Yeah. Son of a bitch.
Dude, it's crazy.
How about like, would they let you put up like windmills and stuff for wind power?
Nope. Oh, dude, anything over 2 stories in Maryland needs special permits. Doesn't matter what you are. Dude, if I tried to stand like in my neighborhood, let alone the HOA, the county, the state, if I stood something up taller than my house in my backyard,
they'll be on you.
They'll tear it down. They won't even wait for consent. This county will come and just yank it down.
So essentially with bureaucracy, they just con the shit out of you.
Dude, this is a Democrat supermajority state.
Oh, shit.
And because our last Republican governor, who was wildly successful for being a piece of shit that he was, decided to be never Trumper to make his, to end up failing at his political aspirations, right? Because he was trying to run for Senate as the never Trump guy, right? Instead of just quietly hating Trump and continue to ride his popularity, we have a term limit here. So he was done. He named a successor, and she lost to the Trump candidate, who was way worse than her. And then in the general election, the Trump guy got stomped by the first black governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. And now Wes Moore took a multi-billion-dollar surplus. It turned it to an $8 billion deficit in his first year.
God damn.
Dude, they're taxing in Maryland. They tax tires on if you replace the tires on your car, per tire you pay a tax.
Are you kidding?
The registration, the out-of-state registration. Like, let's say you move here with a car you own, you got to re-register it. You already have to repay tax, whatever the Blue Book value is at the time of registration. You have to pay the sales tax again to the state of Maryland for the first registration, and now they raised the fee by 150%.
Son of a bitch!
Dude, they raised all the tertiary fees and taxes, like getting your hunting license. Everything costs infinitely more now, because they can't just straight tax us. There's nothing left to tax us here. And the only reason why this community, like the state, stays thriving is because it houses the nation capital. Washington, D.C. is part of Maryland, part of Virginia, right? Like it sits, and everybody who works. So all these layoffs have crushed, like, houses here in my neighborhood. They usually sell like this. My neighborhood is one of the quietly unknown super hotspot townhome, you know, because it's on the water, relatively compared to what things cost. It's reasonably priced. It's nice. The community's quiet. There's really nothing other than local crime. I mean, some of the local crime's insane. We had a stepdad strangle his son and stuff him in the wall.
Shit.
Dude, and then lie about it. His ex-cop, dude, and then they released the body cam footage from the cops not too long ago, like a couple years later. That was wild to see, because I remember that guy. He was crazy.
Bloody hell.
But dude, this neighborhood, even now, the houses are struggling to sell the way they want to. Instead, they're all getting gobbled up by Vanguard and BlackRock because people can't. They tried to keep them out too. They tried to make it against the rules to sell to non-primary residents, like people, you know, that would rent it out. Failed miserably because, you know, the non-primary residents have mad votes at this point. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like they were voting against, like, the majority of the neighborhood is rentals. I'm sorry, you're not, like, even the people who say they're primary.
But the people who are non-primary residents, they still vote.
Yeah. They still get a voting right. Not the resident, the owner, the landlord gets their vote, right? So let's say BlackRock owns 10%, guaranteed 10% voted against the amendment. Then Vanguard owns another 10%, right? I'm just making that up, but total 40%, just about 40% of my neighborhood is non-primary home residents, right? Or what people would call rentals. You know, 40%, you had to get almost 100% of the leftover vote in order, and think about how many people are thinking, well, I'm about to retire in the next 10 years, and my plan was to go move to Montana and rent this place out for monthly income. I'm not going to let it that they're going to make it that I can't rent it out. So you had to get 100% basically of what was left over, and easily 10%, 60%, right? Like, so that you were down to literally needing every vote. They weren't going to get it, dude. It was, and the people, and then when they had the forums for it, it's typical blue collar America. You just had to replace the word rental with, you know, minority. Just pick your minority, and it was just one old white person after another saying, "Those rentals, they do the drugs, they make the noise, they get the crime." And you know, they were all just waiting to say, you know, black or Jews or whatever.
Shit.
Dude, I live in like blue collar millionaire territory, right? Like I live in
these are rich blue collar workers.
Right, like it's the top tier. It's the guys who own their own fishing boats, the guys who own the construction companies.
Are they really blue collar at that level? I mean, if you're in construction,
not like you thinking of it as like a corp. No, it's him, and he has 3 guys, and they do stuff. When he needs more guys, he hires more. You know. But they stack the money because they work and they get paid cash money. Dude, I know guys around here, their mattresses are stuffed with dollar bills. They don't trust banks. Like they keep only needed money in the banks, and the rest is cash money stashed away somewhere.
Damn.
Oh, dude. Most of the fishing boat captains around here are uber, like 20 years in, they're sitting on piles of money, man.
Yeah, but they don't want to. If you put it in the banking system,
they don't spend it. They don't live it.
The thing is, I don't know if you've ever listened to a guy called Robert Kiyosaki. He wrote the book Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Yeah.
And the issue with keeping cash money or fiat currency is that you're essentially a slave to the exchange rates. You know what I mean? And the currency going up and down. It is far better to put that money into either gold, silver, or some sort of assets.
Bars, dude, when I say they have dollar bills stuffed away, I mean they have 10 note stacks wrapped in cellophane like drug dealers so that they don't get rotted. And they have gold bars and coins and gems and shit that they turned it into at the pawn shop and
expensive watches maybe.
Yeah, they have it all, but they also have stacks of money, dude.
Bloody hell.
Stacks of undeclared money.
It's like thinking like Breaking Bad, where he has all the notes in like a massive PVC barrel, and he buried it in the desert.
You wouldn't believe how much it's like that around. Like blue collar is not like, that's why what I was saying to you before was out of respect, man. They live different than we really think. Like, cause I'm like you, man. I was raised intelligentsia. I come from intelligentsia, right? Like I'm the bourgeoisie, just like you. But when I had to start working and managing, especially blue collar, middle America people, or even just blue collar in other countries and stuff, you know, like the upper class of the working class and the places we have contracts out in and stuff, dude, they stand by what they do as being more important than 1,000 of me and yous. They think me and you are way more replaceable. Like I know these, like my father-in-law, right? He would never think that a boardroom exec is more powerful than him. He could strip down a motor, put it back together. He fixed like a half a dozen. Okay, he set fire to my dishwasher and almost burnt down my house. He then fixed the dishwasher that I didn't have to replace anything, fixed everything and fixed more around my house that I saved like 1,500. I mean, I saved at least $1,000 on my front door for work that he did to, you know, and whatever energy costs technically that saves me because it was leaking. You know, I had an air leak through the door that I had to get fixed. And you know, he'll never think like, and he's very well read and he's intelligent, but he'll never say that a paper pusher is more valuable. None of the innovators are more important than the machinists in his mind.
No, the thing is, I don't say this was, I don't know, maybe it was misunderstood, but I never said they're more valuable. But what I did say is that no matter how much I value the guy who collects my, you know, garbage, nobody aspires to that. Most people do that because they need a job. And it's a good job. It's an honorable job, like you said. It's a union job, and you get all benefits. But no kid is growing up going, that's it. That's where I'm going.
How many kids really aspire to be anything in any real meaningful way? Me growing up, I know 2 kids who really had their, this is what I want to do. And then, you know, they led their life. You know, I was friends with a girl who was a figure skater, and did it, you know, 6 a.m., 5 a.m. every day, you know, real competitive her whole life. Got married, had kids, and it all went to the wayside. Her life changed. If you ask her, she doesn't think she wasted a minute of that. It's a fundamental thing that made her who she is and what she does and how she lives. Even she went semi-pro. I mean, before she retired, right? Like before she got married, had kids, like she had a career, a small career. She made some money, and now she uses her college degree that figure skating paid for. You know what I'm saying? And she was practical enough to get a degree in athletics, and she's, you know, she does some
that's good.
Right, like she has some sort of athletic.
So she had that plan B, you know, just in case.
Right, but I'm saying like her parents never told her figure skating has no future except if you're Nancy Kerrigan. They took her to the lessons.
Well, the thing is, again, you're changing. Like I didn't say becoming like having.
I'm saying in the context of the argument.
Yeah. But what I mean is, again, figure skating is something. Being a gymnast, being an Olympic gymnast, is absolutely something that, you know. If your kid comes up to you and says, "I want to be an Olympic gymnast," you're like, "Damn straight, let's get you to the classes," or a swimmer, or any of these sort of things.
Look, I get you. I get what you're saying. Again, you're not wrong. No one's aspiring to technically be a garbage man. My point really was the blue collar people don't get mad when their kid comes home and says, "Dad, I'm getting a job." As the, you know.
Yeah. If my kid hits 17, 18, and he's like graduated high school, and he has no interest in anything in particular, he's not techie, he doesn't want to do anything in office, and he comes and says to me, you know, I got this union job at this, you know, at the sanitation, the local, you know, government sanitation, and it gives me this much money, and I make, you know, what do you call it? I get all the pension and all the healthcare and all these benefits. Of course, I'm like, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I myself, if someone offered me a job on the London Tube, I would take it. London Tube drivers, I guess in American money, they're like on near enough 100K.
Yeah, dude, crazy.
And they get a ton of benefits, private healthcare, all sorts of shit.
Do you know what the highest paid per hour job on the planet is?
Per hour? I don't know.
No. Underwater welder.
Oh yes, yeah. Those guys are insane. Yeah, but that is an insanely dangerous job.
I'm no one's saying it's not, but I'm just pointing out, like, people talk, like, if someone came up to me and said, I'm an underwater welder for the union, right? And I work on bridges, like, I know a guy like this. That's why I'm saying, it's like, dude, I'm mind blown by this guy. So what? He don't know Shakespeare. This dude goes and swims in oceans and rivers all over the world, fixing and building infrastructure. Like, that shit is fucking.
No, I don't think of that as being no. That is
But
if your
you
kid says I
understand what
want to
I'm
become an
saying?
underwater
He
welder.
dude, he started as a welder and a scuba enthusiast. Right? Like, he was at 18, he got himself a job as a welder apprentice, worked his way through the thing, got it. And the whole time he just liked scuba diving. One day somebody said to him, dude, you have that scuba diving license? He's like, yeah. He's like, you want a job? He's like, why? He's like, we're short a welder on the bridge. And they taught him how to be an underwater welder. They
That
got him
job is
certified. But that's what I'm
dangerous,
saying,
dude. I've seen those guys. Have you seen the videos, those little like YouTube shorts of these underwater welders in like these what do they call them? These oil rigs.
Yeah, that's a lot of oil.
Dude,
ocean diving.
Yeah, that shit looks horrifically dangerous. Holy crap!
My friend, this guy, look, I haven't talked to him in a couple of years because he's been overseas and shit, and like, every so often I get an email or whatever. But like, he lives for this. Since he became an underwater dude, he found a woman. He has a family. He takes him all over.
He's rich. He'll be very rich.
They come with him everywhere. He takes them all over the world, dude.
No, they make a fortune. I don't deny that. Look, here's actually something that I can sort of relate with you. Back in the 80s and 90s, if a kid said, I want to become a professional skateboarder, they would laugh his ass off. The parents would smack. My parents would slap the shit out of me if I said I want to become a professional skateboarder.
Professional video game player.
I still can't even believe that today. That there are people, professional video game players.
Dude, I watched the thing. One of these things I was watching the other day. It was a $50,000 prize, man.
There's been $1 million ones.
No, but I'm saying it was like some nothing, tiny regional for 50
event.
Bro,
yeah.
Like, when I was a kid, you'd be lucky you saw $1,000 for something like that. Like, the prize was.
Most of the time, you have to pay them.
Yeah, right.
But
the entry fee was like 1/10 of the
pay to get in. So, I mean, to become a professional skateboarder, to become a professional gamer, it would be ridiculous. I mean, this is what I mean. This is the thing, though. Because I think kids today are not watching underwater welders. They're not watching, your plasterers and your carpenters and your plumbers. Although they make great money, all of them, plumbers and carpenters and plasterers make good money.
Don't your buddies send you like that Asian guy who builds all the mini hydroelectric dams out of concrete in his backyard that power all the little lights and shit? Like, I'm sorry, with the internet, I have or those Indian guys who build shit by digging into the sand. They build these whole houses, and I'm just saying.
Those, yeah.
Just saying, there's a ton of labor construct. Dude, in my feed, I get plumbing work. Guys shorts with plumbing where they're cutting a live water line and how that and in real time you're watching.
Yes, I've seen those. So
I would arguably say there's plenty of exposure for the blue collar workers.
This is the thing.
So, hold on. We got a wrap. I just heard from CT a minute ago. His internet's not coming back anytime soon. He apologizes to everybody in the audience. I hope me and Hafez kept you at least partially entertained. And I'm sure JP and Righteous kept you entertained earlier. You have anything to say before we go, Hafez?
No. We'll end it. We'll end it. Thank you, guys. Have a happy new year if I haven't said it already. Thank you. Peace out. I'm out.
Peace out. Have a good one, folks.
You too.
You're all insane. Just want you to know that.